Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Held him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Held him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Former England bowler is back and fitted in the side, so they'll be very optimistic they can go a long way. Can they get to the final? Well, we'll see, but they certainly ought to get out of the group stages.
And who's the key players?
Well, I think, Cheteshwar Pujara is back in the Sussex side. He's such a key player for Sussex, is Cheteshwar Pujara. He's been away for a few weeks. He was going to get picked for India and then didn't, but he's a key player for Sussex. He's in the side, and all the time he's there, you expect Sussex will score a lot of runs.
And Surrey played their first game yesterday. How did they go on?
They lost, Sarah. They played at the Oval against Leicestershire. Rather surprisingly, got beaten. So every side gets 8 matches in this competition. So there's still chance to go through, even if you lose a couple of games. But Surrey will be disappointed to have lost to Leicestershire yesterday, particularly at the Oval.
And finally, any news of the toss?
Yeah, news of the toss is that Durham have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Thank you so much. We will talk to Adrian. He'll keep you up.
And welcome to the county ground in Hove, and welcome to 50 over cricket, the start of the competition for Sussex. Not so the visitors here today, Durham, more of that in a moment. I'm Adrian Harms, looking out on a cloudy morning here in Hove. There's some angry looking cloud above the downs in the distance, but the guys on the gate assure me it's not going to rain, so fingers crossed that's not going to happen. So I hope we're going out loud and clear on the web. We're going out loud and clear, there we are, the guys are waving up in the Spencarmer Pavilion. I can see Julian is there, fresh back from Sorrento, where he's drunk far too much limoncello, I'm sure, and had a lovely time over there. Looks like a decent crowd, actually. Lots of people in the pavilion. So a very warm welcome from me. Now, normally, Martin Emerson is the Durham commentator, but poor old Martin is unwell. So if you're listening, Marty, all the very best for a swift recovery. And in his place, I'm delighted to welcome Rob Rush. Hello, Rob.
Hi, Adrian. Hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning in this morning.
Yeah, and lovely to see you, and welcome to Hove. So let's start with our visitors. You've won the toss. Durham have decided to bat, which I wonder, with a bit of rain around, I wonder if they might have elected to have batted second if Duckworth Lewis comes in. Nonetheless, they've decided to bat. What's the Durham team news?
So it's unchanged from the loss in the opener at home against Worcestershire on Tuesday. So Graham Clark and Alex Lees, the skipper and wicketkeeper, are going to open the batting. Then David Bellingham and Michael Jones will probably come in, one of them at 3, one of them at 4. They're very interchangeable. Ben McKinney, who just signed his first professional deal yesterday, at 5. Jonathan Bushnell at 6. Liam Chavaskis, who made a bit of history, which we'll get onto in a little bit, is at 7. Paul Coughlin, Miguel Pretorius, George Drusell and Ollie Gibson round out the 11. We can see the players now walking their way down from the pavilion at the far end of the ground.
And just for the benefit of our Sussex listeners in particular, I mean, you went through the side there. I'm immediately thinking that's a very strong batting side for Durham. In terms of bowling, bowling, you've lost a lot of bowlers to the 100, I guess.
Bryden Cast, Matthew Potts, Baz Delayed have all gone away to Northern Superchargers, so they're not around. Nathan Salter's down with Oval Invincible, so he's not available. And then Ollie Robinson, who's been an outstanding wicketkeeper, has also got a Vitality wildcard deal with the Superchargers to join them for the 100. So yeah, a bit depleted in the bowling attack, but they've still got a nice mix of experience with Coughlin, Pretorius and Travaskis and Dressel and Gibson offering some overs there as well. And also Jonathan Bushnell, if needed, can bowl some medium pace.
Good stuff. So that's the news from a Durham perspective. The Sussex lads just coming out of the pavilion and they're in their pink shirts and black trousers, and the Durham openers making their way out to the middle. That's Graham Clark, who will also keep wicket, and the skipper Alex Lees. In terms of Sussex, the Sussex side I'll run through you is thus: Tom Alsop, Tom Haynes, who is the skipper, Cheteshwar Pujara, James Coles, Tom Clark, Ollie Carter, who will keep wicket, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe. A welcome return for Steve Finn, who hasn't featured this year so far for Sussex. He did play in one of the warm-up matches against Buckinghamshire here in the week, and Brad Curry. But I think we can really say this is Steve Finn's first appearance of the season. And it looks like Brad Curry is going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground, fresh from his exploits with Scotland, helping them in their qualification for the T20 World Cup. Brad's been playing a lot of cricket, so he should be in good form. He's nattering away there to Tom Haynes. Rob has just gone off to do an update to the listeners up in the north of England, and we will shortly be underway. I have to say, the outfield is it's almost incredible to think that this is August and the outfield looks as if it's the first game of the season. I mean, it's immaculate, as it always is here at home, but there's been so much rain. It's not at all parched or bare, and we have had a concert by The Who here in the last couple of weeks. And there's always a worry that maybe the ground is going to get churned up a bit, but it looks like it's fine. So we are all set. 50 over competition. Sussex reached the semi-finals last year. Durham the year before reached the final. So both sides have got good pedigree in this competition. And let's see how Sussex and Durham go today. It's going to be Brad Curry who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. Number 12 on his bat. On his back, I should say, not his bat. And he's coming into bowl past umpire Nichols, who's standing at this end of the ground. In comes Curry, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Clark and plays it to Haynes at mid-on, who fields, and there is no run. The field, there is a slip, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a short fine leg. And there's a decent crowd here at Hove, and why wouldn't there be? It's some holidays, it's 50 over cricket, and at the moment, mercifully, it's dry. As in comes Curry. Away from us, in bowls, and driven away, and that was in the air, and that could so easily have been caught. It was driven away without conviction through extra cover. Cheteshwar Pujara is on hot pursuit, or in hot pursuit, and gets in the throw. And a nice round of applause for the very popular Indian batsman, who many thought would be selected for the Indian Tour of the Caribbean, but wasn't. I think he's been back playing some domestic cricket in India. He's also back, I understand, for 3 of the 4 county championship matches that Sussex will play in September. In comes Curry. In and bowls wide outside the off stump, and that is indeed signalled a wide by umpire Nichols. So the first extra of the day taken by Ollie Carter behind the stumps. And there is no run. 3 without loss in the first over here at Hove. Just to reiterate, Durham winning the toss and electing to bat first. This is the wicket, I believe, that was used for the county championship game here against Yorkshire way back in April. In comes Curry, bowls, and forward comes Clark. Rather uncertainly plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. I did wonder when Durham won the toss whether they might elect to field, only in that there is the possibility, I understand, of just maybe a little bit of rain or the odd shower or two, but clearly that didn't bother Alex Lees. He looked at the track and said, no, we're going to bat first. In comes Curry, bowls, and an edge from Clark down to third man. Not a convincing shot at all, fielded down in the distance by, I think that's Henry Crocombe all the way down there. So Clark picks up his third run. None of them have been desperately convincing. The first one, that shot through the offside, which could so easily have gone to either mid-off or the cover fielder. And then that edge down to third man. But he's still there, is Graham Clark. He's on 3 and Durham are 4 without loss in this opening over. Curry is on his way now. 2 slips in place. Comes into bowl to Alex Lees, and Lees is forward defensively, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. Alex Lees, who was in good form here in the County Championship fixture. It's the only game that Sussex have won this season in the County Championship. They beat Durham here in the opening match. Alex Lees making 79 and, just break off for a moment, 17 in that match. Curry in bowls, and Lees plays that firmly. He'll need to get a move on here. Pujara shies at the stumps. He misses. I think Lees was probably home. He's quite a tall man, is Alex Lees. The ball was played to Pujara. Lees set off for the single. And it is the end of the opening over, and Durham are 5 without loss, with Clark on 3, Lees on 1. Durham winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. If you'd like to contact us throughout the match, please do so. There's an email address, which is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at RobRush2. Just to reiterate, if you're a regular Durham listener, Martin Emerson's sadly not well at the moment, so we wish Martin all the best. And Rob is in the commentary box. It's going to be Steve Finn with his first bowl. He did play here against Buckinghamshire in a warm-up game, but this is probably, I think we have to say this is his first appearance of the season. He's been plagued with injury since he came to Sussex nearly a couple of seasons ago now. But he's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, running in down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Alex Lees. In and bowls, and Lees with a play and a miss outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So a dot ball to start off with for Steve Finn. Alex Lees has been in tremendous form in the County Championship, Rob.
He has indeed. He broke a record, I believe, it broke a Durham record for most consecutive 100. I think he had something ridiculous like 5 innings in a row where he hit centuries. Same with Graham Clark as well. Graham Clark, he's obviously opening the order today, but he's been down at number 6. He's been revitalised under Ryan Campbell, someone whose red ball career may well have been over before he joined.
Finn in again, bowls, and he beats Lees again outside of the off stump. It's also a very good morning to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Welcome to Hove for the beginning of Sussex's campaign in the 50-over competition. Durham have already played 1 game. They played Worcestershire earlier on this week, a game they lost, but a high-scoring game, Rob.
Was indeed. Worcestershire racked up 318 for 9 from their 50 overs. I think Durham will be slightly disappointed they allowed them to get away in the death overs after Liam Travaskis, as I mentioned just before the game started, made a bit of history, which I'll mention after this delivery from Finn.
In comes Finn and bowls wide outside the off stump, and Lees picks up his first one. He drills that into the offside, fielded at wide mid-off by a tumbling Tom Haynes. Alex Lees is on 2. I apologise. Durham go to 6 without loss in the second over, having won the toss here at Hove this morning and decided to bat.
So Liam Travaskis on Tuesday became the first player in Durham history to take a List A hat-trick. Which was very, very, very impressive from him. He's not had that much red ball game time, but did pretty well. He dismissed, I believe, it was Kashivali, Matthew Waite and Joe Leach.
In comes Stephen Bowles and clipped away towards the leg side. There did Stephen. It was a beautiful shot by Graham Clark. It was pitching around about middle and leg, and Clark just clipped that one away back of the square on the leg side and picked up a boundary. He goes to 7 and Durham to 10 without loss.
Very strong on it. Very strong on the leg side is Clark, as is Alex Lees. Obviously, left-handers are naturally very strong on their legs, but I mean, it's not a great delivery from Finn. He's only got 1 man out there patrolling the boundary on the leg side. You'd be hoping with the 2 slips, obviously looking for some movement and trying to take the edge.
In comes Stephen Bowles down the leg side. That's going to be signalled a wide, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run, but a wide signal by umpire Blackwell at the far end of the ground.
Someone I've got to get used to, remembering that anything down the leg side in white ball cricket is a wide.
Yes, absolutely. Just to reiterate the field, there are 2 slips, the 2 Toms, Tom Alsop and Tom Clark in that slip. There's a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg as Steve Finn is on his way. In his first appearance of the season, he's in and bowls. That's a full toss and clipped away, but there is a fielder on that deep mid-wicket boundary who is James Coles in his white sun hat. A sun hat that isn't really needed because it's a cloudy morning here with just the odd splash of blue sky above the ground, and Durham go to 12 without loss. Talk about fast bowlers. Rob, you were out in the middle. I don't know if you saw Jofra Archer was out there with the Sussex boys doing some slip catching practice.
He was indeed. He's obviously working his way back from another elbow injury, and there was a report coming out earlier this week that he's apparently on track to be fit for the ODI World Cup.
Here comes Finn and bowls, and Lee's drive. Oh, that's a misfield. That's a poor misfield.
Should be cut off.
Backward point. It's going to be cut off just inside the boundary rope. Yes, it is, by Brad Curry. So it's a misfield by Finn Hudson-Prentice. 2 more runs to Alex Lees, who goes to 4 at the end of the second over. Durham are 14 without loss on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle, 5 Sports Extra. I'm Adrian Harms. Rob Brush here with me today as well to guide you through the 100 overs of cricket we've got today, and let's hope the weather stays fair. Yeah, it was great to see Jofra. I mean, he spends a lot of time here at Hove, still obviously lives on the south coast, and the last game we saw him here, he was doing some shuttle runs, and he looked very fit, and he was out in the slips today, so he just
I guess he seems to have taken it up a notch.
Yeah, he just enjoys being around the Sussex lads, and it was great to see him out there. Good fun. Over to you, Rob. Brad Curry.
Brad Curry to continue from his first over, bowling to Clark, and Clark flicks this to deep backward square for a single. Yeah, very good to see him. Obviously, we've been, as England fans, we've been kind of, devoured of, I'm not sure what the right term is, but we've been, we haven't seen Jofra Archer in so long. We've missed him we haven't seen him in white ball cricket for what seems like an eternity. So hopefully this latest recovery is going to go smoothly, and then when he gets back into the setup, hopefully everything can continue, as Curry is now bowling to Lees, who comes down the track and plops him over mid-on, and that will run away for 4. That is Lees' first boundary of the innings. Wasn't that bad a ball by Brad Curry? Just Alex Lees. He wasn't in great touch on Tuesday. Looked a bit scratchy for his 12, but as we mentioned, he's been in fantastic red ball form, and white ball skipper trying to maybe play his way in. He moves himself on to 8. Durham off to a reasonably decent start, and we've immediately got a helmet out for the wicketkeeper, so trying to pin Lees back in his crease.
Interesting to get a wicket-keeper standing up to the stumps in just the third over. I wonder if that perhaps infers the wicket is a little slow.
And we've got a bit of a field change. Deep backward square for Lees goes out, and fine leg comes into the ring. Only 2 members of the fielding team allowed out of the ring in the first 10 overs, as Curry is in and Lees is on the back foot, passing this up to mid-on to Pujara for no run.
So just for the benefit of our Sussex listeners and those on 5 Sports Extra who perhaps haven't seen or heard a lot of Durham this season, they lost their first championship game of the season here against Sussex, but since then have had a tremendous start to the season. Well, a tremendous season under Ryan Campbell.
It's been very, very good. As you say, kind of a batting collapse on day 3 here in the morning kind of put the game back into Sussex's favour, as Curry is in and Lees is playing this to mid-off. They're going to scamper through for a single, and Haynes has a direct hit, and they're going to run the extras as well. A little bit sloppy from Haynes. Lees was comfortably in at the non-striker's end, but the throw at the stumps taken out one of them, and they're able to scamper through. So yeah, Durham batting collapse morning of day 3, put the game back in Sussex favour. I think you ended up winning that one by just 2 wickets.
It was a terrific game. It was the opening game, and it was Sussex's only win in the county championship this season so far.
It's a good one to have.
Good win, yeah.
Over the league leaders.
Yeah, indeed.
As Curry is in again to Lees, who's playing this, and they're going to scamper through for another single. Pujara, if he can pick up cleanly. I fear if that had been a direct hit, Lees may have been turning around and walking himself back to the pavilion. But yeah, just to carry on, Durham have, since that opening round, have been absolutely fantastic. Haven't lost in the county championship since then, have put together a series of wins, and have been very unlucky with the weather. They've missed out on a win at Leicestershire and at Glamorgan due to rain and bad light. But yeah, sitting pretty comfortably at the top of Division 2 right now. I'm not going to jinx anything, but if everything goes to plan over the last 3 county championship games, they should be in for promotion, as Clark is playing a drive. He doesn't quite get the ball off, and that goes out to third man. I believe that is end of the over, and Durham are 23 without loss after 3. So yeah, currently sitting at the top of Division 2, got a pretty healthy lead over. Is it yourselves in second place, or is it Leicestershire?
No. Sussex have moved down the table now because Worcestershire. Sussex haven't had a county championship game now for a couple of weeks, and since then Worcestershire won their 4th game of the season. They've played a game more than Sussex. Sussex have a very busy September. The first match they play in September is actually up at Durham, and that looks a really important game now. But it's 50 over cricket we're concentrating on here on 5 Sports Extra, as in comes Steve Finn down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls down the leg side. I'm afraid that's going to be signalled another wide. Maybe Steve Finn just a little rusty here on his first appearance of the season. Durham winning the toss, batting first.
But yeah, Ryan Campbell's definitely he's transformed the entire mood around the club from last year. Bit of a sour ending to the season. There seemed to be a little bit of lack of direction. Some key areas needed addressing. One of those was the wicketkeeper position, which Ollie Robinson was brought in to cover after a white ball stint at the club last year.
In comes Finn, tall figure, past umpire Blackwell bowls, and Clark has a much better delivery, just moved away off the pitch. I thought for a moment Clark had got a little outside edge.
I thought he'd edged that as well.
Went through to Ollie Carter, no run. And actually, while you're talking about wicket keepers, I would say, Rob, the best wicket keeper I've seen anywhere in the country this season has been Ollie Robinson here in those 4 days. I thought he was magnificent.
I remember him taking an outstanding one-handed diving catch to his left.
Well,
he
right. I think always a good tail. Just break off for a moment. In comes Finn and bowls, and Clark again beaten outside the offside. Much better line from Steve Finn, and there is no run. I always think the true test of a wicket-keeper is standing up to the stumps, and Ollie Robinson stood up to the stumps here, and he was terrific.
Yeah, he's very, very good to spinners. He's taken a few quite magnificent stumpings. He had 3 in the game against Gloucestershire down there, where Durham managed to pull off a pretty comprehensive ball, and he also recorded the 2nd fastest ever Durham 50 in a championship game. So he's been a very good signing, and that's not all that he's brought to the team.
In comes Finn, bowls, and Clark plays that onto the leg side. He's going to pick up a single just through a vacant mid-wicket area. So Clark moves on to 11. The scoreboard very quick here at Hove, and Durham up to 25 without loss.
He seems to have brought a little bit of leadership to the group as well. Obviously, as a wicketkeeper, you're involved in pretty much every single delivery, so he's taken that stride. And just finally on Ryan Campbell, before we'll get back to focusing on cricket, he's changed the entire feel of the club. He wants to play a nice, expansive, positive style of cricket, and he's now trying to take that from the red ball and implement it into Durham's white ball game as well.
In comes Finn and bowls to Lees. Lees is struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out in front of him.
He seems annoyed at himself there. He was eyeing up a clip through mid-wicket, which is currently vacant.
Yes, so the rules of the competition are that you're only allowed 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle at this stage of proceedings. So there's a third man and a deep, almost square leg. Yeah. I would say he's deep square leg.
I think he's just slightly in front of square. If my eyes don't deceive me, no, I think he's around there. He's out there on the leg side.
In comes Finn and bowls, and these drives firmly into the covers, fielded by James Coles, who stopped the ball, and then the ball momentarily got away from his grasp, and he was sort of looking around to see where it had gone, but he managed to prevent the single. The total remains 25 without loss. For those of you joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Rob Rush here on a cloudy morning at Hove, mercifully starting on time. And a good crowd in as well, which is great. Very good crowd. In comes Finn, bowls, and Lees dabs this into the offside, and not for the first time today, take a well-judged single. Does Alex Lees? He goes to 12. It's the end of Steve Finn's over. 26 without loss are Durham. Just to reiterate, Durham winning the toss, deciding to bat first. And as I say, getting away on time. And good news, I mean, the ground, generally at this time of the year, Rob, you would expect to see the ground slightly parched, maybe with some bare patches where we had sun.
Not that today.
It looks like the first game of the season, doesn't it? I mean, it's very good turnout. Beautifully green, very lush. We have had a concert here in the last few weeks by The Who, and they put a stage in front of our media box here, but even if there was any damage from that, that's all gone, and so the ground looks absolutely fabulous.
Brad Curry continues. He's bowling to Alex Lees, who's off the back foot defending this one. It drops at his feet for no run. They were also up at Seat Unique Riverside just before they came down here, I believe.
Okay, and they also played at Derby as well. So I think the Who were doing tours of the cricket grounds, and of course with them.
I think they looked down Division 2 and went, yeah, we'll go to these grounds. We like these grounds best.
Well, they're iconic in this part of the world, the Who, with Quadrophenia and mods and all the rest of it. So it was packed out.
Curry's in again. Oh, that is some delivery from Brad Curry. A lot of movement away off the seam, and James, wicketkeeper, definitely took the bails off very quickly. Lees was fortunate to have his back foot back in his crease, but yes, a brilliant delivery there from Brad Curry. A lot of movement away off the seam, and I think Alex Lees is very fortunate. He played and missed at that one. He played the line and got away with it, but very encouraging signs for Sussex. Despite losing the toss, there does seem to be a bit in it for the bowlers early on as Curry sprints away from us. He's in again, and Lees is leaving this outside the off stump, and Carter can't quite take it cleanly, but falls for no run.
Be disappointed about that. I mean, the previous delivery was a nice take and he whipped off the bails, but that was a rather more routine take, really. I know standing up for the stumps is never easy, but you've got a good view with a left-hander and Brad Curry coming over the wicket. So he was just annoyed, wasn't he? Sort of clapped his gloves together. He knew he should have taken that cleanly.
Should be. You've got to think if there was an edge there, that's a potential opportunity gone as Curry is in again. This one's down the leg side, so this will be signalled a wide by the umpire.
So I reckon that's the fourth wide of the morning, Rob. And we're only in the fifth over.
Maybe they're suggesting there's a little bit more movement than the bowlers are anticipating. Maybe they need to adjust their lines slightly. But overall, as you kind of mentioned, you thought that potentially Durham would have looked at the overheads and decided they would have had a bowl. And I don't think Tom Haynes will be too disheartened by the fact he'd lost the toss, even though the pitch does look like a very good pitch, as Curry is in and Lees is playing him up the track, and Pujara will cut this off at mid-on. It seems to be there've been a lot of these pitches. They're very, very well balanced this year in terms of if you want to bat aggressively and want to go after it, you can get some runs quite quickly. But also there does seem to be something in it for the bowlers. So maybe, as you say, there's quite dark cloud just over to our left-hand side that's potentially going to come over the ground. The white balls obviously don't have a lot of the same amount of movement as the red ball, but definitely if you can get some movement early on, you can take some wickets, as Curry is in again and hits Lees just above the pad, too high for an LBW, but
that was a nice nagging line and length. Does Brad Curry's been away with Scotland during their T20 qualifying campaign.
Was that his first call-up? I think I saw.
Yes, I believe it was. And the other time you may have seen Brad Curry this year, I actually saw Ben Stokes retweeted the catch that Brad Curry took care out on the leg side boundary in front of the clock tower scoreboard, which is probably the catch of the season, a magnificent one-handed diving catch.
Curry is in now, and Lees is playing this off the back foot. A very good over, just the wide from it, but apart from that, very good from Brad Curry. Durham 27 for none off 5 overs. Yeah, that came against Hampshire in the El Clasico in the Blast.
Yes.
In case anyone needs any confirmation, I'm not originally from the northeast. I am from Hampshire, so I've seen that one did the rounds on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, every single social media platform. It's a fantastic one-handed grab.
Brad Curry is famous because of that. A very good morning wherever you're listening from. You may be tuning in on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle. You may be watching the live stream, which is supplied by Sussex County Cricket Club. And if you are, you're watching the tall figure of Steve Finn running in from the Cromwell Road down the leg side. There's an appeal as if that came off the glove of Graham Clark, who was looking to pull that away on the leg side. But umpire Ian Blackwell at the far end of the ground says not out.
I think Carter wasn't as keen as Allsop at first slip and Finn was. Those two were very confident that Clark had it seemed that he got through the shot a bit too early, maybe got an under edge, but Carter didn't seem to have the same amount of enthusiasm. So
Just the one slip in place now. Tom Alsop, who's more at a second slip than a first. In
Fair bit of ground to cover.
Finn in bowls. That's a poor delivery. And it's just helped around the corner by Graham Clark. It was erring down the leg side, and Clark...
That's heading down to the Eaton Road as you come in.
He just clipped the ball around the corner.
You can't... it sounds a bit like a broken book, but in white ball cricket you can't allow any openers to get off to a quick start, and Graham Clark in the first T20 of the season for Durham smashed a brilliant unbeaten century against Northamptonshire Steelbacks to see them off to a very good start. So he's one of those you need to get your line and length to. They've shown signs of it. Both Curry and Finn have hit right lines to him, but struggling for that consistency.
Finn in bowls, and Clark plays it onto the onside. There's a good sprawling stop there at mid-wicket by Tom Clark, who's probably the best fielder in the Sussex side. Prevents a single. Clark remains on 15. Durham 31 without loss in the 6th over. There are 3 other games going on around the country today. Gloucestershire playing Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire batting first are 27 without loss.
That's at Cheltenham College again, I believe.
It is indeed. Lovely Cheltenham College, as in comes Steve Finn over the wicket bowls, and that's a full toss, and Clark plays it firmly to mid-on and goes through for a comfortable single. Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, fielded the ball at mid-on. In fact, he did fumble the ball, but I think Clark was comfortably home. He goes to 16, and Durham to 32 without loss. Down at New Road, Worcester, Worcestershire are playing Glamorgan, and Glamorgan batting first are 28 without loss in the 5th over, and the final game is a 2 o'clock start down at Taunton, where Somerset play Warwickshire. Finn in bowls, and Lees gets an inside edge, a rather fortunate single. Henry Crocombe comes in from short fine leg to field, but not before Lees goes through for a single. He's just adjusting his protective equipment, is Alex Lees. There's going to be a short delay just while he gets himself sorted out. 33 without loss. It's a pretty heavy schedule in this 50 over competition. Sussex go to Northamptonshire on Sunday, then Derbyshire on Wednesday, Taunton on Friday, and back here on Sunday. So 5 games in about 8 days. In comes Finn bowls, and Clark hammers that away, and that's going to go all the way for... No, it's not actually. I thought it had gone for a boundary.
Didn't quite time it.
And it also just goes to show that the outfield is a little slow as well. It's fielded on the leg side out there by James Cole. It was clipped away by Graham Clark, but as soon as the ball hit the deck, it almost seemed to die.
Yeah.
And Coles was able to get around the boundary and field. But nonetheless, Graham Clark, as Rob was saying, showing plenty of attacking intent. He goes to 18 at the end of the 6th over. Durham are 35 without loss. Clark is on 18. Lees is on 13. And you're listening to 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Rob Rush here on commentary on an overcast morning in Hove. But we are hopeful that the rain will stay away.
Brad Curry to continue over the wicket. He's got Alex Lees in his eye line. He's in now, and Lees is carving him brilliantly through backward point for 4. Not that much width on offer, I thought, from Brad Curry, but Alex Lees, a player of his quality, is able to free the arms, and it was a diving attempt by the fielder, but couldn't quite get down there in time. And with the 2 fielders on the fence being Stephen Finn at I believe that would be 3rd man for Alex Lees, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And then a man at deep forward square leg. If you beat the in-ring on that offside for Alex Lees, it's more than likely going to go for 4. What can Curry come up with in response? Delivery more on Lees' pads. He's just able to flick into short mid-wicket. I think I just keep having to remind myself that it's a right-left combo, and you're mentally doing all the fielding adjustments in your head, and sometimes it takes just an extra second to get used to it.
I would say, Rob, that clearly England now have a very established opening partnership in terms of Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. And Alex Lees, has been a victim of that, really, or...
As Curry is into Lees again, he's driving this beautiful straight drive. Clark is slow to settle for the single. Pujara takes a strike, but couldn't quite get on target. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because I think he would probably admit it himself. When he was in that test side, he didn't give the best he didn't show the best version of himself enough, especially playing under Brendan McCullum and Bazball in inverted quotes. There were, I think, a few too many times he was a bit slow to start, didn't really quite show the mindset or what they're actively looking for. And he started off well. His highest test score, he was looking like he was probably going to be on for a big score until he was barbecued. As Graham Clark is driving at this one outside the off stump from Brad Curry's remaining over the wicket. I think Joe Root sold him for a quick single that was never really there, and Lees was short of his ground. But yeah, didn't really show enough of him, the best version of himself enough. But England's loss, quote unquote, is Durham's gain. He's now around Durham the entire season. Ryan Campbell's shown a brilliant faith in him by making him white ball captain for this season. And he's, as we mentioned, he's now in some very good form in red ball cricket. I think his last 7 innings is 5 centuries and a 50. As Clark is driving this down the ground, and Pujara was able to cut it off at mid-off for a single.
Interesting. Just looking here at Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper, who's standing up to the stumps for the left-handed Lees, but standing back for Graham Clark. So clearly they think that Lees...
Maybe they've spotted a weakness. Maybe the analyst has seen something that I think also Lees, in one of his first deliveries to Brad Curry, came a little bit out of his ground to try and hit him down the ground. So maybe Carter's just trying to apply some pressure that way, keep him in his crease, and hopefully bring a mistake. As Carter is up to Curry bowling, and Lees is turning this away on the leg side. Should come back for 2, and they will. Mentioned deep backward square being out, so fine leg has to run around, so they'll get through for 2. And Durham have very quickly moved themselves onto 43 without loss after 7 overs. Lees on 20 and Clark on 19, I believe. Or have we got one more?
No.
End of the over.
And you're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC. If you want to get in touch with us, please do send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, which is exactly what Jane has done. Hello, Jane. She says, hi, Adrian and Rob, enjoying the commentary. Is it possible that instead of saying the cloud is on the right, can you say north, south, east or west?
I'll leave that to you, because I don't have a very good sense of direction.
Great to see Finney back, says Jane. Jane, thanks for getting in touch. As in comes Steve Finn over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. That's going to be signalled wide by umpire Blackwell. So 1 more to the total and another ball. I mean, the cloud at the moment, Jane, is pretty much all across the ground. I think the weather today is coming. So we're looking out from the sea end of the ground. We're looking up the ground here at Hove towards the South Downs. And generally the weather here comes in from the west, which is left of where we're sitting. In comes Finn over the wicket, bowls. Clark drives beautifully down. Good stop by Steve Finn off his own bowling. He was down very quickly. And
taking a bit of a whack on the wrist.
He has taken a whack on the wrist, and I wonder if he might have hurt his knee there as well. No, he's hurt his wrist. He got down very quickly, but he's wringing his right wrist, is Steve Finn. And the last thing, having spent all season trying to get fit with a knee injury, is to hurt his hand. And I think he's in a good deal of discomfort there, is Steve Finn. He's wandering back to his mark. And we're just going to give an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well. And Steve Finn is just talking to Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, and I think we may have a short delay here. He's wringing that right hand, and I think we're just waiting for the physio to come on. And as I say, having spent all season out injured, the last thing that Sussex need here, or indeed Steve Finn needs, is to get injured. He's having a couple of practice deliveries, which suggests maybe he's okay. The physio is out on the edge of the boundary. It's normally John Morelli, who I think may be away with the 100 at the moment, so we'll wait and see. I think he's going to be okay.
For the cricket with... How's it looking, Adrian?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Well, the good news is no rain so far. There's lots of cloud around, just the odd splash of blue sky. And Durham, who are batting first, off to a really good start. In fact, Graham Clark has just hit Steve Finn for a 6. So Durham going to 50 without loss here. We're just in the 8th over. Clark is on 25. Lees is on 20. The news for Sussex is that Steve Finn, who hasn't played all season because of a knee injury, he is in the Sussex side. He's bowling at the moment, but Durham, the visitors, off to a great start. 50 without loss in the 8th over. So Steve Finn not having the best time of it here. I'll give you his bowling analysis in a couple of moments' time here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Rob Rush, your commentary team, as Finn runs in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's running down the hill in his pink shirt. He's in and bowls, and that's another poor delivery down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carr.
He's not happy.
He doesn't look happy at all here, Steve Finn. He's looking at his wrist, which he took a clout on with a fierce drive from Graham Clark a couple of balls ago. But he
might just be trying to get through his over, and then he can go off and have a look at the physio. The physio can have a look at it and see what's going on. But yeah, something Sussex had, as every side, you have to guard against a fast start, and unfortunately Sussex have allowed that to happen here.
In comes Finn again, bowls. That's down the leg side. It's be another wide. That's 3 wides in there, but he looks very disconsolate. Does
he just kicked the turf?
Yes, he
dismay.
did. And that is I think that is the 7th wide of the innings so far. And when you think in a
50 in an
that's given an extra over. It's given an extra over already. A couple of other emails have come in. If you'd like to get in touch, wherever you're listening from, please do. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk as Steve Finn from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, past umpire Blackwell bowls, and Clark drives firmly down the ground, and Finn is down quickly to try and stop that. I think noticeably there, he almost pulled his right hand out of the way, and you can't blame him because he's taken a painful rap on that right hand or wrist earlier on in the over.
If he was to go off before the opening power play is completed, which bowler is most likely to follow him from that end?
Yes, I mean, Sussex do have plenty of variety in their bowling today. I'll come back to that in a moment. And plenty of options. As in comes Finn, bowls, and clipped away by Clark, and that's going to be just a single, deep backward square, fielded up there by James Coles. One more to Clark, who goes to 26 off just 22 deliveries. Yes, it is, and the total to 53 without loss in the 8th over. Plenty of options. Henry Crocombe and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who can bowl seam in terms of the spin department. Jack Carson and James Coles. So there are plenty of options as far as Sussex are concerned, but there'll be and now Steve Finn bowls. It's driven down the ground by Lee. Steve Finn falls over as he delivers that ball. It's driven away through mid-off.
It's a half stop by Tom Haynes, but in making it a half stop, he's inadvertently deflected it, and Durham able to come back for a second.
So in this over, we've had 3 wides.
A 6.
A 6, that's 9. A single 10, and 2, that's a 12 off the over so far. So poor old Steve Finn having a tough return to cricket here. So far his 3 overs have gone for 31. He runs in over the wicket, bowled short, and Lee's up on his toes, plays that to backward point. It's fielded by Hudson-Prentice, picks up a comfortable single. That's the end of the over. Now, but did you see what Steve Finn does here, whether he stays on the field? Because it
looks that way.
I think he's going to stay on. He's putting on his cap and wandering down.
Physio's making his way round.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the physio is. It's normally John Morelli, but as I say, I think John may be away with the 100. So we've got a different physio, so we'll find out who that is in a few moments. I'm 56 without loss. Clark on 26. Lees is on 23. We've had 8 overs here. Durham winning the toss on a cloudy morning at Hove. But as I say, that just a shaft of sunlight. You have to enjoy that, Rob, while it comes out across the ground here at Hove.
So Brad Curry will continue. He's into Lees, and this is off Lees' hip. They're going to scamper through for a leg bye. And another poor piece of fielding by Sussex. That's the second time they've had a shy at the stumps, and it's allowed Durham to scamper through for some buzzards. Tom Haynes cutting a bit of not a dejected figure, because I think we're a bit too early in innings for that, but definitely some frustration from the Sussex captain. They need to tighten things up in the field. Their bowling has been inconsistent and allowing Durham to scamper through for extra runs. It's good awareness by Lees to turn around and look at him, but Sussex need to up their game as Curry's in, and Lees is flicking this on the leg side. Should be cut off, and is a very good tumbling one-handed stop by, I believe that's Coles out there, so he's on boundary duty to start the game, and Durham get through for another 2. Tom Haynes also bowls some medium pace, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I mean, that is another option for Sussex. So there are plenty of bowling options. Just saying, that was a very good shot by Alex Lees. And before we had this wet weather in July, that would have raced away for 4 runs, Rob. But the outfield of it looks it is immaculate. I think it's one of the best outfields in the country here at Hove. But it is going to be slower today with all the rain we've had.
Curry's in. This is again down the leg side, and Lees is able to flick this past short fine leg, and that will run away for 4. Bit too leg side, and as I mentioned earlier, left-handed players are always strong off their hips and off the legs, and Alex Lees just needs to turn that one round the corner and evades the man at short fine leg. Durham moved themselves into the 60s. 60 without loss. Clark on 26, Lees on 27.
Well, you just can't bowl there with only 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. That's a poor delivery down the leg side, and help yourself really for Lees.
Ken Curry, he can redeem himself. This one is on a slightly straighter line, but again, Lee's able to flick that just to deep backwards square leg for a single.
Emails, if you'd like to send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. John Malone has been in touch down in Bexhill-on-Sea, which is just along the coast from here, east of here. He says, hello Adrian and Rob, it's good to have cricket back at Hove. You're coming through loud and clear on the stream. Sun is out, but clouds are looming in Bexhill, says John.
It's Curry's into Clark, who's carving this one through point for 4.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just a bit too much width outside the off stump, but I mean, he's absolutely belted that through the covers as Graham Clark. What a shot that is.
Very good. He's in very good touch. He's a very fine white ball played. Led the One Day Cup last year in scoring, I believe, if Marty's match notes are correct.
They'll be correct. They'll be correct.
He was leading 21, excuse me. He scored 646 runs at an average of 80, nigh on 81 in 2021 in the One Day Cup. Player who's been a stalwart on the Durham white ball side and is having a brilliant season all round for Durham so far. Curry is into Clark again, and this one is just tucked into mid-wicket for no run. That is the end of the night. That is the end of the 9th over. Excuse me. 1 over left in the power play. Durham off to a very good start, going at nearly 7 and over, 69 without loss.
And you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC. Every ball of every game of every county right through the season, you can hear via the BBC. 50 over competition underway, and the good news here at Hove is there's a bit more blue sky above the ground. We started on time at 11 o'clock. Durham winning the toss and off to an absolute flyer here. 69 without loss, as Rob Rush was saying. Rob, on commentary today, Martin Emerson, the regular Durham commentator, unwell this week, so we wish Martin all the best. So Rob here, a very able deputy as well. So good to see Rob here. I'm Adrian Harms, as the sun comes out even brighter here at Hove. And we have got a change in bowling. Steve Finn taken out of the Sussex attack. He's had a tough return to action as Steve Finn.
He's been welcomed by the Durham opening batters, and he's not quite been able to respond. Maybe some...
Well, four overs for 33.
Maybe he's feeling some slight discomfort, and Tom Haynes just wants to give him some time to rest.
Well, in comes Henry Crocombe from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Bowls to Alex Lees, who absolutely, well, he belts that through mid off for 4 runs. It was a quality shot by Alex Lees. Wasn't that much wrong with the ball from Henry Crocombe, to be fair. It was slightly over pitch, and Lees just drilled the ball through mid off for 4 runs.
There's not an awful lot you can do about that apart from the bowler, apart from tip your cap to the batter and say fair play. That is just pure class coming through from Alex Lees. As you said, maybe slightly over pitch, maybe a little bit of over eagerness first ball in the game, but honestly there really was not a lot wrong with that. It's just a player in Alex Lees' form, and he's been allowed to get in, which is dangerous in white ball. He's been allowed to get in.
Crocombe in again bowls. Lees covers up plays to Haynes at mid-off. Durham 73 without loss in the 10th over, having won the toss. Alex Lees 36 off 32 deliveries. Graham Clark 30 off 24 deliveries. John, in his email I was reading out a little earlier from Bexhill, says hopefully this is a competition Sussex may go to the finals in. Keep up the good work. Well, they got to the semi-finals last year, but Durham off to a good start here. Crocombe in his pink top in and bowls to Lees, who drives again to mid-off. This time Haynes is for a quickly round from mid-off to field, but Lees goes through for a single. He goes to 37 and Durham to 74 without loss. Ian Shin has been in touch on Sussex cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, hi guys, I'm watching the live stream on YouTube and enjoying the commentary. Good to see Steve Finn and Pujara back. Do you know if Pujara will be staying for the county championship in September? Come back to that in a moment. In comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls. Clark defends into the offside. A rare dot ball fielded there by Jack Carson. And there is no run. He goes on to sound slightly concerned about Durham's start, hoping that Sussex can go on to take lots of wickets, bat well and get their first points, says Ian. Ian, thanks for getting in touch. Yes, the news on Cheteshwar Pujara, my understanding is that he's here for the whole of the one-day competition and the first 3 county championship matches in September. Crocombe in, bowls to Clark, who defends. Good line from Henry Crocombe around about middle and off, and Clark defends into the offside. There is no run.
That's a big boost for Sussex if Pujara is able to be around for pretty much the majority of the rest of the season.
Yes. This is the 10th over of the innings, so after this Sussex will be able to have more than 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. They are the fielding restriction in this format of the game. Those 2 fielders currently at third man and deep backwards square. Just the one slip in place. Crocombe in, bowls. Clark again defends. Well, I'm not sure there should have been a single there.
There really shouldn't have been.
No, he dabbed the ball into the offside and picked up a single, did Graham Clark. And I think Henry Crocombe was quite within his rights to look rather quizzically at his fielders in the covers, who should have been saving a single and didn't do so.
Very quick drop and run, which the batters had some hesitancy going for, but end of the first power play, Durham are 75 without loss. Clark on 31 and Alex Lees on 37, and we're going to see a double change in the bowling. Finn Hudson-Prentice is now into the attack for the Sharks.
Yes, indeed. He's had a good season for Hudson-Prentice, particularly with the bat, where he's made 5 half centuries, coming in at number 7. A very handy all-rounder. By his own admission, Finn hasn't had quite the same effect with the ball, but he's this is the sort of pitch I think that might suit Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just a little bit of nibble for the right arm seamer, and Rob Brush is going to see you through this over.
See if he can hit a nice line and length. First up, he's in over the wicket to Clark, and he's immediately brought out the forward defence shot for no run. Brad Curry's bowled 5 overs. Stephen Finn's bowled 4, and then just had the 1 over from Henry Crocombe, and now Finn Hudson-Prentice is into his first over.
Been expensive, haven't they? When you think Brad Curry 5 overs for 36, Steve Finn 4 overs for 33. Henry Crocombe a very good opening over, just conceding the 6 runs in his opening over.
So Hudson-Prentice is in again to Clark, who's playing and missing in that one outside the off stump. Immediately the change in bowling seems to have, well, it's a bit early, but.
And also they've got the protection now.
They've now been able to
4 fielders outside the circle.
So we've got a deep forward square leg. We've got a fine leg, third man, and a deep. I want to say that's almost a cover point out there. I think James Coles is out there on duty as Hudson-Prentice is in. Slightly fuller and Clark.
Shot.
Wow, that is a shot of the highest order from Graham Clark.
Shot of the morning.
Slightly over pitch, but Clark has absolutely dispatched that with aplomb through extra cover, and he moves himself on to 35 from 30 deliveries.
I think, Rob, if you were to have a textbook about how to play an off drive, that would absolutely be it. I mean, his foot was right to the pitch of the ball, head still, and he just timed it beautifully. A lovely shot.
It's a player who's got a lot of confidence in his game, as Hudson-Prentice is in again. And oh my God, Graham Clark, you are on a good one. That is almost reached us in the media centre for 6. I think that's his second 6 of the innings. Maybe slightly overpitched again from Hudson-Prentice, but Clark is just stand and deliver. There's none of this charging down the wicket. He just stood there, rocked on the back foot, and lofted it well over mid-on head for 6. It's Brad Curry down here doing the fielding, and Tom Haynes has got to find some answers pretty quickly, because otherwise Durham could be on for a very big score here today.
Well, it was a super shot, wasn't it? You say, first of all, we see the off drive, then we see the on drive, and it was a low risk shot as well. Mid-on is up, and he just belted it down the ground for 6.
Hudson-Prentice looking to respond, and this is on a better length, and Clark is only able to dab it to Pujara in the mid-wicket region. Clark's already into the 40s and Leeds isn't that far behind on 37.
Well, 41 off 32 balls, Rob, and this is a tremendous start by Durham, having won the toss. And Alex Lees had no hesitation. We did speculate with maybe a shower or two around the day that Durham might want to bat second, but
yes, as you say, Duckworth Lewis coming into the equation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hudson Prentice looking for a good finish to his first over, and he finds it. Graham Clark only able to defend that, but two exquisite shots from the Durham opener in that over. 85 without loss after just 11 overs. Sussex need to find an answer.
They do, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, and 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Rob Rush, your commentary team here at home. Don't forget cricket all the way here on the BBC, right through the season, every ball of every game of every county. In the 50 over cup today down at Cheltenham College, the lovely Cheltenham College, Gloucestershire batting first against Northamptonshire are 52 for 2 in the 11th over, and Glamorgan similarly 52 for 2. That's odd. Down at New Road against Worcestershire, there is a game that starts at 2 o'clock down at Taunton, where Somerset play Warwickshire, and in the 100 just along the coast at Southampton, the Southern Brave in action. Later on today, as in comes Henry Crocombe. The sun is with us. Crocombe in bowls to Lees, and Lees is forward to a ball of good length, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So the Southern Brave women play the Welsh Fire women. That game starts at 3 o'clock. Then at 6:30, the Southern Brave men face the Welsh Firemen. Full coverage, of course, of the 100 right across the BBC as well over the next month, as indeed full coverage of this 50 over competition. Henry Crocombe bowling with one slip, I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment, is in over the wicket bowls, and Leeds is struck on the pad, looking to turn that on the leg side. Some welcome respite here for Sussex, a couple of dot balls from Henry Crocombe. So the rest of the field, there's a slip, a third man, a point, a sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. Cheteshwar Pujara just down here in front of us, down at fine leg, as Crocombe runs towards us over the wicket bowl. Short pulled away by Lees. He's going to get that's a brilliant piece of fielding actually by Jack Carson out on the deep mid wicket boundary. That was very good indeed, and gets a very well deserved round of applause. It was pulled away by Alex Lees. It was a short delivery. Saved
Sussex 3 runs there.
Certainly did. He was very quickly round Carson down at deep mid wicket, just in front of the clock tower scoreboard where the flag of Sussex is fluttering away. Generally speaking, on the other flagpole, Rob, you have the flag of the other county. So I don't know whether Durham have forgotten to bring their flag or whatever, but just the Sussex flag billowing away as in comes Crocombe, bowls, and Clark defends into the offside pick. There should never have been a single there. That's poor fielding by Sussex, and I think Henry Crocombe is quite within his rights to look very cross. What's irritating there, and what will be irritating Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, is you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. Clark has just dropped that into the offside.
It's a drop and run.
It's a drop and run. Not only have Durham taken a single, but they've rotated the strike as well. And Crocombe put his hands on his hips, and I think he's every right to look disappointed. There should never have been a single there.
I think the term is coach killer.
87 without loss. Crocombe in bowls to Leeds, who flicks us onto the leg side. They'll look for 2 here. Carson's got a little way to come in from deep mid wicket. He gets the throw in. Clark is in a hurry here, but that's a good bit of running from Alex Lees, who was running to the danger end. He picks up another couple of runs. And Durham go to 89 without loss. Clark on 42, Lees on 40.
They've been able to establish a start. They've been able to put their stamp on proceedings, and they've put the pressure back on Sussex. You know, we always talk about the bowling side kind of being able to strike early with wickets first, but there's not enough I don't think that's said for the batting side being able to put pressure on. And those early, I mean, the power play was amazing. The first power play was amazing from a Durham point of view, but the amount of quick singles they were able to do, the drop and runs, the ones turning into 2s off lazy backing up at the danger end, has just allowed Durham to establish the momentum to get those singles.
Crocombe in bowls to Lees. Lees plays it back down the track, fielded by Crocombe off his own bowling. I think that's a good over by Henry Crocombe. He's conceded
only
4 runs, and interesting there as well. End of the over, 89 without loss. Clark 42, Lees on 40. Steve Finn also getting involved in the field placing. A couple of emails have come in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Dave Smith has been in touch from Newcastle City Cricket Club in Australia.
Oh,
He said,
wow.
I just wanted to say how excited we are about how our lad Ollie Carter has been performing for Sussex during his spell in England on loan from us during the off-season, he says with a crying emoji, because Ollie Carter was out in Australia during the winter and picked up all sorts of awards at the end of the season. He goes on to say, on a serious note, we were so lucky that Ollie is returning to play for us again. Break off.
Hudson Prentice starts his second over, and Graham Clark is just defending that into the offside, and Tom Alsop does the fielding for no run.
On a serious note, we are so lucky that Ollie is returning to play for us again, even more so because he is stepping up to our first grade captain this season. Last season, he demonstrated great skill with the bat and the gloves, and he led our under-21 side to a glorious victory. More importantly, he demonstrated how to prepare as a serious cricketer. We are very much looking forward to Ollie leading our club once again. Kind regards, Dave.
Oh, that's a brilliant story, that. Hudson Prentice is in again, short, and Graham Clark has lofted that one. I think he's got what he has indeed. It's hit the top of the scoreboard for 6.
Well, it hit the top of the scoreboard
and
for
the
6.
fielder's caught it.
Hit the clock tower scoreboard. I've never seen that happen before. It's the clock tower scoreboard here, Owen. It's a wonderful structure. It hit the building and bounced back, and Henry Crocombe caught the ball. But it's 6. What a shot.
I was wondering for a little bit, it was a little bit to that shot he played earlier when he was batting at our end. Maybe it would have held up, but he got all of it, and he moves himself up to 48 of just 36 deliveries. Tom Haynes is looking rather quizzical in thought at mid-on, as Clark is now driving, but straight to Tom Alsop, who's in at extra cover. So that's skipper Tom Haynes at mid-off, and Brad Curry has been sent to long-on duties, I think, after that shot Graham Clark played on the last Hudson Prentice over.
Another email's come in from Ferry Hill Mags, who's Mark, he says in brackets, hello fellas, enjoying the comms and live stream on YouTube. Durham off to a flyer, he says. Great to see Lees and Clark look set. Well, it's a terrific opening partnership, Rob.
It is indeed, as Hudson Prentice is in again, and Clark is flicking him through the leg side. He will probably want, it's a misfield, but that takes Graham Clark to a lightning fast 50 off just 38 deliveries. He's on 52. Power hitting, drop and run singles, rotating the strike. He's shown it all very early on, and this is ominous signs for Sussex. If you were going to press me for one player you did not want to allow to get in, it would be Graham Clark, and he's made himself known very early on. 52 off just 38 deliveries. Henry Crocombe unable to stop the boundary on the deep square leg side, as Clark is defending his next ball for no run.
I want to hear, Rob, whether Tom Haynes may be forced to turn to his spinners here.
I did wonder that. We do normally see it as soon as the power play is over. I'm thinking more of the international game, sort of in limited overs cricket. We do generally see the spinners brought on as soon as, we've seen it in some cases, England, Joss Buttler and Owen Morgan do it with Adil Rashid. As soon as that opening power play is over, they get their spinners into the game, and I think Tom Haynes is going to have to, because pace is not working. So Hudson Prentice is in, and Graham Clark is driving imperiously. Fortunately for Hudson Prentice, he's got some cover with Brad Curry at long on, otherwise that was going to be how to play the textbook on drive. End of the over, that brings up the Durham 100 opening partnership of just 13 overs. It's been a very good start for them here this morning, and very good. 13 overs, 100 out lost. Graham Clark bringing up his 15 out last over. He's on 53. Leeds is on 40. And this is a stark change in fortunes from the bat that they had at Chester Street on Tuesday.
Well, we speculated whether Tom Haynes was going to have to change things around, and indeed he is, because we're going to see Jack Carson coming into the Sussex attack. I'm a little surprised they've taken Henry Crocombe out of the attack, because he's bowled two very good overs.
I wouldn't have taken him out. I would have been more looking for a change at our end. Unless
they're going to take Hudson Prentice out the attack and bowl Crocombe up the hill. But I thought he got himself into a nice rhythm at Henry Crocombe, so I'm a little surprised. The wicket is pretty much in the middle of the track. You've got a left-hander and a right-hander in, so there's no real advantage, I wouldn't have thought, to Jack bowling, down the hill or up the hill. So I'm a little surprised when you've got a bowler who's settled into a nice rhythm, such as Henry Crocombe has. His 2 overs have gone for 10. Finn Hudson Prentice's 2 overs have gone for 21. Steve Finn's gone for 33 in his 4. And Brad Curry for 36 in his 5. So
the immediate thing I look for when a spinner comes on, does he have protection at deep mid wicket? He does not at the minute. He does have a long on in place, and he does have a man back on the He's not got traditional cow corner. There is a man back on the leg side, but I do think Graham Clark could be eyeing up that cow corner very early on here.
100 without loss. In comes Jack Carson running in over the wicket bowls, and Clark drives down the ground and picks up. There's going to be a run out here. If he hits the stumps, he's long gone. Oh well, that was a total misunderstanding. It was that was so innocuous.
They weren't expecting. I believe is that
Tom Clark. Tom Clark at mid-on.
They weren't expecting him or Carlton to get to the ball, so I think they could just trudge through for a single, and then Carter did brilliantly to. Clark did brilliantly, to cut it off, and then they were in all sorts of trouble.
The sun is back with us. In comes Carson bowls, and Clark hammers that down the ground. This time he does make sure he beats Tom Clark, who's, I say, the best fielder in the Sussex side. Rob's going to disappear to do his update to the listeners on BBC Newcastle. And Graham Clark was momentarily marooned in the middle of the track. 101 without loss. We are in the 14th over here at Hove. Dr. Dan's been in touch with a nice sketch that he sent through of Alex Lee's batting and Brad Curry bowling. Thank you for that. Send it through on Twitter. So, thank you very much for sending that through. A change in the field. There's a slip, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, short fine leg, mid-wicket, a long on, a deep square leg and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Carson around the wicket to Lees, who's forward and plays that down the ground and picks up a comfortable single. Tom Haynes comes running in from long on to field. One more to Lees, who goes to 41, 102 without loss. Durham winning the toss this morning, for those of you who are just joining us. Batting first, in comes Carson bowls, and Clark back on his stumps and steers that down to long on, where Steve Finn comes into field. One more to the total, so the introduction of the spinner has at least halted the flurry of boundaries that they've been so far today. We've seen 9 4s and 3 6s so far. Carson bowls and Lees hammers that away onto the leg side, and that is going to be 4 runs. I rather spoke too soon from a Sussex perspective. Alex Lees just helps the ball over mid-wicket, and the ball races away for 4 runs, despite the fact it's a slowish outfield with all the rain. Lees goes to 45, and Durham to 107 for 4 in the 14th over. Carson again, Lees steps away to the leg side and just works that one away through the offside. Picks up a comfortable single, footed by James Coles in front of the Spen Karma Pavilion. So the end of the over, 8 runs coming off the Jack Carson over. Sussex desperate to stem the flow of runs here. Durham 108 without loss. Clark on 55, Lees on 46. A very good morning, or very good afternoon almost, wherever you're listening from. Maybe around the ground on the headsets, or listening via the BBC stream, or watching the excellent Sussex live stream. And as we speculated, Henry Crocombe is going to come in to bowl up the hill. He bowled 2 good overs, Henry Crocombe, by far the most accurate of the Sussex bowlers this morning. Just 2 overs for 10, bowling from the Cromwell Road end. The other seamers have rather gone around the park. Brad Curry 5 overs for 36, Steve Finn 4 overs for 33, Finn Hudson-Prentice 2 overs for 21, and Henry Crocombe just those 2 overs for 10. He's going to come in from the C end of the ground. For those of you who don't know the ground, it means he's running up the slope, coming in to bowl to the left-handed Alex Lees, who's on 46, and Lees clips this one nicely to Haynes, who misfields at mid-on. It's going to race away towards the boundary. Is Haynes going to stop it? Yes, he does, but not before Lees comes back for 3 runs. And Tom Haynes, the skipper, is annoyed with himself. He got across to the ball, couldn't manage to stop it, and I have to say the Sussex fielding has been a little to be desired in the opening 14 overs of the match. Henry Crocombe looks annoyed. He snatches the ball as it's thrown to him by Finn Hudson-Prentice. 111 without loss. Crocombe in again, bowls, pulled away by Clark. Pujara fields it. There could be a run out here. Pujara throws towards the bowler's end, but Clark picks up a single. Just a bit of hesitation between these two, and it's not the first time this morning that we've seen A bit of indecision between the pair. Clark nonetheless goes to 56 off just 44 balls. Durham 112 without loss. A cloudy morning here at home, just the odd splash of blue sky around. Quite a brisk wind blowing. You can see the Sussex flag billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard. There's Crocombe, number 5, on the back of his pink shirt, runs away from us. In and bowls to Alex Lees, and Lees clips this one down to fine leg and picks up a comfortable single, does Alex Lees. And that's a half century for the Durham opener, and he gets a very well-deserved round of applause. 50 off 43 balls in 63 minutes, including 5 fours from Alex Lees. And Lees continuing his very fine county championship form, the Durham skipper. And this is some platform for Durham. As Crocombe is in again, bowls, and Clark drives beautifully into the offside with a straight back, but only as far as Tom Alsop, who fields in the covers, and there is no run. Glimmer of sunshine makes its way over the Spen Karma Pavilion, which I have to say has got a really good crowd, and there is a good crowd here today. Plenty of people sitting in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground and in the southwest corner as well. As Crocombe is in bowl, short, and the ball rather balloons over the shoulder of Graham Clark, and it's signalled a no ball by umpire Nichols. And the score advances by 2, 115 without loss. Durham having won the toss and deciding to bat first here this morning. Henry Crocombe in his 3rd over. In again, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays that to Pujara, who fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. I have to say, it does look a very strong Durham side. David Bedingham next back in, Michael Jones, Ben McKinney, Leandro Vasquez coming in at 7, Paul Coughlin at 8. But Durham have been robbed of a lot of their bowling attack by the 100. No Matthew Potts, Bryden Cass, Ben Rain. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Clark again plays firmly to mid-off, fielded by Haynes, but he can't prevent the single. And Clark goes through for a comfortable run. He goes to 57, and at the end of the 15th over, Durham are going along very nicely. They're 116 without loss. Graham Clark on 57 off 47 balls. Alex Lees 50 off 43. 15 overs gone. The current Durham run rate is 7.7 an over, so an excellent start. Rob is back with us, having updated the listeners up in the northeast of England, and he's going to be commentating on Jack Carson, who's going to bowl his 2nd over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
It was that bowling change. We anticipated Henry Crocombe coming up the hill, and it will be Carson to continue. He's bowling to Graham Clark, who's just managing to beat Tom Clark on the leg side for a single. Alex Lees has made 400s in white ball cricket, I believe, for Durham, so he might be on his way to a 5th. And Graham Clark has a high score of 141, and I dare say he looks in the sort of mood that he could be trying to head that down again today. Very, very good start. I don't think you could have asked for a better start if you're a Durham fan, or if you're Ryan Campbell. I think this is pretty much inch perfect, as Lees brings out the reverse sweep and it beats Hudson Prentice. Will it go to the boundary? I believe that has gone for 4.
No, I think Coles might have cut it off. Whether his foot touched the rope or not,
it's not being signalled a 4.
No, he wouldn't have known, James Coles. In fairness, I think actually there was good applause from people in the southwest corner, which he's done a
very good job. He's done a very good job to keep that. But Durham now move themselves to 120 without loss. Yeah, he seems to be right on the edge of that boundary rope, as we often see. as Carson is in, and Clark is using his feet, driving down the ground, and that will be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and 4. Tom Haynes has a conundrum on his hands. Pace isn't working, spin isn't working, and Graham Clark and Alex Lees are looking to set Durham on their way to a monster score here at Hove. Clark moves themselves into the 60s and Lees is on 53. Clark just faced just 50 deliveries and Lees has faced only 44.
Well, sorry.
Clark is now sweep. Oh! Just as we say that, Clark attempts a slog sweep that just evades Tom Clark at short mid wicket, and they'll scamper through for another pair. 126 without loss.
Well, he is the best fielder in the Sussex side, Tom Clark. And I thought for a moment it was the first full shot that he's played.
It would have been a one-handed screamer away to his right-hand side, but Clark survives. So Carson's in again, and Clark is punching him through the covers. It's Brad Curry on the boundary rope, and because he's had to run a long way to his right-hand side, they will be able to come back for 2. This is very clever batting from this opening pair. The quick ones that they've been able to turn into 2s off sloppy, backing up at the danger end, and there's just been a masterclass in power hitting really. Wherever Tom Haynes sets his fielders, it's not where the ball's going. They seem to access new parts of the ground. Carson is in, and Clark a very fine dab down towards third man. 2 fielders converging. Will they get the first stop? That is very, very impressive fielding work from Tom Alsop and Henry Crocombe. Alsop sliding in to flick it back as he went over the boundary rope, and Henry Crocombe staying just inside to stop the boundary. But at the end of the over, it's another very good one for Durham. They've moved themselves to 130 without loss. Graham Clark 68 and Alex Lees 53 not out.
Well, that was a brilliant piece of fielding by Tom Alsop. Just the sort of thing to inspire a side. And Sussex do need some inspiration, we have to say.
It has seemed a bit lacklustre.
Well, it's been a wonderful display of batting by these two, and clever batting from Clark, wasn't it? I mean, he'd hit the 4 down the ground. I thought the shot through mid-wicket was a slightly rash shot, which he didn't need to play, but then he reset himself, and for that lovely little late cut down to third man, Rob, was wonderful cricket. 68 off 53. Henry Crocombe is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. And he's coming running in to bowl to the left-handed Alex Lees. 16 overs gone, he bowls. Lees turns it on the leg side. They've picked up 1. I think they won't take a second as James Coles is in very quickly. Good pick up by Coles and gets in the throw. That was much better from Sussex. Just a single.
Some England news. Alex Hales has announced his retirement from international cricket with immediate effect.
Right, okay. Would he have figured much, really?
He would have been very much a contention for the One Day Cup World Cup, with Jason Roy not being in the best of form over the last few years, but it might be a sign they're moving to some of the younger talent.
Crocombe in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Now, Graham Clark was looking to be expansive and driving that away through the offside. He was beaten. A good delivery by Henry Crocombe, taken by Carter. A rare dot ball, it has to be said, because Durham are rattling along here, you know, Robert, 8 and over.
It's very, very healthy run rate. And this is, if you were to ask Ryan Campbell what a one-day game would look like, ideally, from a batting point, I think he would just show you the highlights of this innings so far, but they've got to carry on this way.
Crocombe in bowls, turned by Clark to mid-wicket, fielded by Pujara. There is no run. I'm loath to say this because the next ball will probably go for 6. But Henry Crocombe has bowled a better line than the other Sussex bowlers. His 3 overs have cost 18 before this. But certainly, he's really struggling for control here, is Tom Haynes. Crocombe again, up the hill bowls, and Clark hammers that one away. Well, just as I say that, he bowls a short...
It wasn't 6.
Well, he bowled a poor, he's bowled a good line, and that's a poor delivery. It's wide outside the off stump.
There's too many freebies.
Well, that's exactly the word. It was wide outside the off stump, and Clark really able to swing his arms and just belt the ball through backward point for 4. He goes to 72, and Durham to 135 without loss.
Yeah, Graham Clark's got 400s in List A cricket. I dare say he's eyeing up a 5th.
Crocombe again, waits, comes in and bowls to Clark, who defends. That's a much better delivery played down the track, and there is no run. In fairness to Tom Haynes here, it's very difficult when you're setting a field in any form of cricket if your bowlers aren't bowling to the field that's set. And,
okay, there's only so much the captain can do.
well, there is, and you've got 5 men inside the 30-yard circle, which you have to have at this stage of proceedings. 4 men out, so you've got a deep cover, a third man, a fine leg, and a deep backward square. As in comes Crocombe bowl, short pulled away. Now that could be out. He's going to be caught, Graham Clark, and he is caught. But it was short from Henry Crocombe. I'm afraid Graham Clark's rather given his wicket away there. He's pulled the ball straight away down the throat of Tom Clark, I think that is, down there at deep backward square, who picked up the catch. And the wicket has gone down. I think it was Brad Curry, actually, who took the catch. Nonetheless, Clark goes, and it was a short delivery. He's pulled away, he can't go, but he's made 72 off of 58 deliveries. So it was a terrific innings, including 3 sixes and 7 fours. But you know what? I think a bit annoyed with himself, will Graham Clark.
I think he will be as well. It's a very, very good innings. Sussex will be very glad to see the back of him. He had the potential to go astronomically big. He backs up his 79 he got on Tuesday at Chester Street with a 72 here. So he's off to another good start with the bat in the One Day Cup. I think it's David Bellingham who's walking out at number 3. Him and Michael Jones are quite interchangeable at 3 and 4, and it is indeed David Bellingham at number 3 for Durham. Wasn't quite sure if he was going to play much of this One Day Cup, but he's playing. I think the Ollie Robinson being called up to the Northern Superchargers for 100 has kind of forced Ryan Campbell's hand to play him, so he comes out at number 3. Bats number 4 for the Red Bull side. Another solid season as David Bellingham seems to just puts together every year in county cricket. Scored a 31, I believe, on Tuesday in the opening round, when Durham's opening round, because this is Sussex's opening round here.
We've got another change of bowling here. That was the last ball of Henry Crocombe's over, and Jack Carson out of the attack, having bowled 2 overs for 22. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's bowled 2 overs for 21, is coming in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, Rob.
Yes, indeed. Bellingham did make 31 off 28 on Tuesday. It'll be Finn Hudson-Prentice coming around the wicket, it looks like, to the left-handed Alex Lees. A much needed breakthrough for Sussex just to break up an end. You know, Graham Clark was definitely the aggressor in the partnership, and now they've got a new end to go out. But Durham have still maintained the right-left combo. So that might be what has influenced as Hudson-Prentice is in. It's full when Lees is driving him through extra cover, and it's a very good diving stop, I believe, by Stephen Finn.
It was indeed. Yes, it was indeed.
If he hadn't have made that diving stop, that probably would have raced away for another boundary. So immediately David Bellingham is on strike. I think he's taking an off-stump guard there as he just marks out with his back to us in the media centre.
Just interesting with that dismissal of Graham Clark. I mean, he played beautifully, didn't he? You know, when you've made 72 at the top of the order, you can't complain. But I just felt, I think he knew when he was out that he'd left some runs out there, Rob, and that they really had Sussex by the throat. Absolutely by the throat.
I would definitely concur with you as David Bellingham gets ready to face Hudson-Prentice, who's driving imperiously straight back past him. It won't go all the way. Tom Haynes is going to cut it off, and they'll run back for 2, but I think that's a mini statement of intent from David Bellingham, as we're not going to let up here. Another experienced campaigner. Think about this on the side, there's a nice balance of experience and youth. You know, Clark, Lees, Bellingham, Jones. Jones isn't as experienced as the others in white ball, but he's been around the side for a fair bit. Then you've got the young guys in the middle order, McKinney and Bushnell, and then some more experience. So a nice balance for Ryan Campbell to have, as Bellingham is now using the leg side this time. They should come back for 2. James Cole has got a long way to run around from deep backwards, going to will be okay. A little bit of Dan Lawrence in that shot. Dan Lawrence loves a flamingo shot. And David Bellingham lifting the back leg there, moves himself to 4 off just 2 deliveries. 140 for 1 midway through the 18th over. Durham looking to capitalise on their good start.
I mentioned it's not the John Morelli is normally the Sussex physio. It's Rachel Doyle. So thank you guys, Martin, for letting me know. Rachel Doyle is the Sussex physio, who's still down at a fine leg.
Hudson-Prentice is in, and Bellingham with a glorious cover drive, but Cheteshwar Pujara is back on the fence, so it will only be a single.
Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. She's down at long off, but the reason that she's down there is because Steve Finn was getting some attention to his hand that he seemed to injure earlier on, and just interesting that she stayed down at that end of the ground. So we'll just have to see whether Steve Finn is going to need some more treatment on that hand injury. As you say, Bedingham has come in and he's straight away looking to stroke the ball around.
Hudson Prentice now comes around the wicket to Lees, who's playing this down to third man. I believe Carson was interested in for a hot second he was interested in a potential catch, but flashed way past him, and it was Brad Curry doing the honours down at third man for Alex Lees. They've brought a slip in. Tom Alsops has gone into slip, and Hudson Prentice needs to hang this outside off stump, because if he strays anywhere on the pads, this probably is going to get clipped for 4 by David Bedingham. Very bare, and Bedingham instead drives Hudson Prentice straight back past him, and this one will run away for 4. Stand and hold the pose. Bedingham not wanting to hang around. Durham 146 for 1 at the end of 18. Bedingham 9 off 4. Alex Lees 56 off 47.
11 off the over. So they change things around, and despite Sussex picking up that wicket, Tom Baines is still just struggling to get some control here. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 88 for 3 against Northamptonshire, that game at Cheltenham College. And Glamorgan now struggling down at New Road, Worcester. Glamorgan 95 for 4 in the 18th over against Worcestershire. A couple of wickets there for Dylan Pennington. Here comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls 2.
That's going to be a no ball.
That'll be a no ball.
Or is it 1 for the over? He's got away with one there.
No, it's
just 1 for the over.
Well, I'm quite surprised at that, because there was one previously which was signalled as a no ball. I do think when the umpires make these signals, Rob, I'll come back to it in a minute, because it's a bit of a bugbear of mine. 146 for 1. Crocombe is in bowls, and Lees with a play, and he's annoyed with himself. Alex Lees. What Alex Lees won't want to do here is you don't want to lose both openers who are going so well, and that was wide outside the off stump, and he's been in such good form, Alex Lees, but he knew he was annoyed with himself that he'd been tempted into trying to crack that one away through backward point. It whistled past the outside edge and into the gloves of Carter, and there is no run. Crocombe again on his way, bowls, and Lees pulls that onto the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second one here. No, there isn't, because Coles is a good fielder. It gets in the throw to Carter. 1 more to the total, 147 for 1. Now, I'm a great believer, Rob, in terms of communication, or sometimes the lack of communication in cricket, and so it's all very well for the umpire to make a signal like that. I would think that there's a good proportion of the crowd who may have just come in today to watch a game of cricket who've got absolutely no idea what that signal means, and indeed, sometimes here in the commentary box we're thinking, well, what on earth does that mean? It's all very well having this little club of people who know what these signs mean. Well, tell the public. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and stroked by Bedingham to backward point. Fielded there by Clark, and there is no run.
I do agree with you. There does need to be. I mean, we have it in rugby union. I think they're now trialling it in the Southern Hemisphere. That now the TMO, which is rugby's version of the third umpire, his decisions and his communication with the referee are able to be heard around the ground.
Well, it would just just put something on the scoreboard, or
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls and drilled. That's unfortunate from a Durham perspective. It was drilled down the ground by David Bedingham, and it smashed into the middle stump.
I tell you one thing. Alex Lees is thanking his lucky stars. Henry Crocombe did not touch that, because he was gone. He was outside of his ground. But that is, I think, as straight a drive as you can get.
Well, absolutely. Gun barrel straight. It knocked the middle stump out of the ground, and as Rob was saying, it's a good job that Alex Lees was in his ground, because had Crocombe got a little fingernail to that, he would have been run out. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Bedingham sit on the pad, again a bit of indecision. The ball goes out on the offside. Onside, there is no run. And that's a really good over by Henry Crocombe, who's been the pick of the Sussex bowlers here today. Just the 1 run off of the over, so some welcome relief as far as Sussex are concerned. 147 for 1 are Durham. Bedingham is on 9. Lees is on 57. We have had 19 of the 50 overs, and Durham are still fair rattling along at 7.7 runs and over.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, someone picked up on my commentator's curse for Graham Clark.
Yes.
Scott Parkinson, Rob Rush, learning all about the commentator's curse. They never mention a possible milestone. He will get out soon after. Lesson learned.
Now, this is interesting. James Coles is going to come on to bowl his left arm spin. So we've had one spinner in Jack Carson. He's at the batsman, so it'll be quite interesting to see how he goes here.
I think the change to spinner, if it hasn't brought a wicket from the spinner, it's definitely forced Durham to do something different. Obviously, you have to with the change in pace, the change in tempo, and I think definitely that wicket has just forced Durham to just a little. We often see it in white ball cricket as Coles is now in to bowl his first ball to Lees, who immediately brings out the reverse sweep. I think he's got a fine tickle on that, and I think it's going to run away for 4. Let's see what the umpire signals. He signals run, so Lees moves himself into the 60s now. Very fine tickle on that, but we do often see it in limited overs cricket that when there's a wicket being taken, that there is a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a slowing of the rate, which I don't think slow is in Ryan Campbell's vocabulary. So he'll be looking for Lees and Bedingham to carry on the good work that Clark and Lees started with, as Coles is in again, and Lees is attempting to absolutely send that ball to Narnia, and he's just got the nicest little underedge, and he's going to run through for a single.
Interesting there, really, from Alex Lees, because he wouldn't have seen an awful lot of James Cole's bowling. I know these players do their research into different bowlers, but he hasn't had a look at all, has he? He's just made up his mind. He's going to go after James Cole's, and 2 shots. The first one's slightly risky. That was a very risky shot, wasn't it? I mean, he decided to hoik him over cow corner.
Indeed, as James Coles now switches his angle to come around the wicket to David Bedingham, right arm batter, left arm bowler. Coles is in, and Bedingham it's just tickling this into the leg side for a single. I think the thing with Lees, a bit similar to Scott Borthwick, I'd say, is that they are better when they play this positive way, when they are on the front foot, not literally as in front foot shot or back foot shot, but when they're on the front foot, when they're taking the fight back to the bowler, they do seem to be better players for it. So I imagine, Ryan Campbell was all about freedom and go and do stuff your own way, as Lees plays and misses that one outside the off stump as I say that. But I remember speaking to Campbell just earlier in the season, just before the Durham had their bye week, and one thing that stuck with me, which I'll say after this ball, is Coles takes a quick look at his deep mid-wicket fielder as he's bowling this one, and Lees is attempting to drive him through the covers and fortunate not to make any contact. One thing Ryan Campbell said is, I tell the players, if you're going to make a mistake, make it a good one, make it a big one. So I think that's what has given a lot of these players the freedom, as Lees is off his back foot now, just punching this down to long on, and that will be the end of another decent over for Sussex. I mean, there's still 7 from it, but 3 singles and a 1 boundary. Durham 154 for 1 off 20. I was approached the halfway stage here. But I think that freedom that Ryan Campbell's allowed the players to play with is something that's contributed. We mentioned at the top of the show, Ollie Robinson has come in and been an absolute steal for them. He's definitely a Div 1 talent-worthy keeper. So his opportunities limited at Kent, so has made the move up to the North East, and he's been vindicated by that. He's been on an absolute tear. Graham Clark coming back into the county championship side, and even looking at some players who aren't playing today due to 100 duty. Ben Rain is the other bowler I missed out. He was a late replacement at Manchester Originals, so he got called up very late on. He would have been here today. Rain and Potts have kind of stormed away with the wicket tallies at the top of Division 2, so definitely all the Durham players are benefiting from that freedom of which they're giving them, and historically they haven't been great in white ball cricket. I'm sure Marty has told you many times over the years that white ball cricket has become Durham's nemesis.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. We're going to get spin here from both ends. This is Jack Carson from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Alex Lees, who looks to pull that one away with mid-wicket, doesn't time it, the ball just drops in front of him, and there is no run. If you're on the ground today and you're listening on the headset, the excellent Sussex Museum is open today throughout the day, and at lunchtime As in comes Carson again, bowls, and Lee's balls this away on the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs.
It's time that one.
It was backward of square. It's pulled away on the leg side by Alex Lees, and he picks up 4 runs. He goes to 67, total of 158 for 1. If you want to know where the museum is, if you're looking at the Spenkarma Pavilion, it's just on the end of the pavilion, and you'll see some trestle tables set out as well, and that's where there's a book sale that's on as well. So plenty of books to go and browse. The museum open as well. There's all sorts of interesting exhibits in there, really worth a look around. And there's a podcast as well that you can find under Sussex Museum. So just break off. In comes Carson again round the wicket bowls. Lees takes a couple of steps down the wicket and hammers that away straight down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs. They've decided they're going to get after Jack Carson here.
I think it's spin in general. It's spin in general. They're not going to allow them to set.
He just drilled the ball over mid-on for 4 runs. He goes to 71, 162 for 1. So an excellent podcast, the most recent one of which was a chat with John Barclay and Chris Adams discussing Sussex Championship winning season in 2003. So you can find those on Sussex Museum on your podcast provider, whoever that might be. And the museum is open today for a look around, and the bookstall is there as well. So lots to do at lunchtime and during the day. Go and have a wander and have a look. In comes Carson round the wicket bowls, and Lees pulls that way. It's going to be 4 more. This is rather help yourself. And Jack Carson there, he was keen for Lees not to get down the track to him, and Lees just deflected the ball down to deep backward square for 4 runs. This over has gone .444, 166 for 1.
This is a masterclass in manoeuvring the field. Tom Haynes had just moved himself from mid-on to long-on after Lees had come down the track to Carson, and Lees brings out the shot that he played the first 2 balls of the over again, and now that man has just been moved slightly finer to cover that shot, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fine sweep here from Alex Lees.
Carson in again bowls, and Lees back and thumps this down the ground. Too long off fielded there by Finn Hudson Prentice, but it's a single to Alex Lees, who goes to 75, 167 for 1. Bettingham on 10.
I think it's 76 to Lees now.
76 off of 60 balls. David Bettingham takes guard. Jack Carson expensive here today for Sussex.
It just seems a very deliberate plan.
No, it does.
Especially to spin, but we saw it at the top of the gate, at the top of the bowling innings for Sussex as well. They're not going to let them settle at all.
Carson in bowls, and he's hammered as if to make the point.
Oh my God!
Devonshire just belts that one over wide. It's been on for 6, and that's gone many a mile. If you know the ground here at home, that's gone over the corporate hospitality area to the right of where we're sitting, looking up the ground from the sea end of the ground. So that over has gone for 19 off the over, and Bettingham has smashed a huge 6. He goes to 16. 9 deliveries, and Durham here, after 21 overs, are 173 for 1. What a start for Durham. They're going along here, Rob. 8.2 runs and over.
I'm still in shock from that shot. I'm going to need a couple of minutes to bring myself back into...
Well, poor old Jack Carson's gone for 41 in his 3 overs.
I fear that Tom Haynes is probably going to have to take him out of the attack.
Well, I think he's just trying to juggle his bowlers. Now, James Cole's bowled a pretty accurate one. I imagine James Cole is going to stay on.
He is indeed. He's handed in his floppy hat to the umpire.
Yeah.
But this is... They just seem... Durham... Tom Haynes doesn't know who to bowl. The bowlers don't know what line, and they don't know where to set the field because Durham are hitting it to all parts as Coles into Lees, who's trying to heave that one over the onside, but wasn't able to gain any meaningful contact.
Well, it's been an extraordinary assault by... I did wonder when Graham Clark was out whether there might be some consolidation, but Durham have had none of that.
As Lees is drilling that to Tom Haynes, who is going through some bowling warm-ups. I did mention a little while ago that he does bowl some...
medium paces.
Medium pace, and he might be forced to bring himself on here because just to see if something happens, as this is slightly short from Coles, and Lees immediately recognises it, drops off the back foot and is able to punch him down to, I think that's Stephen Finn, who's patrolling the long off boundary, which now becomes long on as David Benningham's on strike. He retakes his guard. The only thing I will say is that when we did look out on the pitch, it did look like, as we've said, it did look like a good pitch overall. So if Durham are doing this with the bat, Sussex can't get too disheartened. Maybe this is just a very high-scoring pitch as Bedingham turns a foolish delivery to the leg side and brings Lees back on strike.
I would concur with that, Rob, and I think it is. And we've had very good batting surfaces here at Hove this season. What I would say is, I don't think Sussex have helped their own cause.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly, as Cole's in and Lees is drilling him to
It is better.
Clarkers at extra cover for no run. I'm going to say 5 balls into the over, just 2 off it. Can Coles get out of this over without any further punishment? It's a slog sweep which Lees has dissected the gap for 4. End of the over, he moves himself into the 80s. Durham 179 for 1 off 22 overs.
Yes, we just got an update to give to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and well done, Rob, because you spotted that you think Tom Haynes is going to come on to bowl, and that is exactly what is going to happen. So the Sussex skipper is going to be the 7th bowler here employed by Sussex. He does bowl a nagging medium pace, does Tom Haynes. It'll be quite interesting how he
See if that weather's holding up for the cricket.
how he bowls. He's going to bowl from the C end of the ground.
What's it looking like, Adrian?
Well, so far so good here at Hove, because the rain has stayed away, and hopefully that storm is not going to interfere either. But Sussex really up against it here. It's a 50-over match, and Durham, after 22 overs, Sarah, are 179 for 1. Alex Lees, the former England opener, is on 81. David Bedingham is on 70. We saw terrific innings from Graham Clark, who made 72. So Durham off to an absolute flyer here, and Sussex desperately needing to pick up some wickets to force them way back into the game. 180 for 1 here, and we're in the 23rd over. The first ball by Beddingham's played into the onside. He goes to 80, 180 for 1.
Haynes is packing. He's got 2 of the 4 fielders he's allowed out on the leg side to Lees. I think that's Coles, who's at deep backward square, and well, he's now changing it. He's now got 3 of them back. Tom Alsop's gone back to sort of a cow corner, and I believe it's Brad Curry or Henry Kroger who's gone to a long on.
Haynes in, bowls for Lees, but he bowled to his field there, Tom Haynes, and it was clipped onto the leg side, fielded by Alsop. And it's just a single to Alex Lees, who goes to 82, 181 for 1 here on a cloudy day here at home. Just a few patches of blue sky around, but predominantly cloudy, particularly to the north of the ground. And it was breezy earlier on, but the flag is now sort of limp to the flagpole, just fluttering slightly as in comes Haynes, bowls to Bedingham, and Bedingham is forward. And that's that nagging length that Tom Haynes bowls. I would be surprised if he bowls anything short, so you'd have thought that...
He's got the fielder back out there. He's got
he's got a long on, he hasn't got a long off.
He's got a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, so he's got the protection there if he wants to bowl it.
In comes Haynes over the wicket, bowls. Bedingham drives stylishly into the offside. They pick up 1. James Coles trots around the offside boundary to field, but a bit of control here from the Sussex skipper. 3 runs off the over so far, 182 for 1. Durham going along at 8 and over.
Is he captain in all 3 formats?
No, he's not. He's just captain for the 50-over format. He was formerly the championship skipper last season, stood down, replaced by Cheteshwar Pujara. In comes Haynes, bowls down the leg side. That was a poor delivery, helped away by Lees. He's lucky to get away with that, down to deep backward square for a single. Lees goes to 83, 183 for 1. And then when Pujara was away, Tom Alsop took over the championship skipper. And then Ravi Bopara was the T20 skipper, but Bopara's contract not renewed here at Hove for next season, so there'll be a change when that comes around next summer. In comes Haynes, bowls, and that's a good delivery from Tom Haynes, and he rather cramps David Bedingham, who plays into the offside, so the skipper does a good job there, just 4 singles off of the over. 183 for 1. Bedingham is on 19, Lees is on 83. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Rob Rush here on commentary, and certainly Durham, we talk about a flyer. Well, this is pretty much about as good as it gets. They're going along here at 8 and over, 183 for 1.
I think this is going to have to be a big Tom Haynes bowling spell. I believe he's going to have to, after that first, if that first over he can carry on that, he's going to have to keep bowling himself, as it will be Coles to continue over the wicket to Alex Lees, who's pushing him down the track to Stephen Finn at long on, and it's a very leisurely half jog, half walk for the Durham batters as Lees moves himself to 84 off 68. Bedingham is 19 off 14. Deep backward square is in for, well, deep backward square is out for Bedingham. He's got a long on, long off, and a deep point. It's the 4 out as he's pushing this into the leg side, but can't beat Tom Clark, who's probably been the best fielder today for Sussex. So he stays on 19. Coles again around the wicket, and Bennett, ooh, looked to be a potential caught and bowl chance there. Coles is having to move across almost to where Alex Lees was, and Lees had to jam his bat down back in his ground to make sure that he couldn't be inadvertently run out. But I think potential half chance there for Sussex that hasn't been taken. Would have been very, very harsh. But Coles is in slightly back of a length, and Bedingham has looked to absolutely send him to Kingdom Come and is not able to get any bat on it, just slams into his pad, runs away into the offside for no run. It's been a very, very good over this from Coles so far. Wide, back of a length, and my commentator's curse is out again. Wide, back of a length, and a guy of David Bedingham's quality who's looking to play international cricket is not going to miss out on another freebie. There had been good pressure leading up to that, but you just let it go, as we talked about a little bit earlier, Adrian. It's just the freebies from Sussex, they're just too regular. They're just too regular as Coles comes in to finish his over. Again, back of a length of Bedingham pushes this out into the offside. Durham moved to 189 for 1 at the end of the 24th over. So one more over left until we are halfway through the innings. And I dare say Durham would have snapped your hand off for this score at this point in the game.
Well, I'm sure they would, having won the toss. It's been a terrific start. Graham Clark's 72 really set the tone. A few more emails have come in, so thank you for those. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Graham Lawrence is listening around the ground. He says, thanks for the commentary. We're listening in the ground, which makes it so much more enjoyable. As he said, Graham says, as I write, that 6 went over our heads. So that was a big 6. It was, I think, by David Bedingham. In comes Haynes running in bowls. Bedingham, who plays it slightly across the line down to a wideish mid-wicket fielded by Carson, who gets in the throw. One more to Bedingham, who goes to 25, 190 for 1.
Partnership is 55 between these two, to add to the 135 opening partnership.
Thank you. He says, we're listening via the BBC Sport app, but if you just mentioned the headset, I used to listen that way until my headset broke, and when trying to replace it, in comes Haynes and bowls, and Lees just eases that onto the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 85, 191 for 1. I was told they were no longer sold by Sussex. The app is good, but the commentary is 2 balls behind the live play, so the headset would be preferable. Do you know where spectators can buy headsets? It seems odd if you're broadcasting. Just pick up the rest of it. That we cannot buy the headsets. Thanks again, says Graham. Yeah, I'll tell you all about that in a moment, Graham. In comes Haynes and Bowl. Oh, that's huge by David Bedingham. That's pulled away probably over Graham's head, I think. I think that's where he's sitting, probably somewhere down there. Hammered away by Bedingham. It's the second time that he's pulled the ball.
He likes that corner.
He does pull the ball over the corporate hospitality. He picks up his second 6. He goes to 31 of 21 deliveries. And Durham here...
Have you got a new ball?
Yes, the new ball has been brought out. That's Brenda Lower who's over there. Now, Brenda always brings out the balls, and she's standing on the edge of the boundary. She's given them to James Coles, who's come out and he's going to give umpire Nichols a bag of balls to look at. So it gives me a chance to talk about the headsets, Graham. Yes, they used to be on sale in the club shop, and the club would sell them, but the quantity the supplier wants them to buy at are just unreasonable and too expensive. They would never get rid of them. There's a minimum amount you have to order, which made it prohibitive for the club to buy the headsets. So a few people have asked. Now, there are headsets headsets available. I know this is perhaps not a lot of help, but at Lords and some of the test grounds, the headsets are available.
You talk the one that just go over one ear?
Yes.
Yes, I picked up one of those during the Ashes.
And my understanding is that those do, they pick up the same frequency as In Comes Haynes bowls, Beddingham plays it onto the onside. They've taken one, that's all. They'll take Beddingham to 32, 198 for one. They're about £10, and we had a couple of listeners who were up at Lords, or I don't know if you could order them online.
They might be able to. I think, I'm trying to remember, because I went to a fair few days of the Ashes this summer. I picked up one, I think, on my second day, and I think it's E2 picks up the BBC commentary, so I think that's where you'll find us if you've got them.
In comes Haynes bowls and leads slightly uppishly through square leg. It was perfectly safe. Picks up another single. He goes to 86, and Durham's 199 for one. So there you are, Graham. There's probably not a huge amount of help, but you know, at the test grounds they seem to be available, and possibly you can get them online as well. And that's the best I could offer. But certainly, it is a bit annoying when you're watching the cricket and then our commentary is a couple of balls behind. In comes Haynes, bowls, and played by Beddingham into the offside. Picks up a single, and that brings up the 200 for Durham. 200 for one in 25 overs. What a start. So we know exactly they are going along at 8 and over. Nice applause around the ground. Beddingham to 33, Lees to 86. How on earth did you manage, Rob, to get tickets for the Ashes? I went in every ballot, at every ground. I didn't get one ticket for the Ashes.
I got very fortunate in the fact that my friends had got tickets through the ballots, and then so I was at Edgbaston day 4, Headingley day 4, and then Oval day 1 and day 4 as well. So fortunately my mates had got tickets, and one of my mates had got too many tickets, so there were spares going, so I managed to pick up 2 there. Picked up Edgbaston day 4, as Coles is going to continue to Beddingham, who just pushes this to long on for a single, 201 for 1. So yeah, Edgbaston day 4, at like 48 hours notice, my friend had asked if anyone was interested in a day out for day 4 at Edgbaston. I'd finished uni for the year, so I wasn't working. I was like, yeah, why not? I can afford it. So I went down for day 4, and then yeah, I was there last Saturday as Lees is playing this one down to long on as well. He moves himself to 87. So yeah, I got very fortunate that my mates had spare tickets that I was able to snag.
Well, I need friends like your friends. I didn't have one friend who'd offer me a ticket for any of them.
Scholes is around the wicket to Beddingham, who's turning this leg side, and it will be another single. 203 for 1.
So thank you, Graham, about the headsets, and I hope that's of some use to you. And thank you for getting in touch. I appreciate it. Enjoy your day.
Lees looks to cut and isn't able to make any contact. He was looking for a bit of a late cut there down into the ground, try and dissect Crocombe and Alsop at short third and backward point, but unable to do so. And he turns this next one down to long on for another single. It's been a good over so far from Coles. Remember when I said that last over, he then got dispatched second to last ball for 4. Can he get out of this over without going for another boundary? He's got David Beddingham on 35 from just 25. He's around the wicket, and it'll just be the 5 singles off the over from Coles. It's more like it from Sussex. Beddingham will retain strike on 36 from 26. Durham 205 for 1. I don't know about you, but David Beddingham hasn't looked like he's been out there that long at all, and I don't want to use the Joe Root adage that you suddenly just look up, but it has been that sort of innings today that you do just look up and he is there.
Yes, no, I would agree. Bernard's been in touch. Hello, Bernard. And he says, Adrian, there is no such thing as the commentator's curse. It's purely coincidence a player can make a stupid mistake at the same time one of your colleagues or yourselves mention it. Nobody on the field of players listening to you, so how would they know what you are saying. You're quite right, Bernard. There is no such thing. Thank you for getting in touch. I hope you're enjoying our commentary. Tom Haynes is going to carry on. Lovely sunshine now here at Hove as Haynes runs up the hill, comes in and bowls to Bedingham, and Bedingham clips this one onto the onside through the vacant mid-wicket area. There is a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bedingham to 37, 206 for 1.
Martin has been in touch.
Has he?
He's just tweeted, and he's watching from home in between coughing fits. Anyone who has a MW headset / Walkman type gadget can hear the in-ground commentaries.
Wonderful. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for letting us know. Martin Emerson, who's the regular Durham commentator, sadly not too well at the moment, so hope you get better soon, Martin, and thank you for getting in touch. Haynes around the wicket, bowls to Lees, and Lees is, well, he was looking to play that down the ground, and that rather stopped on Alex Lees. It was played into the offside, but it was a full shot by Lees, and he just nips the ball around a little bit, Tom Haynes.
As you said, he just picks that length. He just sits into that length, and you know, some people newer to cricket will be going, well, why you can hit all these other bowlers out the park? Why can't you do it to the medium pacers? But the one thing about the part-time bowlers is they do normally hit their length.
Haynes in again, bowls to Lees. Lees steps away outside the leg stump, makes room, and just steers the ball to deep square leg, fielded out there by, I think that's Henry Crocombe out there. One more to the total. Lees to 89, 207 for 1. And Graham's been back in touch, and he says, thank you, I have a headset from Lords and one from the Oval. Picked it up on day 3 of the Ashes test. Is there someone else who got tickets for the Ashes? How did you manage it, Graham? And he said, yes, that 6 went straight over his head. In comes Haynes, bowls, Bedingham drills.
He was eyeing up again.
He was down to Hudson Prentice, who's just in front of us here at Long On, who gets in the throw. Nice and tidy from the Sussex skipper. Just the 3 singles off the over so far, 208 for 1.
I think also, as I think you mentioned earlier, with when James Cole's first came into attack, Durham might not have seen much of Tom Haynes bowling, so you're doing that analysis kind of as you're there at the crease. You don't have anything to go off.
Haynes in, bowls to Lees, who again plays with a little of uncertainty onto the onside.
Is that leg by potentially?
No, came off the bat. Ollie Carter needed to run from behind the stumps to field, so it's another single. Lees goes to 90 off of 76 balls. Durham 209 for 1. Still going along at just a little less than 8 and over now, 7.8 and over, but let's settle for that. As Haynes in again, bowled, and Bedingham steers that to backward point, fielded by Tom Clark. There is no run. That's a nice tidy over by Tom Haynes, just the 4 runs coming off of it. So the Sussex skipper has brought himself on and has brought a bit of order to the Sussex attack together with James Coles. James Coles 4 overs for 24. But 6 and over, considerably less than some of the other Sussex bowlers. I'll give you those bowling figures in a moment's time. Tom Haynes has now bowled 3 overs for 18. Earlier, Brad Curry 5 overs for 36. Steve Finn 4 overs for 33. Henry Crocombe, he was economic, 5 overs for 24 and picked up the only wicket, that of Graham Clark. Finn Hudson Prentice 3 overs for 32. Jack Carson 3 overs for 41.
Not quite been his day.
No.
As it's Coles to Lees over the wicket, and Lees is driving him just back down along the ground for 1. He moves himself to 91, 210 for just the loss of Graham Clark.
Yeah, just a slowing in the scoring rate, but I mean it's all relative. Durham's still going on. You know, you take this every day of the week, wouldn't you? 210 for 1 in the 28th.
Indeed, as Bedingham looked to eye that one up. He was trying to go for the opposite cow corner, but wasn't able to get all of it. It just drags along the ground to long off.
I was just going to say it's proving more difficult to get the slower bowlers away, but actually Jack Carson did go around the park, didn't he? So but Coles is doing a good job so far for Sussex.
He's in now, and Lees is able to just tuck into the leg side, and Haynes has given him a lot of protection on that leg side. He's got a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square for when Lees is on strike. So it seems to be a concerted plan, because the field there's not really a lot of a change for when Bedingham comes on to strike. It's 39 off 30 is the Durham number 3, and he's tried to eye up again. It's just gone over Tom Haynes' head, and they look to come back for 2. They're going to set off, and in the end it becomes a comfortable 2, and Bedingham moves himself into the 40s.
Good bit of fielding out there. That's
Tom Clark again?
Yeah, he's such a good fielder, Tom Clark.
Ball seems to be finding him a lot today.
Yes, it does.
Just seems to be following him everywhere he goes.
I mean, there was an easy 2 there, really, but Clark made it into a slightly chancy 2.
So around the wicket is Coles to Bedingham, who looks to hit slightly wider of Clark, trying to go for the boundary, but it will just be a single to bring Lees back on strike with 1 ball left in the 28th over, 215 for 1. Lees 92 not out, Bedingham 42 unbeaten.
Starting up that leg side boundary, Rob.
Coles is in and Lees was eyeing it up, and Coles, I think, saw him, changed the length, drew it back, and it looks coming back for 2. They're going to go.
Run.
I'm not quite sure why Finn Hudson-Prentice didn't launch that straight away. He held on to it for a little bit, and I'm not saying it would have been a run out, but he did seem to hold on to the ball for a little bit longer, and he could have made it a bit more pressure, and Lee's able to get 2. He moved himself to 94 from just 79 deliveries, and Bedingham is there 42 from 32, 217 for 1.
And even though that was a tidy over from James Coles, there were still 8 runs coming off of it. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Rob Rush on the commentary. Simon's been in touch. Hello, Simon. He says, would you know if a headset I got at the Crucible snooker would work by any chance? And he says, I feel your pain on Ash's tickets.
Well, after this delivery, Martin's given me a detailed description, so I'll be able to inform.
In comes Haynes, bowls. Bellingham's absolutely belted that away, and it's gone. Well, I say belted away. It's actually gone for 4 runs. He didn't get all of that, did David Bedingham? It's gone over.
Got enough.
It's gone over mid-off, and it's landed just inside the boundary, a bit like a golf ball on a wet green. It's plugged and then literally just trickled over the boundary rope. So Bedingham goes to 46 off just 33 deliveries, 221 for 1. We'll do Martin's at the end of the over, I think. In comes Haynes, bowls to Bedingham. He's at it again, and he smashes that down the ground. That's 4 more.
That is 50 for David Bedingham as well. His first 50 of the tournament. It's been a very impressive innings. Not the one I'd say I was expecting when he walked out to bat. I thought he would have been striking at maybe closer to 100, but he's gone
50 off 34 balls in 39 minutes, 4 4s and 2 6s.
Very impressive from Bedingham, who announced his intention at the start of the season to try and play for South Africa over England. He's been in phenomenal form in the county championship, and he's seemingly in decent touch here.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and Bedingham works this onto the onside. They've taken 1. They'll look for 2 here.
They're coming.
Very, very good running. Hudson-Prentice got the throw in, but it was all about the first run that Bedingham took there, Robbie.
Push hard.
Yeah, and Lees was coming back to the danger end, which was the bowler's end. But they always made up their mind there was 2 runs, and you're putting pressure on the fielder. 227 for 1. Bedingham to 52. Haynes again in and bowls, and Bedingham flicks this to short follow, picks up a single fielded by Pujara, but again good running, not a great throw from Pujara. Carter had no chance of stopping that, but fortunately Allsop is backing up, and there's just a single. 228 for 1.
Partnership is worth 93 now,
and that's come in really quick time.
As indeed, Sussex unable to just get any foothold in this game whatsoever so far.
Comes Haynes, bowls, and Lees just eases that onto the 8. So now, having picked up those 2 boundaries in the over, it just takes the pressure off, and you can just pick up the single here. So off this over, 12, 229 for 1. Lees goes to 95. You'll pick up commentary on his next ball, Rob, because we like to do that when a player is nearing a milestone, and we'll get you commentate on it, because it's you're the Durham commentator today. In comes Haynes, over the wicket, bowls, and Bedingham. There's a good delivery. He was rather conceived by that, was David Bedingham, and played the ball down the track. There is no run. So end of the over, 229 for 1. Bedingham is on 53. Lees is on 95. Durham going along here at 7.9 and over. Tell us more on headsets.
So Martin has just messaged in to anyone who maybe needs some defining about what MW means. MW is medium wave, which is the same as amplitude modulation, and any radio which can pick up AM is usable, and you don't need one of the specialist headsets. He said he used to take mine to tests and the Open Golf. So there is some further updates on the headsets. 229 for 1. The Durham white ball skipper is on 95. James Coles is in, and Lees is tucking him down to long on. Approaching the top of the hour, and got the update to go off and do. Lee's currently sitting on 96. He's been more than ably supported by David Bedingham, 53 off 37. I think I'm taking back what I said at the start. This seems to be a good batting pitch. Sussex haven't helped themselves. It has been very poor bowling by their standards, as Coles is now around the wicket to Bedingham. He's going long, high and handsome for 6. He hits the sight screen. He moves himself to 59. It brings up the 100 partnership, the partnership worth 101 between these two. And Ollie Carter's body language, I think, describes how most of the Sussex fielders are feeling right now. This game has been out of their grasp pretty much from the first over, and Durham are not showing any sign of letting up. Bedingham 59 off just 38 deliveries. He goes again. I'm not sure he gets it for 6.
I think it has.
He's got it. It's a lot lower and flatter. So currently 13 off the over just from 3 deliveries. I think Henry Crocombe's warming up away to the east side of the ground. I'm not quite sure where Tom Haynes is going from here, because no matter who's bowling, they're being hit left, right and centre.
Well,
and Durham are moving the field. They're moving the field about.
Yeah, and I said earlier on I felt Sussex didn't help themselves by some poor bowling. But I don't think there's too much wrong with those deliveries from James Coles. But these, Durham have got such a foothold in this game.
It's that early momentum that
it
talked about. Just Sussex have not been able to manoeuvre it back. There have been some... The leg side, apart from Crocombe, as Bedingham tucks us into the leg side there was all back on the boundary, bar Crocombe at short fine leg, or short third I should say, excuse me, for the right-hander. Lees is now back on strike after Bedingham decided to go to town. Lees on 96 from just 81, and he now has the same field but flipped for him, as Coles is in and Lees is tucking him sensibly to the leg side for a single. He moves himself to 97. As I mentioned, we're coming up to that top of the hour. Does he get there?
Well, you might be able to commentate, Rob, into the news in Newcastle.
I might be able to indeed.
On Alex Lees getting to his 100.
See how that one works out as we now end the 30th over. James Coles around the wicket. David Bedingham flicks this one leg side. Crocombe's off in pursuit. There's a man coming around as well. They will get back for 2. So Lees will be on strike for the start of the 31st over. Direct hit from Carson, but Bedingham was well in his ground. End of another very good over for Durham. 2 6s, 3 singles and a 2. That's 17 off the 29th over. I think 30th, excuse me. 246 for 1. Partnership is worth 111 in what I can only describe as sparky time.
Yes, these two came together, just to tell you, Rob, they came together in the after 17 overs.
So they've spent 13 overs together and they've now put on 111, and we are going to see a bowling change. Brad Curry is going to come into the attack with Alex Lees eyeing up 3 figures. I believe his brother Scott is in the Hampshire setup.
He is indeed, yeah, absolutely he is. Email has come in from my friend Julian, who's sitting in the top tier of the Spen Karma Pavilion. He says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen," which is an unusually polite salutation from Julian. He says, "I'm enjoying the commentary from the top of the pavilion rather than on a sunbed from Sorrento." Very nice too, Sorrento. A lovely place to go on holiday. The weather's been unbelievably hot out there, hasn't it, in Italy?
Has indeed.
But I'm sure Julian had a lovely time. Brad Curry is coming into bowl to Alex Lees. He's in and bowls, and Lees steers that down towards fine leg, and it's a very good bit of fielding there by I think that is Tom Clark, who prevented anything more than a boundary. Rob's got to go and do his update, so you might be able to commentate on the 100, Rob, into the news. 247 for 1. Curry again, coming into bowl to Bedingham. He's in and bowled, and Bedingham looked to smash that one away on the offside. He rather squared up and plays it onto the onside, put it by Hudson Prentice, but it's a comfortable single. Bedingham to 69, 248 for 1. So Julian says, "I was hoping Durham might show signs of fatigue after their journey to Hove, but no such luck. It's all far too easy. The fixtures computer hasn't done Durham any favours when their next match is in Cardiff on Tuesday." I don't know what they do, Julian, whether Durham go back up north or whether they stay down, I don't know. In comes Curry, bowls to Lees, who eases that one onto the leg side, picks up a single, does Alex Lees. He goes to 99, and Durham to 249 for 1. Sussex go to Northamptonshire on Sunday, and Derby on Wednesday, Taunton on Friday, and back here next Sunday, I think it is, for Glamorgan. So Sussex with a lot of fixtures this week. Curry round the wicket in bowls. Bedingham hammers that away, and that's going to be 4 more. Just too short and just smashed down the ground by David Bedingham. He goes to 73, and Durham to 253 for 1. Bedingham 73 off just 43 balls. It's been explosive. It really has been wonderful from David Bedingham. That's his 5th 4. He's hit 4 sixes. And at the moment, Sussex just don't have any answers. Curry round the wicket bowls, and Bedingham looks to hammer that one down the ground. He plays it to mid-on, where Hudson Prentice comes into field. Just a single on this occasion. Bedingham to 74, 254 for 1. Lots more blue sky is the great news. The cloud seems to be thinning a little and breaking up, which is really, really good news. The flag on the clock tower scoreboard fluttering away. There's in comes Curry bowls, and Lees plays the ball down the ground, and there we are. That's a century for Alex Lees, and in all honesty, you won't see many better in one-day cricket. Generous applause from the Sussex crowd, a really good crowd here at Hove. Alex Lees takes off his helmet, he waves his bat in the direction of the dressing room. I can see the Durham players over there on the balcony, all applauding. A wonderful knock, 185 balls in 122 minutes. A tremendous knock by Alex Lees, including 10 fours. A captain really steering Durham towards what could be a massive total here at Hove. They're 255 for 1. Well batted, Alex Lees. Tremendous performance. And thank you, Martin, who's just said that Durham play Neath on Tuesday, and they travel down to Swansea tonight. So I guess the Durham lads have got a bit of a weekend off. And then they play Glamorgan in Neath on Tuesday. I think the weather's meant to be improving next week as well. It could hardly be any worse, could it? But I think they're watching the weather forecast this morning. There is some better weather coming for a few days at least next week. Durham 255 for 1 here, having won the toss, for those of you just joining us for the first time today, and being led by this skipper who's on strike to Finn Hudson Prentice. Is bowling the next over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and I think that hit the thigh pad and runs out on the onside backward of square. Let's wait for the umpire signal. No, got a bit of bat on that, did Alex Lees. Umpire Ian Blackwell is unmoved. So one more to the total of 256 for 1. Bedingham 74, Lees on 101. Finn Hudson Prentice back into the attack, expensive so far, 3 overs 0 for 32 from the Sussex all-rounder. As in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls, and Bedingham hammers that away onto the onside and picks up a single. A very warm welcome to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra. The news here at Hove that Durham are 257 for 1 in just the 32nd over. A wonderful century from Alex Lees, 101 in just 86 deliveries. David Bedingham 75 off 45 deliveries. Earlier Graham Clark 72 in 58 deliveries. It's been a run fest here on the south coast. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Lees, who clips this one away back to the square on the leg side. 2 Sussex fielders converge on the ball between Cheteshwar, Pujara and James Coles, but they can't prevent Lees coming back for another couple of runs. He goes to 103 and Durham to 259 for 1. For those of you just joining us, those listening on 5 Sports Extra, Durham winning the toss here this morning, electing to bat first, and ready from ball 1. They've utterly dominated this Sussex attack. Hudson Prentice natters away to his skipper Tom Haynes, who's fielding at mid-off. No change to the field as Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Lees, who's looking to swing that one away on the leg side. He misses out and the ball goes through to keeper Carter. And And there is no run, a rare dot ball. You could probably hear in the effects microphone a big crowd here at Hove, people gathering in the corporate hospitality area away to our right-hand side, enjoying a drink or two before lunch. And a good crowd, the southwest corner of the ground here, which is where their main stand is probably 3/4 full. There's been a real dearth of cricket here on the south coast in the last couple of 3 weeks. So people, I think, just glad to get out and see some cricket, and they've been royally entertained by these Durham players. As in comes Hudson Prentice, round the wicket bowls, and Lees eases that into the covers. And another dot ball, a rarity to see 2 dot balls in an over. Durham 259 for 1. David Bedingham on 75 of just 45 deliveries, and Alex Lees 103 not out in 89 balls. He's winning the toss this morning. And despite it being very overcast and a threat of rain, we thought he might decide to bat second, but no hesitation, he batted first. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Lees, who helps this one around down to deep fine leg. Cheteshwar Pujara on his knees fields the ball and gets in the throw. Just a single, so a relatively inexpensive over as far as Sussex is concerned. Still 5 runs coming off of it, mind you. Durham 260 for 1. David Bedingham on 75. Alex Lees on 100. And for listening to live cricket on the BBC, don't forget every ball of every county, of every competition from now right through until the end of September, you can hear on the BBC. Coverage of the 100 as well. But we're at Hove today, where the weather seems to be improving. Lots of blue sky around. A brief bit of respite with 18 overs to go as some drinks and towels are brought out for the Durham players. Adrian Harms and Rob Rush here on commentary. And well, you often see this in limited overs cricket, Rob. 260 for 1. You might be thinking now, 18 overs to go, Durham will be looking at 400. It only needs a couple of wickets and that can change. But certainly at the moment, Durham look on target here for a mammoth score.
They do indeed, and the fact they've still got batting to come, you know, Michael Jones in next, and then Ben McKinney and Johnny Bushnell are more than capable with the bat as Brad Curry continues. And Alex Lees lofts him down the ground. It's going to drop just short of Crocombe, who's coming around. I thought for a second it was going to be another mammoth 6, but didn't quite get all of it, the Durham skipper, so it was just a single. With that single, he moves himself to 105, and he now moves on to 2,282 list A runs, with now 500s. And I can now say this because he went to 3 figures. His high score was 126 not out against Essex at home in 2021. He's only 21 away from surpassing that. As David Bedingham, that will be 6. Both of them have played the exact carbon copy shot, and David Bedingham, not for the first time this innings, has absolutely grabbed hold of one and sent it out the ground. That is just away to our west-hand side, just a little bit to the left of us.
Well, he smashed it straight down the ground, hasn't he? It's almost gun barrel straight. He's just stood up. It's a little too short from Brad Curry.
It wasn't that short. It wasn't overly short, though.
Smashed it down
like you say, maybe it's slightly back of a length, but not overly short. But I think, you know, obviously this is a pitch where you don't bowl your length, you are going to go, and these players have decided that I think now is the time to start really going for it as Bedingham moves himself into the 80s. He goes again. That one is even more impressive. Wowee! That's over the leg side. It's gone just near the cars away to the east, to the left of the clock tower that he hit earlier on in the innings.
Well, it's gone over deep backward square, hasn't it? He's just helped it on its way. And Bedingham must be on course here for one of the fastest 100s, I would imagine.
I don't have his stats, unfortunately.
In Durham history, I mean,
it's got to be right up there. But there was a very useful Durham account called @DurhamUselessStats on Twitter. Well, I have no doubt that if something is monumental happens, they will be tweeting in. But I would concur, probably one of the fastest ones inbound.
Well, 87 in 47 balls, and there's little huddles of Sussex players here, Rob, who are probably discussing what on earth does Sussex do about this, because 273 for 1.
Another new ball has been brought out.
Well, we'll be running out of balls soon.
Because the way these two are going, we're going to have maybe 2 balls left to last the entirety of Sussex innings. I mean, I'm not sure what realistically can be done here. They've got to be on what, plan E, F right now? And none of the ones before it have worked.
Well, Tom Haynes is the skipper for the one-day competition. He's probably wishing that maybe he wasn't. He's in conversation in front of us with Finn Hudson-Prentice and Brad Curry, the bowler, who's now gone for 13 in this over. The good news is, for our listeners and for the crowd here, is that the sun is out in all its glory now, and this cloud is breaking up all the time. So fingers crossed, Rob, we're going to get a full day's playing.
That would be amazing. So. One of the ECB Reporters Network who covers Durham is trying to find out the fastest Durham list A 50. So
thank you.
We'll have that for you, and I think it's safe to say Bedingham is in reach, as he tried to get that one for 6 again, but he's only going to pick up a single. He's gone the same deep backward square, but he's only managed to pick up a single, but that's 14 off the first 4. And something that I feel gets slightly left out a little bit in white ball is the ability, you mentioned the ability to hit boundaries and then take the singles, but it's also manoeuvring the field. You know, he's hit those 2 boundaries over deep, right down the ground and then deep backward square. He's able to move the fielders around. You can't set, you can't really bowl to the line as Curry is into Leeds. You freeze up the legs. He's coming down towards us. He's not got all of it though, and Hudson Prentice is able to cut off that for a single. But yeah, just the ability, as we also said, both the left-right combo that Durham have kept throughout the entirety of the innings, having to change a line to the batters, and you know, quite frankly, Sussex in the first half of this game have been played off the park. I think it's very fair to say partnership's now worth 140 between these two, and it's coming again no less than sparky time. It's Bedingham on strike. Oh my God, he's done it again! He loves cow corner. That's the third 6 he's hit in this innings. He moves himself to 94. I think that's gone over Graham's head again.
Well, that's 3 6s he's hit in the over, Rob. That over has gone for 21. So David Bedingham is now 94 off of just 49 deliveries. It's explosive batting. That is his 7th 6 of the innings.
We're used to seeing people like Joss Butler, Jason Roy, Alex Hales do this stuff, and David Bedingham is a very high quality operator. I was not expecting this when I woke up this morning. This is remarkable. And
this partnership is now worth 146, and it's come in just 16 overs. And the run rate here is 8.5 an over.
As I said earlier, I think this is a complete Ryan Campbell performance. This is what he was asking for.
In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice in the sunshine, bowls to Alex Lees, who drills the ball 2 mid off, and it's run away for 4 runs. Nothing Sussex can do about that. It was Tom Alsop, I think, diving away there at mid off. He could stop it.
Number 35. Who's 35?
Is it number 35?
It was 35. Alsop's 45. So.
Okay, well, that's our eyes deceiving the slow. Looks like it could be Harrison Ward who's on as a 12th man, which is interesting because I'm just looking around the field to see if I can see Stephen Finn.
I don't think he's on.
Who hurt his hand earlier on whilst he was fielding. So it looks as if Stephen Finn may have been off, which will only add to Sussex's woes. 285 for 1. So that's the 150 partnership between these two. Hudson-Prentice in again. Lees pulls the ball away. That's 4 more. 2 short from Hudson-Prentice, and it's just belted away over mid-wicket. 4 more to Leeds. He goes to 114. Sussex to Durham, rather, to 289 for 1. If you're just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, Durham are only in the 33rd over.
I'm running out of words. I'm running out of words to describe this hitting from both these players, and obviously we were treated to Graham Clark hitting 72 off just 57 earlier. Like, this is. This is destructive batting at its finest.
And what I would say as well, Rob, is that it's not slogging. You know, these are proper cricket shots. These are.
They're not hacks. They're not. You know, they're not desperation. They're all in the textbook.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice around the wicket bowls, and Lees helps this one away. It's going to be 4 more. Nothing James Coles could do about that. There are 3 men back on the leg side, but it was erring down the leg side from Hudson-Prentice, and Alex Lees just waited, and he just timed the ball beautifully back at a square on the leg side. 3 fours off the first 3 balls of the over. 299 for 1.
Durham's highest score apparently
Sorry, I apologise. 293 for 1.
Durham's highest score here apparently was 287 for 8 back in 2014. That has been demolished.
Hudson-Prentice in the sunshine around the wicket bowls, and Lees looks for a reverse sweep. He sit on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Hudson-Prentice, not supported by keeper Carter, and a rare .ball. We've had an email through. We were talking earlier on about people listening around the ground on headsets and how difficult it is to get headsets. But Jackie's listening on her headset, and she's listening to the live stream. She got my headset from the Lord's website. It picks up the ground commentary, Sky commentary, TMS commentary, and radio wavelengths too. So thank you, Jackie. So hopefully anyone who's looking to get one can pick one of those headsets up, and think of everybody else who's been in touch as well. In comes Hudson Prentice around the wicket, bowls to Lees, who's beaten by a short delivery. He was looking to pull that one away on the leg side.
I think because he played it, it's not one for the over.
Jackie goes on to say, we were talking about Ashes tickets earlier on. She says, I was lucky enough to purchase Ashes tickets for Sunday and Monday at the Oval. Sundays was ridiculously expensive. I'm not sure how that can encourage families, but Monday's day 5 ticket was the best £20 I've ever spent. Wow, 20 quid to get in at the Oval on Monday.
Well worth your money.
Jackie goes on to say, Durham need to slow down here. In comes Hudson Prentice around the wicket, bowls, full toss, clipped away by Lees onto the onside, picks up a comfortable single, does. Lees 13 off the over, 294 for one, 34 overs gone here. Durham going along at best part of 9 and over, 8.7 and over. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle, our listeners on 5 Sports Extra. A very warm welcome to Hove, just to update you on the scores in the other 50 over matches being played today. There are 3 of them. And at Cheltenham College, Gloucestershire are 174 for 7 against Northamptonshire in the 36th over. At New Road, Glamorgan 180 for 8 against Glamorgan 180 for 8 against Worcestershire. And the game getting underway at 2 o'clock down at Taunton, where Somerset play Warwickshire. And in the 100 today, action along the south coast from here in Southampton, where both the Southern Brave women and men are in action against the Welsh Fire women and men. And of course, full coverage across the BBC and the BBC website, 5 Sports Extra, of all the cricket that's being played, not just today, but right across the rest of the season until the end of September. And it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's been brought back into the Sussex attack.
He's probably been I'd say he's probably been, along with maybe Jack Coles, he's probably been the best option. 5 overs, 1 for 24. He's going at 4.8 an over, which is far better than anybody else. He's now over the wicket to Alex Lees, and he's been met with disdain, I think is the appropriate term. Lees moves himself to 123 off just 99 deliveries, and Durham are 298 for 1.
Well, he just cracked that one away. It was slightly over pitched, and he just eased the ball away through mid-on for 4 runs.
This is, I don't think while being live in a ground watching cricket, I don't think I've seen hitting quite like this.
It's been ferocious. We've had a listener in Australia today, Rob. We've now got one in Thailand.
I've just read. Corey comes in and Lees backs away through the leg side. That could be 4 more. It will be 4 more, and that is now his highest List A score for Alex Lees. He came into this game with his high score being 126 not out against Essex at home in 2021. He has now surpassed that and is now on 127.
So Mark has been in touch from Thailand. Hello. Rob has been in touch from Thailand. So a listener in Thailand, listener in Australia. Ian Scales is listening in Findon. I'll read your email in a moment. Ian, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch.
Can Crocombe come up with a response? Lees has skied that. I don't think Pujara is going to get round to it. He's not. He's going to run away off the top edge of the bat and go for another 4. So Crocombe, we were mentioned at the start of the over how he was probably the best option available left to Tom Haines. Alex Lees has gone, I'm having absolutely none of that. The 300 is up, 306 for 1, and Lees has hit 12 off the first 3 of this over. The now run rate has gone up to 9.
Extraordinary.
I know we've spoken about it at several points during the innings that Durham have gone along a fair lick here. I think even if this pitch is as good as they're making out to be, Sussex are going to struggle purely just to keep up with the run rate here. It's absolutely phenomenal. Change of angle for Crocombe. He's trying to bring about a change of luck. Let's see if it will happen. He's hit Lees Umpire has immediately turned that down as not out. I'm thinking potentially heightened down the leg side there. You got to think David Bellingham's been on 94 or 49 for what seems like the last 15 minutes. Lees has just not hogged the strike. I don't think that's fair way of putting it, but he's gone absolutely berserk here, and I believe while just reading through the notes that Marty is immaculately prepared. The highest score by a Durham opener is 143. Crocombe is in, and Lees hoiks it leg side. It will bounce away, and it will bounce away for 4. This over is gone for 16 already, and we've still got one left. 310 for 1. Phil Mustard's 143 against Surrey in Chester Street in 2012 is the highest score by a Durham opener in List A cricket. This is outstanding. I don't think there's any other word for it. As Crocombe continues around the wicket, what has Alex Lees got in store for us? He goes leg side. Oh, that is audacious batting from Alex Lees. That is remarkable. He stepped leg side. Henry Crocombe saw him coming, fired it down the leg side, and Alex Lees has just gently tapped it with the top edge of his bat, like Moeen Ali did in the Test match at the Oval after he picked up that groin injury. And that ends. No, it doesn't end the over because it's a no ball on height.
So there have been 5 falls in this over and a no ball, so there's been 22 off of the over, and there is still a ball to be bowled.
Partnership has now somehow moved rapidly to 191.
180.
191 because they came together. Oh no, you are right. As Crow comes in and Lees pulls this leg side, and that's another 4. Wowee.
That over's gone for 25.
That is a statement, if ever there was one. Durham move themselves 320 for 1. And the respite doesn't end for Sussex because they've now got David Bedingham, who's trying to go for a runnable 50.
Well, he's Beddingham's on 94.
Runnable 100, sorry, excuse me.
So, you're listening to live cricket here, 5 Live, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Holmes and Rob Rush on commentary here today. For those of you who are just joining us, Durham winning the toss, electing to bat first. They are 320 for 1 in 35 overs. An extraordinary performance. Graham Clark getting Durham off to a fly, making 72 in just 58 balls. But these two coming together, so these two have now put on 185 for the second wicket. And that 185 has just come in 18 overs. In comes Carson, bowling to Bedingham, who tucks this away onto the onside. They pick up there. 1, they are going to think about 2, and they're going to come back for the second. I'm not sure there should have been 2 there, really.
Probably shouldn't have been.
Throw comes in from Tom Clark at deep mid-wicket, but it's another 2.
96 off 50.
322 for 1.
Shall I take over?
Yes, you take over.
As it's going to be Carson back into the attack around the wicket to Bedingham, slogging down the ground, but fielder does well to cut it off. I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice down there. Yes. He's just grabbed his knee. I don't think Sussex need any more concerns here.
And just for the benefit of our listeners, Steve Finn, playing his first match for Sussex today, went for 33 in his 4 overs, but hit on the hand in looking to stop a ball off his own bowling, and hasn't been on the field for some time. Not that he needs any more injury worries to Steve Finn. In comes Carson around the wicket bowl. Switch hit by Alex Lees, and he's going to get a single to fine leg fielded by Crocombe, brings Bedingham back onto strike. Let's hand the commentary back to Rob and see if he can get David Bedingham through to what will be a wonderful 197 so far in 51 balls.
Unfortunately, the List A database is not complete at useless Durham stats, so I can't access there. But we are trying to track it down, and that will take David Bedingham to a remarkable century off just 52 deliveries. It was probably the ugliest of shots to get there. He tried to cut a ball there that wasn't really there to be cut, but he's got an underedge, flew past Ollie Carter, Pujara couldn't cut it off, and that is 101 off 52 deliveries, 6 4s and 7 6s. That is an innings of the highest order from David Bedingham.
Well, it certainly is, Rob, and as you say, in a strange sense, he's played some wonderful shots all the way around the ground, and that was an edge down to third man, but they all count. 8 off the over. The run fest continues. Carson again around the wicket bowls. Bedingham eases that into the onside. On this occasion, there'll only be a single through mid-wicket. He picks up a single, 329 for 1, Durham.
I believe we have a record. I believe David Bedingham has just passed the fastest record, or he's just passed the record for the fastest century in this day cricket for Durham.
Okay, we'll see if we can get confirmation of that. In comes Carson again around the wicket bowls to Lees, who's looking to swing away the other side, and there goes! Alex Lees is gone. He looks disappointed, but umpire Blackwell's finger is up, and Sussex pick up a wicket. And it is Alex Lees who's on his way for 144 of 107 deliveries. And Durham are 329 for 2. Jack Carson picks up a wicket. Alex Lees looking to hammer the ball away over the leg side. And we'll just listen to the applause for Alex Lees, who makes his way off, because that's a wonderful innings of 144. Here come the statistics. In 107 balls, in 145 minutes, 19 fours. And this is the ovation. People standing around the ground and applauding. Great reception from the crowd, and really good to see the home supporters who know when they've seen an innings of real class, and that was a really classy innings from Alex Lees. 144, wonderful stuff.
He has also broken a record for the highest total by a Durham opener. I mentioned Phil Mustard had scored 143 back in 2012. And that has been broken by Alex Lees just there. That partnership was ended with a total worth of 194. And it's Ben McKinney, the young 19-year-old, I believe, he's just come out at number 4. So a slight change in the batting order for Durham. And we have had some confirmation. 55 balls was previously the fastest 100 by a Durham batter in this day cricket. Wow. That stands no longer. David Benningham's 100 off 52 is now the new record. And it was Colonel v Glamorgan back in 2012. So 2 11-year records for Durham being broken in this game.
And also that partnership of 194, Rob, if my maths is correct, just came up in 19 overs. So
that is some
going, isn't it?
It is indeed. I don't know what to say, really. There really isn't a lot. You kind of just have to let history just sit there. This has been absolutely remarkable hitting from Durham.
Well, it's going to be Henry Crocombe after that rather expensive last over when he went for 25. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed David Bedingham. In, and Bedingham just smashes the first ball down the ground, and he's caught. He's caught at long off by Tom Alsop, and Sussex get 2 wickets in 2 balls. And somehow games can change. But Sussex needed that. Bedingham hammered the ball down the ground. Tom Alsop took a stinging catch down here at long off. And suddenly the 2 men have made all the runs, are on their way. Bedingham out for 102. And we'll listen again to this ovation for David Bedingham. 102 in 53 deliveries. It's been another wonderful innings from a Durham player today. Benningham's annoyed as he makes his way off. But let's just listen to the applause from the Sussex crowd, who again, people standing around the ground, because that is wonderful innings. 102 in 54 balls, 75 minutes, 6 fours, 7 sixes. Doesn't get much better than that. That's a tremendous innings.
It quite frankly doesn't. As we mentioned just a few minutes ago, that is a Durham record for fastest List A century. That is some of the finest hitting I think you'll ever see on any form of cricket ever. I mean, wow. Fair play to David Bedingham. A bit of a sad way to head out. Didn't quite catch all of it, but the big hitters don't stop for Durham. Miguel Pretorius has been jumped up the order, so I think Ryan Campbell is going for the jugular here. He's trying to make as many runs as he absolutely can. That means Michael Jones has moved down the order. Pretorius is a very heavy hitter of the ball. He's shown it in county championship cricket as well. This, I mean, this is danger for Sussex, even though they've just taken the 2 wickets.
Well, we'll see what happens here, because if anything can slow down a run rate, often that is taking wicket. So Sussex will be hoping that that does the trick, but as Rob was saying, a mountain to climb for Sussex. As in comes Crocombe to bowl to Pretorius, he's in and bowls, and Pretorius plays that firmly through the offside and picks up a single. He's on his way, 330 for 3. We're going for an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in just a few moments' time. But for those just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Rob Rush on commentary for you today. It's been a magnificent display of hitting by the Durham players. Graham Clark started things off 72 off just 58 balls. Alex Lees 144 in 107 balls, 19 boundaries. And then David Bedingham 102 in just 54 balls with 6 fours and 7 sixes. In comes Crocombe bowls to McKennie, who ducks underneath a short delivery taken by keeper Carter. There is no run, so wicket 1 dot. As far as Sussex are concerned, but keeping the lid on things for a couple of moments' time. Just this update coming, and then we'll be back to you on full commentary.
With Adrian Harms throughout the day. Let's find out what's going on. How's it looking, Adrian?
Well, the good news is we've had some sunshine and no rain is the great news. Not such good news for Sussex has been the way that they've bowled and the way Durham have batted. This is a 50-over-a-side game, Sarah, and Durham, would you believe, are 330 for 3, and we're just in the 37th over. Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, making 144, and David Bedingham making 102 in just 54 balls with 6 fours and 7 sixes. So Durham going like a train, 330 for 3 in the 37th over. Crocombe in bowls to McKinney, who drives that one to mid-off, footed by Hudson Prentice, and there was just a single. 331 for 3. The Sussex bowling figures don't bear looking at, really. Henry Crocombe was the most economic, but he started to go around the park as well, certainly in the last over. Curry 7 overs for 66, Steve Finn 4 overs for 33, Hudson Prentice 5 overs for 50, Jack Carson 4 overs for 50, he has got a wicket. James Cole 6 overs for 49, Tom Haines 4 overs for 31. In comes Crocombe to bowl to Pretorius, he's in and bowls, and Pretorius just eases that one to back. Well, think about a single, it isn't there, the throw comes in, and had that hit, that could have been, I think Pretorius would have been
in trouble.
However, it didn't hit. It is the end of the over, and a tidy over as far as Sussex are concerned, just the 2 runs coming off of it.
And they got the all-important wicket of David Bedingham.
They did indeed. 331 for 3, Pretorius on 1, McKinney on 1. So just to reiterate, Graham Clark making 72, Alex Lees 144, David Bedingham 102.
So yeah, for those Sussex fans who might not be aware of Ben McKinney, he's a young 18-year-old who just signed his first professional contract yesterday with Durham for 2 years. He's under-19 England captain, and he's going to get a run here in the 50-over side for Durham. He's currently on strike with just 1 off his first 3 deliveries. A heavy leg-side field for McKinney, who stands at 6'7", I believe. Stands leg-side and opens off the offside, but not able to get any runs for it. I believe he was in South Shields Football Academy as a centre-back, which I think at a height at 6'7" is not that hard to believe.
Looks like a centre-back, doesn't he?
He's tucking this one down to long on for a single, but yeah. Decided to go the cricket route, and has just signed his first professional contract with Durham. 2 years running through 2025, England under-19 captain. He's an opening / top order bat normally, but with the I think due to the hitting we've seen today, I don't think it's any surprise to see him at number 4. I'm doing to see where Michael Jones now comes in this batting order. They've bumped Pretorius up, who normally would be the number 8 or 9, but he can hit a long ball, as they say. As I say that, he goes for one, and he's got the middle of that.
That's gone miles, isn't it? That's gone over long on. That's
gone into the people sitting directly opposite us at the north end of the ground, slightly left to the sight screen. He's just... That looked like a warm-up shot. And he's just absolutely middled that and sent it for 6.
Well, it's gone a long way. For those of you who know Hove, that's gone into the deck chairs at the far end of the ground.
Pretorius carves this one through the offside, but for no run. Durham have also, again, they've kept the left-right combo. They have kept another left-right combination out there. It might be something, might be nothing, but again, if these two can work the quick singles, it's heavy work for the Sussex fielders as Pretorius goes again. Oh my God, that's even...
No, it's
not. I thought it was, and it's gone.
It's caught.
Thought it was even bigger, but Pretorius not able to get all of it. It looked like he got the height on it, but it was high, not very handsome, and Pretorius has to depart for 7 off 5 deliveries, and Sussex have now responded with 3 very quick wickets.
I was just making the point that sometimes it could happen in limited overs cricket that in the chase for runs, all of a sudden you can start to lose crickets. And we've got Pretorius 7 in 5 balls with that one enormous 6. But Sussex will be heartened here. I mean, it's been a poor display by Sussex. I don't think we can pretend it hasn't been. The bowling hasn't been good, and they've been ragged in the field. But Durham from this position will just want to make sure they absolutely consolidate here. They've got 12 overs to go. 400 plus is easily within their reach. 338 for 4.
Slight correction on my Ben McKinney. He was in Sunderland's academy as a CDM. And
What's a CDM?
Central defensive midfielder, so just in front of the defence.
Okay.
So yeah, he's in there. I believe this is Michael Jones now walking out to bat at number 6 for Durham. Was carded to come in at 3 or 4, but is now, I think, as we kind of saw very shortly with with Pretorius, Durham are very much going for runs, very quick runs here, and Michael Jones I think is going to be a little bit more traditional style.
That catch for the record was taken by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was coming off of the long off boundary. So he brings a new man to the crease in Michael Jones.
He's got he only started playing List A cricket last year, I believe. He's played 3 List A's. He's got 1 century, 119 against Middlesex last year, but then 2 scores of 6 and 18 for Surrey last year and Worcestershire on Tuesday. So I think we've now still the right-hand partnership, right-hand left-hand partnership, because Ben McKinney is left-handed. As Jones tucks this into the leg side, they're going to attempt a quick single, and because Carson had to go after his own bowling there, they were able to get through without any real issues. End of the over, which went for 8, but they did pick up the wicket of Pretorius. Durham 339 for 4. Jones 1 off 1 and McKinney 2 off 5.
And welcome to our listeners from 5 Sports Extra to a sunny Hove, where the weather seems to be improving all the time. Some heavy cloud around this morning, but that seems to be breaking up. Lots of blue sky around and about, and a highly entertaining innings here from Durham, who are 339 for 4. Still 12 overs remaining in the innings. Wonderful centuries we've seen from Alex Lees, who made 144, just 107 balls with 19 fours, and David Bedingham 102 in 54 balls, 6 fours and 7 sixes, and between them adding 194 in just 19 overs. The Sussex bowling figures are best not read out from the Sussex point of view, because needless to say they've rather gone around the park. 12 overs to go, 339 for 4 is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs for 50 so far, and he's running up the hill from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to the right-handed Michael Jones, who eases that beautifully through the covers and picks up a single, does Jones. So he goes to the total to 340 for 4. Thank you very much, everybody, for getting in touch with your emails. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Alistair McBride has been in touch. I'll read your email in a moment, Alistair. We were talking about portable radios and how to listen to our commentary around the grounds, and lots of people have been in touch with suggestions of where to pick up headsets and how to listen to the BBC commentary as it goes out live. Hudson-Prentice runs in around the wicket bowls, and McKinney eases that down to long on, picks up a single fielded by Tom Alsop, who comes in from the boundary edge to field. As I said, with regard to portable radios, I use something slightly different to others mentioned. I have a rechargeable sports radio that picks up low FM frequencies. I'm currently listening at 61.7. The reception is fantastic, as the commentary was very kind of you to say, Alistair. Thank you very much indeed for getting in touch. He says, may the sun stay out. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls and tucked onto the onside by Jones. There is no run. Sam has been in touch. Sam Osborne, and says, thanks for the commentary. Highest ever List A score, 506 for 2. Now, I don't know who that was scored by and who against. So
I think that might be safe after the last few overs of the run rate dropping down. You never know, but never say never. I've learned that with this Ryan Campbell Durham side. Never say never, but I think that might be safe to say.
In comes Hudson Prentice running in over the wicket and bowls and clipped away nicely by Jones through mid-wicket. It's relative calm here after the storm. We've just seen a glut of runs here, 342 for 4. Jones on 3, McKinney on 3. Adrian Harmson on commentary here as Hudson Prentice makes his way back to his mark. Just turns in front of us. He's on his way up the hill coming into bowl 2. Ben McKinney's in bowls. McKinney hammers that down the ground. You probably heard the crunch off of the bat as he's played to long off, fielded there by Henry Crocombe. Just the 4 singles coming off of the over. Still 11 overs to go after this one. Rob, so still plenty of time for...
There is. Sussex will be helped, though, that the final 10 overs, they do get an extra man to put out the fence. Is that cut-off rule in place where you don't...
Yes, it is. The cut-off is in place, and the cut-off is showing us...
14:36. Yeah. So if they don't get the overs in by that point, one fielder has to come in.
They're well in time for that, as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Jones plays stylishly through extra cover. Picks up 1, they'll think about 2. The second isn't there. It's a good bit of fielding out here by Tom Alsop, prevents a second run. So a relatively calm over here. 5 singles coming off of it. Durham 344 for 4. Both Michael Jones and Ben McKinney have got 4 runs each. 11 overs remaining. Durham rattling along here at 8.8 an over, and I'm just aware that people joining us all the time here on 5 Sports Extra. 2 centuries already here today. Alex Lees 144, David Bedingham 102. That just coming in 54 deliveries. The pair sharing a partnership of 194 in just 19 overs.
Will be Carson to bowl the 40th over, final over with only 4 men allowed out, and he's bowling to Jones, who tucks his leg side. Think of the second, but it's not there. So Jones moves himself to 5 off 6. As he mentioned, definitely a little bit of a weathering of the storm here so far by Sussex. Whether that storm is going to rear its head in the remainder of the innings, I fear it might do with the amount of power hitting Durham still have in their batting order, but Sussex will be, I think, content with what they managed recently, as McKinney is only able to play this down to long on for another single. Jones is always looking for the 2s, but they don't seem to be quite there yet.
If Durham were to pick up 6 and over, so 6 singles in an over, that gives another 60 onto where the score is now. It's going to be well in excess of 400.
I'm thankful I printed out these stats now. I can now refer back to all of Durham's highest scores and have everything in check, as Jones tries a slog sweep, doesn't quite get all of it, ends up being a bit of a tickle down the corner to Henry Crocombe at short fine leg. If any of the listeners tune in regularly to Marty, you'll know that he has a stats pack with him for every single game, so I've got those with me. Durham's highest score is 405 for 4. As McKinney goes for a switch hit. He's hit on the pad, and that is given out LBW. It's always risky playing that shot. If you do miss a sweep, a reverse sweep, or any combination of those shots, you are likely to be at high risk of being given out LBW, and that is what has fallen upon McKinney. He goes for just 5 off 9 deliveries. Durham now 347 for 5, and Sussex continue the weathering of the Durham storm.
Yeah, as I say, it's just a point that when wickets do start to fall, not only does it have the effect of putting a brake on the run rate, which is still the best part of 9 and over, but Durham have now lost 5 wickets. They were 329 for 1. So they've lost 5. They've lost 4 for 28 in this little spell.
It's a bit of a skid.
Well, I just wonder whether the sensible that was a slight. There was no need to play that shot, was there? Really?
No.
Push the balls around, pick up the ones. If you pick up 6 singles in an over, Durham are going to get in excess of 400. You might think, well, if we get to say 5 overs to go, and then let's start to throw the bat a little bit. But there's no need to panic here for Durham. They're in such a strong position, and they're just allowing. I'm not saying they're allowing Sussex back into the game, because it's going to take an enormous run chase for Sussex to get anywhere near this. But Sussex will just think, well, hang on a minute, if we can restrict them to maybe 370, 380, it's maybe not as bad as it could have been. Because at one stage it looked like it might be well north of 400, 450 plus.
At some point earlier in the game, 450 I think would have been considered a minimum for Durham, but now Sussex is doing really well. It's Liam Travaskis who's out at number 7.
Well, they were 329 for 1 after 36 overs. So from that point, you'd have thought 14 overs to go. Crumbs.
At least another 100 should have been added at the bare minimum.
Yeah. So Durham just, I'm sure they'll just be conscious of that.
Liam Travaskis is the new batter, and he is out. First ball with a caught and bowled to Jack Carson.
Well,
the man who took a hat-trick on Tuesday now puts Sussex and Jack Carson on the verge of a hat-trick themselves. And I'm not quite sure what Travaskis was. He seemed the shot. He was trying to turn it just on the leg side and just get off strike, get a single, get Jones on strike. But the execution wasn't there. And as I said, the man who had Durham history on Tuesday with the first man to take a hat-trick in List A cricket has now given Jack Carson a chance to have a hat-trick.
Well, Durham have now lost 5, 4. I was talking nonsense. They were 329 for 1. They're now 347 for 6. So they've actually lost 5 for 16.
It's not great.
So, in terms of, we've all seen enough one-day cricket to know how games can churn. And from a Sussex perspective, this is going to be a mammoth chase, whatever it is. But they'll just feel that maybe they've given themselves a little bit of a chance. So, we've got a hat-trick ball. And the man coming in to face it is Paul Coughlin, coming in for Durham. I can tell you this, and this is due to Martin's statistics. There have been 9 List A hat-tricks in Sussex history, the most recent in 2017. And Jerome Taylor got Baron Topler, Tom Wesley and Adam Wheater of Chelmsford. So let's see what Jack Carson can do. Can he pick up a hat-trick? In comes Carson, round the wicket, bowls, and Coughlin plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So hat-trick averted. So 2 wickets in the over, 3 singles in the over, 347 for 6 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Rob Brush here on commentary for you with 2 wonderful centuries, 144 from Alex Lees, 102 from David Bedingham. But a bit of a collapse here from Durham, who have lost 5 for, I'm trying to get my mathematics right here. Yes, 5 for 18 they've lost. Sussex just desperately trying to get some sort of control, and will feel that they've not back in this game, but at least they've stopped the run fest.
Scott Borthwick, Durham Red Bull skipper, just walking down below us and down to our right hand side. As Hudson Prentice is in and Jones is flicking to the leg side. Coughlin was looking for the second, but not there, so he will remain on strike. 348 for 6. We are now in that power play, the third power play of the innings, where you are allowed 5 men back on the rope. So trying to figure out, he's got a long on, a long off, a deep backward square, a deep cover. Trying to figure out where deep backward square has now moved to deep square. Trying to figure out where that 5th man is. Third man, excuse me, as Coughlin is clean bowled by Hudson Prentice, and this is a tale of an innings of two halves for Durham. The first half is absolutely exquisite, hitting all over the place, and this second half, after a brilliant start, is becoming an innings to forget. 348 for 7 after they were 329 for 1.
Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Just how a game can change. Sussex will think to themselves here, well, hang on a minute, Durham have smashed this around the ground. There's still 10 overs to go. They've got 9 overs and 4 balls left, and Durham have now lost, where are we, 6 wickets for 19 runs. Which is bonkers, really, when you think that Bedingham and Lees put on all those runs. So, the new man coming out to bat.
That is, I believe, it would be Johnny.
Okay.
And it is indeed Johnny Bushnell. Who's
Well, you'd have thought some sensible cricket here from Durham now. We said that 2 or 3 overs ago.
I'm going to say 400 now is a necessity. And I think, as you say, the sensible cricket, they've got Michael Jones, who's a very sensible style of cricketer. He's got experience behind him now. Bushnell is one of the younger guys who hasn't had a lot of game time. They need to see Durham to 400. I think if you get there in 1s or 2s, it doesn't really matter. And then anything you get on top of that is a bonus from the start you had and the collapse you're now going through.
Well, as I say, I think Sussex will think anything less than 400, they'd have had a bit of a result, because at 329 for 3 with 14 just break off.
As Hudson Prentice is in to Bushnell, who's driving to extra cover. I believe it's skipper Tom Haynes in there.
329 for 1 with 14 overs remaining. If you thought you could keep a side down to less than 400, you'd be absolutely thrilled to bits.
Bushnell is coming off the back of a very good innings. He was the batter that kept it together while Durham were collapsing on Tuesday after Graham Clark was dismissed. I think he ended up with 60 not out. This one is pushed up the track by Bushnell. It goes through the legs of Jones at the other end, and Durham move themselves to 349. Yes, I believe that was also a new List A highest score for Bushnell. I can get to the stats. It is indeed 60 not out against Worcestershire, and he also has 1 wicket, which was against Worcestershire on Tuesday, as Hudson Prentice is in again. He's in. This is back of a length, and it seems to a little bit died on the pitch, and Jones is able to push that, and that is now the 350 up for Durham off 40 overs and 5 balls. I think when we were expecting them to be past 350, it was maybe for the loss of 2 or at most 3 wickets, and this has been quite the turnaround from Sussex.
It has, absolutely.
I've got to give credit where credit's due. Durham got off to a blistering start, but this has been a mighty impressive comeback from the Sharks. As Hudson Prentice completes the 41st over, Bushnell is driving him up to long off. They look for 2, but it's not there, so Bushnell will keep the strike. 351 for 7, just the 4 off that over, and the wicket of Paul Coughlin.
Are you a member, Rob, of the Metronomes Cricket Club?
I know what this is. I'm an honorary member.
Okay, well, someone's been in touch and said, would you be so kind as to give a shout out for 2 birthdays for me? The first one is to Bex Coleman, who is the founder of the Metronomes Cricket Club and turns 25 today. The other is for the young man commentating on the stream with me. Rob Rush is a friend of mine and far too humble to announce it's his birthday tomorrow.
It's not.
Is it not?
It's not.
Oh, there we are. So thanks very much. Matt, and all at the Metronomes Cricket Club. So it's not his birthday tomorrow. Jack Carson is coming into bowl from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls and clipped away by Bushnell down to long on. He picks up a single. He goes to 2, and the total to 352 for 7. Paul is watching over in Thailand, where he says the time is 7:20 p.m. He thinks this competition opens up a lot of opportunities for younger players, and he's really enjoying it. Carson round the wicket, bowls, and stretching forward is Jones. Plays through wideish mid on. Jack Carson chases back after the ball, so good enthusiasm from Carson, prevents a second run. Jones goes to 9, 353 for 7. Ian Scales was in touch earlier on and wasn't at all happy. He said Durham could get 500. I don't know why he's so cheerful, he says to me. Well, I'm not trying to be cheerful, but we'll only describe the action that's going on. I think you'll be pleased, Ian, that at least there's Sussex have worked their way back into the game to a certain extent. He signs off saying exasperated. Carson in bowls, drilled into the offside by Bushnell. He's picked up a couple more runs to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Relative calm here at Hove when you think the ball was disappearing over the ropes, but
I'm trying to work out how many replacement balls we've had. 3?
Yeah.
I think 3 at least.
355.
That seems an age ago now. Had 6 wickets fall, and
in comes Carson bowls and eased onto the leg side by Bushnell. Picks up a single. This is more the cricket I thought Durham might play 3 or 4 overs ago. I mean, they've picked up here, Rob, 5 runs in the over, and they haven't taken any risks at all. Not one risk, and they've picked up 5 runs. That's all really Durham needed to do. It's just an observation. They could have been in a position to have gone well past 400. 356 for 7. These two just needing to be careful here to a degree. Carson in bowl, swept. That was a slightly risky shot. It's down to deep backwards square. Picks up a single, does Jones. He goes into double figures. He's on 10 at 357 for 7. 6 runs off of the over, but I think Sussex will settle for that at this stage. The sun is as bright as it's been at any time today, as Jack Carson is back to his mark. He's in around the wicket bowls and driven slightly uppishly by Johnny Bushnell to long off, picks up a single. So 1, 2, 4, 7 runs coming off of the over, 358 for 7. There are 8 overs remaining. The run rate for Durham is 8.5. I think in any other circumstance in a 50 over game, you'd say Durham would be more than happy to settle for this. It's just from where they were, they may think that they could have absolutely nailed a massive score well in excess of 400. They may still do that. Harrison Ward is coming to field down below, so certainly Steve Finn has been off the field for some time, and we'll have to find out.
I don't think we'll see him
again. No, I think you're right.
Well, actually, James Coles has just trotted off to the pavilion, so that would indicate maybe there's 2 12th men on.
I think either Archie Lemon or it could be Bertie Foreman on the field as another.
Hudson Prentice is into Johnny Bushnell, slightly short there, and that will be signalled 1 for the over.
Yeah, and I thought that was very indicative of the fact that Bushnell realising there's no need to take any risks. There are 3 men on this leg side boundary. I think he's probably thinking maybe 4 or 5 overs ago he'd have had a go at that, but actually probably now is thinking, I just need to just be a little cautious here. As I say, that's not to say Durham haven't got enough runs already, but
Hudson Prentice in over the wicket. Full toss. It seemed to dip quite late, otherwise it could have been called on height, but could have been called a no ball on height, but Bushnell was able to just drag it for a single to no danger.
It would be fair to say, I think, as well, that whilst still a decent Durham attack, when you're shorn of the likes of Potts and Carson, Rain,
Baz Deleda as well, who's done
Souter,
it in the international stage. Souter's away.
It's not as strong a Durham attack as it might have been.
No. As Hudson Prentice is in and Jones is tucking this down to long on. This should be 2, and they do come back for 2. Good turn by Bushnell, was able to set off pretty quickly. I mean, as you say, it's not the strongest attack Durham could have put out. But at the same time, Ryan Campbell won't be using that as an excuse. It's as the last email I think said, it's a great opportunity for the younger players to stand up, make a name for themselves, prove why they should be getting more opportunities. Saying that, I think you're going to have to move mountains and you're going to have to move heaven on earth to get into Durham's red ball team at the minute. But there are always spots on the white ball sides going, as Hudson Prentice is in, and this is played by Jones off the back foot to extra cover where Haynes is in and there's no run. So I'm surprised we haven't seen Haynes again after his opening 4 over burst.
Yeah,
I know obviously the medium pacer could be lined up, but he did seem something throughout the innings we probably haven't really touched on enough, that slightly back of a length and slower deliveries into the, maybe not into the pitch, but just slower deliveries. They pick up a little bit of pace off the pitch and they haven't been as easy to get away, as Hudson Prentice is in now, and that is a slower ball and that is aerial but safe, and it's down to Allsop, and it's a slight misfield, but the batters will settle for 1, and I'm going to have to head off to go do my update, so I'll leave it to you, Adrian.
Thank you, Rob. So 7 overs to go after this, 362 for 7. Durham, if you're just joining us, 144 from Alex Lees, 102 from David Bedingham. And comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls and played down the ground by Johnny Bushnell. Picks up a single. Tidy enough from Hudson Prentice, but again, really without taking too many risks. Durham pick up 5 off the over. And that's really all that Durham need to do to just ease their way towards a massive score of 400. But from a Sussex perspective, it could have been an awful lot worse. 329 for 1 at one stage Durham were, with 14 overs remaining. Jack Carson, in all that carnage, has picked up 4 wickets. 7 overs, 4 for 68. And he's going to bowl the next over in the increasing sunshine here at Hove. He's going to be bowling to Johnny Bushnell, who's 9 not out. 363 for 7. It's Bushnell from the... Sorry, Carson, and Bushnell reverse sweeps, and he's going to get runs here. A couple of runs at least down towards the fine leg boundary, fielded just down below us by a combination of Henry Crocombe and Cheteshwar Pujara. Just wait for the umpire's signal. Did they pick up a couple of runs? They must have been runs. I didn't see a signal from the umpire. Bushnell goes to 11, 365 for 7. A slightly risky shot, I always think, that reverse. But nonetheless, he's picked up a couple more. Carson again in bowls, and again he reverses. I don't know if it hit the pad on this occasion. Let's see what the umpire's signal is. Umpire Blackwell signals that as a leg by. But one more to the total. Ollie Carter raced from behind the stumps, threw away his glove and returned the ball. And not before another single had been taken. 366 for 7. Just looking at who this 12th man is, I think that's Archie Lenham who's come on. It's either Archie Lenham or Bertie Foreman. Steve Finn off the field, and we think James Cole's off as well. In comes Carson, bowls, and Jones clips that very assuredly onto the leg side through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He's probably quite a reassuring influence out there for Durham at the moment, is Michael Jones. He's just easing the ball around, picking up the singles, 14 or 15 deliveries, just realising that he can just ease Durham towards a score of 400. Those wickets fell very quickly. Carson in again bowls, and Bushnell hammers that, but straight to short extra cover. It's footed by Haynes, and there is no run. So just the 4 runs off the over so far. Carson. Reverse swept by Bushnell. That's going to go for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He took the risk. Reverse swept. Jack Carson, I should say. Down to what had become fine leg. Bushnell goes to 15 or 14 deliveries, 371 for 7. The tactic here seems to be that Bushnell takes the risks and Michael Jones plays a more orthodox fashion at the other end. Bushnell plays this next delivery from Carson to extra cover. There is no run. End of Carson's over. An over that costs 6, 7, 8 runs. And Durham 371 for 7. Jones on 14, Bushnell on 15. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Rob Rush on live commentary. Just a reminder, if you're listening around the ground, you're looking for something to do during the lunch break, well, please take the opportunity to go not only to the book sale, which is being held today over by the Spen Karma Pavilion, just outside of the entrance to the museum. Dozens of books for sale, so please go and have a wander over there and look at those. And also go and have a look inside the museum. It takes more than half an hour to look around the museum, but you may get a little taste for some of the wonderful exhibits there are in there. And a word as well for the Sussex Museum podcasts that are available via your podcast provider. Sussex Museum you need to have a look at. An interesting conversation on there recently between John Barclay and Chris Adams, talking about the championship winning year of 2003. So go and have a look for those. Go to the book sale, have a look around the museum as well. All the volunteers do a wonderful job there. As in comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket bowls and clipped away by Michael Jones picks up a single down to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 15, Durham to 372 for 7. 5 overs remaining after this one. Durham going along at 8.4 and over. There were plenty of fireworks earlier on, particularly from Alex Lees and David Bedingham. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Bushnell. That's going to run away for a boundary. There were 2 fielders on that leg side and neither of them got there, and I think probably one of them should, in fairness. It was clipped away. You've got to say maybe that's good placement by Johnny Bushnell, which just clipped away onto the leg side. Tom Clark's is it Jack Carson out there? Clipped away onto the leg side. 2 fielders converged on the ball, but they couldn't stop it running away for 4 runs. Bushnell goes to 19, 376 for 7. Crocombe in again. Bushnell turns it onto the leg side this time, down to long on, where Harrison Ward sprints up to field. And there is just the single. It was Tom Clark who couldn't save that boundary over there. It looks like he's limping, does Tom Clark as well. I know he's had a bit of an ankle problem, but he doesn't seem to be moving that freely. 377 for 7. The sun is back with us. More blue sky appears across the ground. It's Henry Crocombe in his 8th over. Runs away from us. He's in a bowl. Full toss clipped away, and he's lucky to get away with just a single. There is Henry Crocombe. Clipped away down to deep backwards square leg by Michael Jones. He goes to 16, 378 for 7. So it's 7 off the over and no risks taken really by Durham so far. These two just looking to build this innings again as in comes Crocombe bowls and Bushnell plays down the ground. Crocombe fields off his own bowling and there is no run. Partnership so far that's worth 30 between these two, coming together when Paul Coughlin was out. 348 for 7. Durham at one stage 329 for 1. But lost 6 wickets for just 19 in a fairly crazy spell. But these two just easing Durham up towards the 400. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Bushnell, who plays that down to long off. They pick up a single fielded there by Tom Alsop, and it will just be the single. At the end of the over, Durham are 379 for 7. With Jones on 16, Bushnell is on 21. We have got 5 overs remaining. Durham going along at 8.4 and over. Rob is back from his update to the listeners in Newcastle. And if Durham just go around this sensibly, Rob, 5 overs to go, let's say they score at 7 and over, that's another 35, which sees them comfortably past 400. And actually to, did you say Durham's highest 50 over score?
It's 405, I believe.
Okay. Well,
405 for 4 against Kent at Beckenham, I think, is the one that's sticking in my mind. As this one by Johnny Bushnell off Carson is just plodded up the ground for a single. Yes, highest score is 405 for 4 against Kent at Beckenham just 2 years ago in 2021.
Right.
So,
well, it's often a really good track at Beckenham, isn't it? And,
it is.
And this could be, who knows where this may, but Sussex with a mountain to climb. They'll just be desperate to keep this damage limitation now.
Carson now is bowling to Jones, who is playing the exact same shot just for a single. 381 for 7 now. Coming into the death overs here, as they're so often referred to as in white ball cricket. Obviously Sussex are just looking for those 3 wickets and wrap up this Durham innings as soon as they can. Durham definitely 400, which should be achievable from here with these two at the crease. As Bushnell is coming down the track, but is just playing the safe game and just dabbing it up to long on.
I just wonder whether Durham might take the view here, Rob, right, let's just pick up 6 and over here, then maybe in the last 2 overs give it a bit of a crack and just see where it takes us. But it was important to consolidate.
I think that's the most important thing, because they don't have those wickets now to throw around. They went in that 6 for 19 spell or whatever we had earlier on. That's a full toss that Jones, I think if he was in earlier, would have absolutely smacked that out the ground, but instead he's just played out to the deep cover boundary and picks up a couple.
Well, he's lucky to get away with that, Jack Carson. That was a horrid delivery, wasn't it?
384 for 7. It wasn't the best. I mean, we've seen a lot of poor deliveries today. That was definitely up there. I think, to be fair, Sussex have done well, I think, in retrospect, to keep the extras tally down. They did get off to a pretty slow start with the wides. They were conceding too many of them, as Jones is flicking this one to the leg side now. Deep mid-wickets coming in. They should get 2, but they settle on just the 1. I think they haven't conceded that many wides, if my memory serves me correctly. Only up to 7 now, which still isn't... Paul Farbrace won't be happy with that. It's an extra over, as we kind of talked about when they were first coming. It's an extra over that Durham have effectively been allowed to face. But it's definitely been better, and as that 6 for 19 spell or whatever, or something similar, is again just pushed up the track to long on by Bushnell. He moves himself to...
Oh dear. That is shocking from Sussex. So it was an awful throw, came in from long off to Carter. It hit his pads and dribbled away, and Durham picked up another run there.
That's the 3rd time it's happened this innings.
That's really, really poor.
That's the 3rd time. It happened twice at the start of the innings with Lees and Clark just sloppy overthrows that weren't backed up properly. I thought it was just a bog standard. I thought it was just going to be a single end of the over. I turned away looking at some stats ready to get them ready, but...
No, that's. I'm afraid that rather sums up a very, very poor performance in the field for Sussex, and I'm sure that Paul Farbrace, who sets very high standards and rightly so, will be desperately disappointed with.
Is he out there on the? Is he out there to our left-hand side? The west.
Yes, he's been
out there for quite a while.
Yes, actually, someone got in touch to say that he'd been kneeling down. In comes Crocombe, running in over the wicket bowls and hammered down the ground, and that's going to be 6 runs, just belted down the ground. That's a tremendous shot by Johnny Bushnell. He's just clubbed that straight down the ground for 6 runs. Lovely shot, 392 for 7. 4 overs remaining.
I think they've got it right. It's Michael Jones, because with that too, they haven't realised the scoreboard. It should be there's Michael Jones on strike, not Bushnell.
Right, thank you. You're quite right. He's got number 10 on his back.
But because they didn't
that
clock,
extra run.
They didn't clock that they got 2 at the end of the last over and not 1. So they're thinking that it's still Bushnell on strike, but it's not. It's Michael Jones.
Thank you. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Jones flicks that one away. It's going to be 4 more. Despite the efforts of Cheteshwar Pujara at short fine leg, it's a poor delivery by Henry Crocombe. In all fairness, he's just clipped away down to fine leg. And
this is going to be tricky now to keep a track of.
It is, because the scoreboard is wrong. It's showing 34 now to Bushnell, and
it's not. He should be back on. He should be back on 24, and Jones is on 30.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're aware of that in the scoreboard. But yeah.
I think we have to go to the tried and trusted backup scoreboard online rather than the one
in the ground.
Yeah. Nope, they have exactly the same.
Well, I think they're just changing it now.
There we go. They've realised.
In comes Crocombe, running in, bowls to Jones, who plays that down the offside of the track. They've taken one. Crocombe shies at the stumps. There's going to be an overthrow. No, there isn't, as Harrison Ward backs the ball up. Julian's been in touch, and he was saying Sussex haven't put any pressure on these two. And I would agree, actually, at 3:48 for 7, there was an opportunity for Sussex to maybe just squeeze Durham. But it's just been a bit of a horror show, in fairness.
I mean, that shot that Jones played at the first ball of the over was up there for shot of the innings.
Yep.
Absolutely phenomenal. Just standing. I think he used the feet to come down the ground a little bit of a shimmy, and just straight over the bowler's head. Textbook.
Now they have amended it. Jones is on 31, 398 for 7. Crocombe, I mean, that's a full toss clipped away by Bushnell down to long on, filled in front of us by Harrison Ward. But that's the 400 up?
No, 399.
Thank you.
And the partnership is now worth 51.
Yeah, and it's just what Durham needed, wasn't it? It was just at the time when they were in danger of just not throwing away the good start, because they're in a wonderful position, but just
not fully capitalising.
No, correct, absolutely. And they'll feel they have now. If they can pick up another 20 or 30 runs here,
which these two can do.
Crocombe in bowls, wide outside the off stump, hammered away to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and there we are. That's the 400 up, fielded out there by Jack Carson. 400 for 7, Bushnell on 26, Jones is on 32. Generous applause from the Hove crowd, who have seen an exhibition of batting here from Durham. We have to say some indisciplined Sussex bowling, some not very good fielding. Toby sent an email, actually. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Full toss, played onto the... Lucky to get away with that, Henry Crocombe. They could easily have gone out of the ground, but it's a single to Bushnell, who goes to Jones, rather, who goes to 32. 401 for 7, 3 overs remaining, so there were 14 off of that over. Toby said, since Paul Farbrace has adopted his odd kneeling or marriage proposal position, he was over there, wasn't he? He's now flexing his knees, is Paul. This game has completely changed. So there we are, he's now wandering away back towards the pavilion. But
I think this is sensible from Tom Haynes. He's moving away from spin for the last few overs. I think there could have been a real temptation for Durham if Jack Carson had been kept on to go after him even more. So it's going to be Brad Curry to finish off. He'll get 2 from the Cromwell Road end. Durham bringing up the 400 up off 46 overs and 5 deliveries after they passed a 200 at 25 overs bang on. So, as we mentioned, that 6 for 19 spell a little bit earlier, slightly derailing them, but Bushnell and Jones have righted the ship and seen them to that 400 mark. As Bushnell comes down the track, and because he came down the track, they're able to get a quick single. Will it be an overthrow? It will be indeed. Went straight to the fielder, but because Bushnell had used his feet, he had a head start coming down the wicket, so he would have been. It was going to be close at the non-strikers end and the danger end, but with no one backing up because the 2 fielders are back on the fence.
I just don't think you do that. I think there's no one backing up. You just think, well, they've got a single. Let's let them have the single.
Carter now comes up to the stumps. Durham now 3 away, from a new list A high. So that is carved out, a slower delivery from Brad Curry, and Bushnell carves it out to the deep cover boundary, bringing Jones back on strike. Jones 32, Bushnell 30. As you say, Adrian, just what Durham needed in order to make sure they fully capitalise on this amazing start that they've had. And we'll see what they've got for a final act. Here as Curry begins his run up in from the far end. Oh my, that is an extraordinary shot from Michael Jones, and that is a brilliant way to bring up Durham's highest ever list A score. It's a reverse standing scoop. I'm not sure if that's the correct technical name for it, but it's the one I can think of. That's so nonchalant. He's just stood there, played the reverse scoop, and he's just gone over the fielder's head for 4, because the fielders where he's played that on the behind square on the leg side are all in the ring. There's no one back. And Jones moves himself to 36, and that is now Durham's highest list A score.
Well done, Durham.
A day for records here as Curry now changes to come around the wicket. Oh, he tried it again, and Carter's done brilliantly well to take that.
That was good. That was a very good take by Carter.
I was worried for a second. I was worried he clopped it back to the head.
I agree. I thought absolutely you've got to be pretty brave to stand there when someone's looking to ramp.
I think after that he's decided my safety is paramount. He's now taken the helmet off and gone back to.
I don't blame him.
Standing well back behind the stumps. 7 off the oval already. Durham 408 for 7, as we mentioned, their highest list A score now. As Jones is squirting that, and they're going to run a quick single, and they're able to get it. Fielder Jack Cole's just slipping over and not able to get the ball in on the full, allowing them to get through. 409 for 7 now the total. As I said, Ryan Campbell will be delighted at this performance. He'll probably want to cut out that 6 for 19 in that spell, but apart from that, I think it's inch perfect from Durham. It's Bushnell on 30, trots down the pitch and is able to get a single. Will they come round for 2? They will, because that's a long way round for the fielder at long off to come round and fetch. Durham 411 for 7 off 48 overs. 2 left in the innings, and I think they'll be eyeing up 420 plus for Sussex to chase down.
Well, I think they will, Rob, absolutely they will. I mean, the run rate is 8.6 and over. Extraordinary performance. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms, Rob Rush. We've seen a run fest here today. You won't see many better innings, one-day innings, than the 102 from David Bedingham. It was just magnificent stuff. 102 in 54 balls, 6 4s, 7 6s, and Alex Lee's not far behind. 144 in 107 balls, 19 4s. He didn't get a maximum, but he didn't need to. It was just all the impetus that was needed. And then
the shot play was just fabulous.
Well, Henry Crocombe coming in for his final over over the innings. Bowls to Jones, who heaves it onto the leg side, picks up a single. He goes to 38. Henry Croker will be glad this is his last over. 2 for 74. He's not alone in having some pretty poor figures.
I think all the bowlers will just be happy to get off the field here.
Yeah. And Steve Finn went off some time ago with an injury to his hand. He bowled 4 overs for 33. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Bushnell just eases that down the ground. 2 long on, picks up a single. 2 Sussex fielders converge on the ball. Bushnell goes to 33, 413 for 7. James just surveys that leg side boundary. Other bowling figures here. Finn Hudson Prentice 8 overs, 1 for 64. Jack Carlson 9 overs, 4 for 83. James Cole 6 overs, no wicket for 49. Brad Curry 8 overs, 0 for 76. So they've all gone around the park. In comes Crocombe, bowls, hammered away. That's going to be caught. As Harrison Ward is underneath it, and that's a straightforward catch. So Harrison Ward picks up the catch, and Michael Jones is on his way. Didn't get all of that, did Michael Jones? Looking to heave the ball over long on, and Harrison Ward, who's got a good safe pair of hands, came running in and took the catch, and Michael Jones is on his way for 38. It's another wicket for Henry Crocombe, but a good little partnership that.
Yeah, just over 50.
A good partnership between this pair. Just as it looked as if Durham may be losing a little bit of momentum. I mean, it's all relative, of course.
I say just over 50. They took them from 348 for 7 to 413 for 8.
So 52 plus 13, that's a partnership of 65.
Very much needed. I think it's going to be George Drizzell out at number 10.
Yeah, partnership of 65 between Jones. Just what was needed, because Durham had lost 6 for 19, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, they've still got a fantastic score, but it could be so many more. But I think at that stage, what have they got now? Another 9 balls remaining. If they could score a run a ball here, Durham, they get sort of 425. And I think when you win the toss, you think, well, we'd settle for 425.
Of course you would.
Beating Durham's best record. I mean, you know, Sussex, there are plenty of batting in this Sussex side, but they're going to have to go, pretty much from the beginning, I think.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of time for settling in.
No.
For who opens? Is it Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop at the top of the order?
Well, I mean, that's what it shows on the card. I mean, Tom Clark has opened in T20 cricket, so we'll have to see. In comes Crocombe, bowls and played down the ground by the new bat, who is George Drizzell, who picks up a single. The total goes to 414 for 8.
Alex Hales falls slightly short of the highest ever List A score for Durham, which is held by a certain Mr. Ben Stokes.
Right.
164 back in 2014. And Durham have now had 75 centurions. Well, 75 centuries, pardon me, in List A cricket.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Bushnell plays that firmly down to long off. They've taken one, they're thinking about it. They've put the pressure on the fielders. Really from the outset, Tom Alsop fields one more to Bushnell. He goes to 34, 415 for 8. And really from those very first overs, where Durham were picking up ones, there was a couple of instances. I remember us saying in commentary, Rob, oh, there shouldn't have been a single there.
The drop and runs, I think, were the most crucial.
Crocombe in again, bowls and cut away, and that's a lovely looking shot by George Drizzell. It's run away down to the third man boundary. Is it going to be 4 runs? No, it's a very good bit of fielding down there, preventing the boundary. So just a couple of runs, or did they run 3?
They came back for 3.
They came back to the third. So George Drizzell goes to 418 for 8. Bushnell on 34. Drizzell is on 4. 1 over to go. The Durham run rate is 8.5 and over. And it's going to be Sussex's high. I have to look at Sussex's highest score in List A cricket, and that will give you an idea of how much work there is to be done.
Undoubtedly, Durham are going to be the happier side at the interval here.
Sussex made 400 for 4 against Middlesex here at Hove last year.
So it's going to have to be is that the highest score?
Yep.
So it's going to be a record chase if they're going to get
400 for 4 in 50 overs against Middlesex at Hove last year. 2022.
It will be Brad Curry to finish off the innings as he started it. And George Drizzell is carving him away first ball for 4 through backward point, not the ideal start. Didn't get all of it, but runs are runs, especially for Durham. These ones are crucial off the final over.
And the highest score for Sussex, the individual score, was Ali Orr. He made 206 at Taunton last year. But also Tom Alsop, who's playing in this game, made 189 against Middlesex at Hove last year. And Cheteshwar Pujara 174 against Surrey at Hove last year as well. So 3 top scores.
I dare say Cheteshwar Pujara is going to have to
do that again.
Go further.
And Tom Alsop might have to do it as well.
Indeed. Curry with the second ball of the final over. He's in, and Dressel is out. Tried to play a floaty, similar sort of shot to the one he just played, and this time James Coles makes no mistake in a nice diving catch forward. Dressel departs for 8 off just 4 deliveries. He's done his job as a tenor. You can't really expect much more of him than that. And it will be Ollie Gibson to come out as Durham's number 11. And I think you are, at this point, he has to sacrifice himself first ball to get Bushnell on strike to maximise the run scored here.
Or Johnny Bushnell is just wandering over and having a quick word. I'm sure he's going to say, look, let me have the strike, get a single here.
Even if it's a bye straight through to the keeper, Bushnell will be backing up ridiculously hard here to get on strike.
So what it does show here at Hove is, Sussex scoring 400 here against Middlesex last year. They also they scored 397 at Taunton last year. They scored 378 for 6 against Surrey here last year.
So runs do flow.
And they scored 334 for 9 against Gloucestershire here last year. So they have got, there have been games which have been round about the 400, but this is in excess of 400. This is 422. So it's going to be an extraordinary run chase to get anywhere near, but we shall see.
Brad Curry with the third ball of the final over, and Gibson is able to touch this to the leg side, and I think sensibly he should be sent back, and Bushnell now he's got a maximum of 3 balls to try and finish off this innings with a flourish for Durham. It's been a day where records have been broken. I think, if I've got the right amount, 3 records have been broken in this innings alone by Durham. Highest score by an opener, fastest first-class List A century, and highest List A team total. As Curry is into Bushnell, who's lofting it down the ground. It's going to drop short. I believe that's Pujara down there. I think that one, no, it's not Pujara, that's Hudson Prentice, and there was never a chance of 2, so Bushnell sends Gibson back and says, you're going to have to face this one. I wonder, there hasn't been a lot of Yorkers attempted.
No,
which is something I feel...
It's been a very poor bowling display by Sussex, hasn't it? I mean, some excellent batting, let's not detract from that.
So Curry is into Gibson, back of a length, and this one is going to be able to be pushed for a single. So Bushnell will have the final ball of what has been a phenomenal first innings for Durham. They're going to need to bowl well with the ball, because this pitch has shown there are runs to be had if you can get yourself in. So, as we say, it's going to be a long shot for Sussex to chase this, but never say never in cricket. Never say never. So here we are, the final ball of what has been a fantastic first innings for Durham. It's Brad Curry, and Bushnell comes down the track, flicks him leg side, 2 fielders converge. They should come back for 2. And they will do, but there will be no overthrow. So at the end of 50 overs for Durham, they finish on 427 for 9. The highlights are undoubtedly the 2 Centurions, Alex Lees, the white ball skipper, and David Bedingham. Lee setting a new record for highest score by a Durham opener in List A cricket. And David Bedingham scoring the fastest List A century by a Durham player of just 52 deliveries. He ended on 102, I believe.
David Bedingham made 102. Absolutely.
And Alex Lees made 143. He did look quite dejected when he
pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, inside edge.
Hold him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty.
Durham total is about to get underway. Durham, just for the record, 427 for 9. Alex Lees 144, David Bedingham 102. I spoke to a few people in the break, people saying crumbs was a very poor bowling performance from Sussex, which it was, and they'll be hoping to redeem themselves with the bat. I'm Adrian Harms. Rob Rush is with me as well. I suppose from a Durham point of view here, Rob, bowling-wise, no pots, no casts, no rain. So what can we expect to see from Durham?
Well, a lot's going to fall on Miguel Pretorius, who is got the new ball at our end, so he'll be opening the bowling. I imagine it'll be Paul Cogling from the other end, and Liam Travaskis probably, once we get into the power play, well, once we get out of the first and overs, will probably then come into the attack, and he's on a really good bit of form.
Well, it's going to be Pretorius who's going to get things underway, running in from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who's immediately on his way and gets a single down to third man. They pick up one, they think about two, but the second run isn't there as the throw comes in. As we were saying, I was saying to a friend down when I was getting my lunch, well, Sussex did get 400 here last year, and there have been some scores around that sort of area. So, Sussex will think if they can get off to a good start, can they get anywhere near? But they're going to have to go some to win this game. Let's see how they get on. Pretorius is going to come into bowl to Tom Haynes. There's a slip. He's the only close fielder. The two men out, there's a third man and a deep backward square. As in comes Pretorius bowls to Haynes, who clips this one away, and he's on his way with a single down to deep backward square, fielded up there by George Frizzell, gets in the throw, and Sussex are two without loss. Quite a lot of noise in our effects microphone. There's quite a lot of people down in the corporate hospitality area who are getting a bit boisterous, I think. So that's the noise you can hear in our effects microphone. As Pretorius is in again with the wicket bowls, and Alsop defends into the offside, and there is no run. Total remains two without loss. Sussex batting order, as shown on the card, is Alsop, Haynes, Pujara, Coles, Clark, Carter, Hudson Prentice, Carson, Crocombe, Finn and Curry. Steve Finn, who went off the field, we think he injured his hand in attempting to field a ball off his own bowling. Only bowled the 4 overs. Pretorius in bowls and up on his toes as Tom also plays into the offside, and there gives no run. So good start here from Miguel Pretorius. Tall man. And Durham will be very mindful here. They've got a huge score. I'll be keen just to make sure Sussex don't get off to a flyer here. Pretorius again runs away from us over the wicket bowls, and Alsop eases this one into the covers again. There is no run. Good bit of fielding there. A backward point by Johnny Bush prevents a single being taken. If you miss the details of the Durham innings, extraordinary. It could have been worse for Sussex, really. Durham at one stage 329 for 1 after 36 overs. Eventually finishing on 427 for 9. Pujara in again, bowls to Allsop, who's wrapped on the 5 pad. The ball bounces out in front of him. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, indeed, it's signalled leg by umpire Nichols. So end of the opening over. Safely negotiated by Sussex. But Pujara's really right on the money. In this power play where there's just 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle, Durham very, very keen here to make sure that Sussex don't get off to a flyer. So opening the bowling from the Cromwell Road end, Rob was suggesting that it would be Paul Coughlin. And let's see indeed if that who is going to bowl from that top end of the ground. I think it is going to be Coughlin. Yes, it is. He's going to be bowling to Tom Allsop, just the one slip in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. As in comes Coughlin bowls. Allsop is bowled! He's yorked. Tom Allsop plays all around a straight one. And in the second over, Tom Allsop is on his way, leg stump out of the ground. Disastrous start as far as Sussex are concerned, chasing this massive total of 428 to win. And Tom Allsop is on his way with just 1 to his name. An in-swinging Yorker from Paul Coughlin. Allsop's leg stump is ripped out of the ground. And Sussex with it all to do. The man making his way down the pavilion steps is Cheteshwar Pujara. And Sussex are going to need something magical from somewhere if they're going to get anywhere near this total. Tom Allsop, who made 187 in this ground last season, the second best score of any player in one-day cricket for Sussex. And he is on his way for just a single, and Sussex are 3 for 1. My apologies again for the noise in the effects microphone. Some rather rowdy, loud people, I should say, just down below us in the corporate hospitality area. But the applause is for Cheteshwar Pujara, who makes his way out to the middle to see what he can do to get Sussex anywhere near this total. He was in wonderful form in this competition last year. But ideally, you don't want your number 1 batsman coming in with just 7 balls gone of the innings. So Allsop bowled by Coughlin for 1. And the total 3 for 1. Pujara takes guard. Just as those sort of details of that game. We were talking about the Durham innings. David Benningham's innings. It's worth repeating his statistics. 54 balls. 6 4s, 7 6s, and there were big 6s as well. As Coughlin is in, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara plays it into the covers immediately on his way. Takes 1, they'll think about 2. There isn't a second run there. Fielded racing back was Ben McKinney, preventing anything more than a single. So Pujara is on his way. Sussex 4 for 1. Sussex needing to score 8.7 and over. It's always a guide in limited overs matches when you look at what the Duckworth-Lewis method is. And already that's showing us 43 will be the target. You have to get 10 overs in the match for it to be a game. In comes Coughlin bowls. Haynes clips this nicely through mid-wicket and picks up a single fielded in front of the clock tower scoreboard by Bushnell, who gets in the throw. Tom Haynes goes to 2 and Sussex to 5 for 1. Lovely afternoon. There's a lot of blue sky around, some heavier cloud out to the west, but the general consensus seems to be that we ought to be okay for much of the day, and indeed the flag on the clock tower scoreboard really billowing away now. So if we do get any showers, hopefully they'll move through pretty quickly. In comes Coughlin bowls. Good delivery, good pace from Paul Coughlin, and just a bit of extra bounce. Pujara lets that go through to wicketkeeper Graham Clark, and there is no run. 2 slips in place, and understandably Durham on the attack here. 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a short fine leg, and a deep backward square as In comes Coughlin over the wicket, bowls Pujara again, lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Clark, and there is no run. And what you all got up to at lunchtime, as I say, there's a book sale on over in front of the museum, so plenty of books there to go and have a look at. And all the volunteers around the museum just do a terrific job in terms of not just the museum but the book sale and everything else, so please have a wander over there if you get an opportunity today. In comes Coughlin, bowls again, Pujara eases that one to back up. A brilliant bit of fielding, absolutely terrific bit of fielding by Bushnell. It was a typical Pujara shot off the back foot, steering the ball to backward point. Lovely bit of fielding by Bushnell. End of the second over, and the Sharks are 5 for 1. Haynes on 2, Pujara is on 1. The man out, Tom Alsop, who was bowled by Paul Coughlin for a single. What a start for Durham, Rob.
Indeed it is. I think the message would have been trying to do the basics well. You know, we spoke at the top of the Sussex bowling innings about how there were too many wides and just too many easy ones becoming twos and easy ones in general. So, you know, I think the message from Ryan Campbell and Alex Lees would have just been, if we do the basics well enough, then that will sort of take care of the game in itself. And obviously they'll be delighted that Paul Coughlin's stroke first ball as Pretorius is in, and Haynes is driving that imperiously back down the ground for 4. A beautiful shot by the Sharks skipper in this tournament. But yeah, definitely a sense of just making sure that Durham do the basics well enough, and they should be able to come out of here with a win. It would be a record chase for Sussex if they were to chase this down, chasing 428, and obviously not off to the best of starts, losing Tom Alsop at the start of that last over. Just the one slip in play for Pretorius is Michael Jones at slip there as he's in over the wicket to Haynes, who's missing that one outside the off stump, and Clark takes it behind the stumps. 9 for 1 off 2.2 overs, and just to give you guys an indication of how far behind Sussex are already, even on Duckworth-Lewis. Duckworth-Lewis is currently sitting at 49 off not even 2.5 overs. For some insight into how quickly Durham were going, as Pretorius is in again, and this is defending into the leg side to Drizel, who's in at short mid-wicket. As I mentioned, I think just the basics need to be emphasised here, and should be enough to see Durham to their first win of the campaign after a disappointing result in their opener at home on Tuesday against Worcestershire Rapids. Pretorius is in again, and this is driven by Haynes, but it's straight to Ollie Gibson at mid-on.
Yeah, but I think it's really important from a Sussex perspective here. They've lost the early wicket of Tom Alsop. What Sussex don't want to do is stumble to a heavy defeat here, because there's all sorts of implications around run rate, and this group's going to be very close whatever happens. I mean, if you lose a game, I mean, Durham lost a game the other day, it's not the end of the world. There are another 7 games to go for Sussex. What they won't want is a heavy defeat, and
the net run rate
gets a bashing. So it's very important.
Pretorius is in again, and Haynes is just dabbing this into the offside.
And also for morale as well, Rob. You know, you've seen Durham rack up a record score for Durham. It's a record score conceded by Sussex in 50 over cricket. You know, you want a response, and I'm sure Paul Farbrace has said that.
I don't want to be too negative, but there are ways to. You hear some coaches talk about there are ways to lose a game, and even if we're never saying never, but Sussex are already staring down the barrel here as Pretorius is in. Haynes with a beautiful back foot punch. I think he's going to get reward for that. He's going to pick up 4, and that's a second lovely shot of the over from the captain. That brings the over to an end. Sussex 13 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I mean, Pujara, Haynes, Coles. There are people in this Sussex side who can score runs quickly. And will Sussex get 428? I think that's very doubtful. But that being said. You never say never in a game of cricket, so it's just really important that Sussex, don't go gung-ho here, but they try and build innings. And I'm sure with Pujara out in the middle...
I've got to say, with this man at the crease,
that's exactly
you've always got a chance.
In comes Coughlin over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who drives. He's going to get runs down to third man. Pretorius is very quickly round on the third man boundary, gets in the throw, but it's 2 more to Cheteshwar. Pujara, a good powerful throw coming in from Pretorius. 15 for 1 are Sussex. Tom Alsop, the man out for a single. But as I say, run rate and net run rate can be really important because over a group of 9, the rules of this competition are that only the top 3 sides go through. So, run rate could be absolutely key. It's getting a little cloudier, actually. In comes Cochrane bowls, and Pujara gets more runs down to her third man. We're not going to get any rain, as I say, just away to the west. Yeah, it looks like it is clouding.
Me and my dad checked the weather forecast yesterday because my dad was umming and ahhing when he was going to come along today. And he made up his mind to join me on the trip.
Excellent. Okay, so where in the ground is your dad sitting?
He's over towards the pavilion.
Is he listening?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's got the headset or the headphones. So,
okay.
Yeah, the weather forecast seemed to clear up a bit yesterday.
In comes Cochrane bowls. Haynes plays into the offside, and there is now a very good bit of fielding in there.
Very good from Travaskis.
Was it Liam Travaskis? Brilliant.
He's a natural left armour, so that's very good. That's a very nice on the angle for him. That suits him down to the ground.
I think it's a good job we're not playing this game tomorrow, because I think tomorrow's weather forecast is absolutely dreadful.
I also wouldn't have been able to get here tomorrow because there's no trains to and from Brighton, I believe.
Well, you're right.
So I wouldn't have been able to get here. So it would have been just a single commentary.
Cochrane bowls, a shot by Tom Haynes. It's interesting, that sort of a shot, isn't it? Because if that ball gets thrashed through the covers for 4 runs, I'd probably say what a brilliant shot. But I'm not sure he's ever in position to play the shot.
I think that's a scoreboard pressure telling already. That sort of shot. You got 9 off the last over, but it was I think or 8. It was full of dots though. Only 2 scoring shots. I think Haynes is just looking to maybe mimic what Durham did, get those quick singles in.
Cochrane in bowls. Haynes drives and gets a run down to third man. It was an edgy single. If he did a third or fourth slip in, Tom Haynes might have been out. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. He goes to 17. Well, the score goes to 17. Haynes onto 11. Someone said to me at lunchtime, the thing about the Durham innings was there was very little slogging. They were proper cricket shots. No one was just running in and just smashing the ball around and it could have gone anywhere. There were some proper cricket shots played.
100%.
Cochrane in bowls to Pujara short, and Pujara looks to take that on. He looks towards looks immediately towards the square leg umpire, and it has been signalled as a wide.
I think what you could say about that Durham innings is that even if you don't look at Graham Clark, Michael Jones or Johnny Bushnell's innings, you can just look at how Alex Lees and David Bedingham played, and you could take every single one of those shots and put it in a textbook of how to play cricket shots.
No, they were tremendous shots. Cochrane running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls, and Pujara eases that. Is he going to get caught? No, he's not. In fact, it's a good shot by Cheteshwar Pujara. It's one of his favourite shots in one-day cricket. It's that ball just outside of the off stump, and he leans back and just helps the ball back to spare on the offside and picks up a boundary. Does Pujara a very typical shot? He goes to 8, and at the end of the 4th over, Sussex are 22 for 1. So Sussex going along at 5.5 and over. They need to go at 8.8 and over. 22 for 1. The man out, Tom Alsop, who was bowled by Paul Cochrane for a single. And as we were saying, you never say never in the great game of cricket. But Sussex have got it all to do, and it's going to need a mammoth effort by probably the man who's out there at the moment, who's Cheteshwar Pujara, if Sussex are going to get anything like close.
As Miguel Pretorius will continue from the seat end. He's into Haynes, and this is full, and he manages to dap the bat down in time and is able to squirt it through to Alex Lees at mid-off for a single. Yeah, Pretorius came over around about a month ago, I want to say. He'd just been playing some cricket in America. Been spotted out there, and due to some injuries in the Durham bowling ranks, spotted and picked up. And he's had I think he was signed just on red ball initially, but has now had his contract extended so that he's available for the entirety of Durham's one-day cup campaign, which is great comfort to Ryan Campbell and co, as he's in now, and Pujara turns him into short mid-wicket, where Ben McKinney, the 6'7" CDM turned cricketer, is, because he missed it, Ben McKinney, CDM in Sunderland's academy, before deciding to switch to cricket, and has just signed his first professional deal with Durham yesterday, through to 2025.
Oh, good for him.
As Pretorius runs away from us and past the umpire, Pujara again tucks it into McKinney, who's quick in to stop any sort of singles. I think that's one thing that Durham would have spoken about in the dressing room, that they did get some sort of luck with those singles and twos at the start of the innings, that sloppy fielding from Sussex didn't back up the bowling. You know, when your bowling is not going well, you need to be tight in the field. You need to minimise the amount of runs you're giving away, and they didn't do that. So I imagine that's something Durham have emphasised in the break. As it's a slower ball from Pretorius, and Pujara has done amazingly well. There's a group of 3 fielders on the offside, and he's managed to get forward. George Giselle set off in pursuit, but unable to affect the diving stop. But there's a group of 3. There's an extra cover, a point, and I want to say a normal cover, all in play there. And Pujara has somehow timed that and split it, the 3 of them perfectly. It's gone for 4. I guess that's what an international cricketer for India is able to do.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a moment, Rob.
Pretorius looking for a response, and Pujara drives him again, but Michael Jones at extra cover make sure there is no run.
One thing I've noticed watching Cheteshwar Pujara over the last couple of seasons here at Hove is just the fact that his placement is so good. It's very, very rare that he hits. If it's a bad ball, you see other players, it's a bad ball, they hit the fielder. If it's a bad ball, Pujara punishes the bad ball, and it's about placement as well. He'll know exactly where this field is placed.
As Pretorius runs in to complete his 3rd over of the spell, and Pujara is able to turn it on the leg side, the man from the deep backwards square boundary. I think that's Johnny Bushnell who's out there on boundary duty. End of the 5th over, Sussex 28 for 1, chasing a record 428 to win.
There was a game at Edgbaston last year, and I've got the statistics somewhere of the run chase, where Sussex very nearly beat Warwickshire. It was a wonderful run chase led by Pujara, and for a long while Sussex were nowhere near. They were losing wickets. Pujara just kept on chipping away, picking up 1s and 2s. Then when it got towards the end, suddenly opened up and played an innings like I'd never seen him play before. So he won't do it yet, but he will be. What he will know is you can't let this run rate get to sort of over 10 and over. So he'll know they've got to keep chipping away here. In comes Coughlin, running in down the hill. Cromwell Road in, over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I think Durham would be pleased the way this is going. Not only have they picked up a wicket, Rob,
tight.
but it is tight, and what you don't want to guess in a chase like this is suddenly Sussex are off to a flyer, and they're... Durham at the end...
You want everything to go to plan as well as it can, and that is, I think, where Durham are at right now.
Yep, Durham was 75 without loss after 10. And what they wouldn't have wanted was the Sharks to get off to a similar start. In comes Coughlin bowls, pulled by Pujara. Oh, has that been spilled?
I think by the reaction of Coughlin it has.
Yeah, I think that's a chance, and it has been signalled as a run. So that's a drop. And that was regulation, really. He was diving away to his left. He got the ball in his gloves. And Pujara has been given a life. Given a life when he was on 12. And that could be a big miss.
I was wondering before the start of the tournament where Durham were going to go for their wicketkeeper options, because I think everyone was expecting Ollie Robinson, as we talked about earlier, to be the keeper of choice, but then the Northern Superchargers came in and have snatched him for the 100.
Coughlin in bowls, that's going to be signalled as a wide, is it?
No, just one for the over.
Coughlin was annoyed about that. He's running...
That was an anger ball.
It was an anger ball.
So when Ollie Robinson kind of was known that he was going to be away for the One Day Cup, I was intrigued by who was going to be selected as keeper, and I was thinking it was probably going to be Tom McIntosh, the young wicketkeeper batter, but it's not him so far.
Coughlin in bowls, Haynes works system back point, there is no run. And I made the point earlier on in the commentary in terms of the best wicketkeeper I've seen all season, and I hadn't seen Ben Folkes because we don't play Surrey. But I thought Ollie Robinson was magnificent here. It was just a wonderful display of wicket keeping, and Ollie Robinson wouldn't have dropped that.
He wouldn't have, and I thought it would have been McIntosh, but I'm not sure whether he's injured or he might be away with Scotland he might have been away with Scotland with the World Cup qualifiers. So Graham Clark is the man behind the sticks.
Coughlin in bowls to Haynes. He's for good line this from Coughlin. He's just pinning Tom Haynes back in his crease.
Yeah, there is
no run.
There was definitely an element of intrigue, and then when they played Northumberland at Jesmond on Sunday, and I checked the scorecards and I checked the team, I was very surprised when I saw Graham Clark was the man with the gloves. I thought it would have been McIntosh, but I guess he's not quite up there with the other batters in order to get in the side, so Clark is the man entrusted.
Coughlin bowls to Haynes, and Haynes pulls that away. That's going to go away for 6 runs. No, it's not. 1 bounce 4. Literally just down, but I'm not sure he's completely in control of that, if I'm being honest, Tom Haynes. He was looking to pull that one away down towards deep backward square, and he rather top-edged it.
I think Coughlin had a word for him after that.
I think he probably did. Well, he can feel aggrieved, can Paul Coughlin, because he's had...
He should have 2 wickets. He's got the one, but he should have...
Well, he should have Pujara back in the hunt.
He should have Cheteshwar Pujara as a List A victim, and he doesn't.
Tom Haynes picked up another boundary. He goes to 16. Sussex 33 for 1 after 6. Just elsewhere, very briefly, Northamptonshire, where Sussex go on Sunday in all sorts of trouble. 30 for 5 in the 10th over in reply to Gloucestershire's 278, so not looking good for Northants. Worcestershire look like they're cantering to victory against Glamorgan. They're 80 for 1. That will be their 2nd win of the competition.
As Pretorius is in to Pujara, who's playing this out into the offside for no run.
80 for 1 in the 21st, chasing 199 to beat Glamorgan. And Somerset in a bit of trouble down at Taunton, 81 for 4 against Warwickshire.
So Paul Coughlin, coming into this game, had 22 wickets in List A cricket. The majority of those for Durham. He has played 1 List A game for Notts. He's upped himself to 23, but he should be on 24 with Pujara dropped behind as Pretorius is in. Good length ball, and it drives almost a false edge out of Pujara there. Just drops to Lees at mid-off for no run. I think we've seen this is one of the advantages you get from bowling second in a List A game. You get to, obviously your batters have seen what's worked on the pitch and what hasn't worked, and there from Pretorius he's already dropped the pace a little bit. He's already used the out of the back of the hand slower ball to try and deceive Pujara with the pace. As Pujara cuts this one, but it's straight to Liam Travaskis at backward point, and this is a good start. 3 dots. And as Adrian alluded to last over, the last thing Durham would have wanted is Sussex off to a quick start. Halfway through the 7th over, 33 for 1. I think Durham would be very happy with that return. As Pretorius is in. This is slightly trying to tuck Pujara for room, but a man of his class is able to turn it into leg side and move it for a single. He moves to 15 off 18, and Haynes is currently a runnable 16. In terms of other bowlers for Durham, we'll probably see Ollie Gibson come in at the end of the first power play. 23-year-old right-arm medium bowler. They've also got Johnny Bushnell, right-arm medium if they need it. Liam Travaskis and George Giselle are the spin options. As Haynes cuts this one into the ground, and he's done brilliantly well. That is another piece of excellent timing from Tom Haynes. Cuts it into the ground, so it lobs up over Johnny Bushnell. I think that is at point, and no one behind him. So it runs away for 4. The men back are third man and deep square. So Sussex now 38 for 1, and could potentially see some part-time bowling from some of the other Durham players, but I think it'll just be 5 overs or 5 bowlers used, as Haynes is looking to play that one in the same area but not able to get the same effect. Sussex 38 for 1 off 7, chasing 428.
A couple of emails that I missed earlier on, so apologies to people who got in touch. John Malone got in touch and said if Durham can get over 400, there should be no reason why Sussex cannot do the same. Failing that, is rain due at all? Well, on that matter, Jane has been in touch. Says, hi guys, I'm to the west at Shoreham by Sea and we have no rain here. Cheers, says Jane. So thank you for that. So I don't think there's going to be, I think that's where the weather is coming from today. Certainly tomorrow it looks like a shocking day. In comes Paul Coughlin running in down the hill, comes in and bowls. Pujara reaches for that, plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. He'd be annoyed he's missed out there.
That was a poor ball that really should have been sent.
Yeah. Tom Egerton has been in touch. Hello Tom, he says thanks for the commentary. commentary, I struggle to understand why Sussex aren't using the Cup as an opportunity to field excellent young players such as Lenham and Deer. I understand it's a tournament we would like to win, but surely it's the perfect time to incorporate some future talent into the side and give them valuable game time. All the best, and let's smash the run chase, says Tom. In comes Coughlin bowls, and Pujara this time does make 4 runs. Oh, that's a brilliant bit of fielding. Very, very good by Pretorius indeed, who gets in the throw. It's just a single. That was really top-class cricket by Miguel Pretorius, chasing around the third man boundary. Not only did he save the boundary, but he stopped a second run being taken. That's what you want. If you've got an overseas in your side, that's what you want. Absolute 100% commitment. 39 for 1. Pujara goes to 16.
He's been a very shrewd signing and a very shrewd find. He's fitted in very well with the core group up at Durham.
Coughlin bowls, Haynes drives, that's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. That's one of his favourite shots. The ball just pitched up around about the off stump and he belts that away through cover point as Tom Haynes. Lovely shot by the Sussex opener and skipper. He goes to 24. I think in fairness, Tom, coming back to your email, Sussex have got a lot of younger players playing in this game. Obviously they've got the experience of Pujara back. Steve Finn, the plan was always to play him in the 50 over. He just hasn't been fit, and sooner or later Sussex, he was going to have to test out this knee and just see whether he can play cricket. In comes Coughlin bowls. Haynes works this to backward point or to punt. There is no run. Annoyingly for Steve, I'm sure he got wrapped on the.
He definitely got wrapped on the wrist. He also did seem to be in a little bit of discomfort.
He did seem to be in discomfort. So he bowled the 4 overs. We'll find out more about that. But so that was there are some older heads playing. I don't know quite what's happened to Archie Lenham. I think he might have played 1 T20. He's barely played this season.
I remember when he first started playing for Sussex.
In comes Coughlin bowls to Haynes. Haynes forward, plays that into the covers. There is no run. What's interesting about this Durham reply with the ball as well is that Sussex bowled far too many 4 balls. Far too many 4 balls, and
freebies.
Good response. I mean, there were overs went with 3 boundaries in a row, whereas Haynes hits a boundary and Coughlin immediately tightens up his line. But yeah, so. Charlie Tier has been around the first team. But thank you for your email, Tom. In comes Coughlin bowls. Haynes flicks this one off the hip down towards fine leg. Chase around the boundary here for Bushnell, who gets in the throw. Good bit of fielding. Not a great bit of keeping again by Clark, I have to say. He fumbles the return. Coughlin snatches his cap. He was a very competitive cricketer, does Paul Coughlin, who wanders away. He'll be annoyed because he should have the scalp of Cheteshwar Pujara to his name, dropped behind by Graham Clark. End of the 8th over, 45 for 1. Pujara on 16, Haynes on 26, the man out. Tom Alsop, who was bowled by Paul Coughlin when the score was on just 1. So I haven't got a comparison actually over to over. Durham after 10 overs was 75 without loss. So Sussex are not millions of miles away from that. But it was, of course, that partnership between Beddingham and Lees were 194 in 19 overs. That was extraordinary. And that's what set up this tremendous total. We will have an update coming to our listeners. Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Cricket update.
With Adrian Harms at the county ground in Hove, Sussex, in their 50 over competition today. The visitors are Durham, who had a good head start in this match, Adrian.
They did, Danny. 427 for 9 in 50 overs. Takes some doing, going along at about 9 and over. It was a record score for Durham in one-day cricket, led by Alex Lees, their skipper, who made 144, and David Beddingham, who made 102 in just 58 deliveries. Some wonderful batting. It has to be said, some very disappointing bowling by Sussex and fielding as well. However, you never know, maybe Sussex will knock these runs off, but they haven't started well. They've lost a wicket. Tom Alsop out for just a single. Sussex were 3 for 1. However, they've recovered slightly, Danny. They're now 47 for 1. Tom Haynes, the skipper, is on 27. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 17, although Pujara was dropped by wicketkeeper Clark off the bowling of Coughlin when he got just 12. So the Sharks 47 for 1 in the 9th.
Right, Gerard. So it's the one-day cup, 50 over match, and how does this competition work? How do you progress?
Yeah, 2 divisions of 9, Danny. So we're going all over the country over the next week. 2 divisions of 9. The top 3 only qualify for the quarterfinals. So you've got to go some to make it through to the latter stages. Top 3 go through. 8 matches in all, spread over the next couple of weeks.
Okay, very good. Carry on and come back to us with an update in an hour's time.
Thank you, Danny.
Adrian, and the ball-by-ball commentary, if you want to hear that, is on the BBC Sport website.
Must admit, I was confused a couple of years ago. I thought it was the top 4 went through, but it's only the top 3. I'm glad you looked at me then, because I hadn't pressed my headset in. In comes Pujara's bowls to Pujara, who eases that down to deep backward square for a single. Interested here as well, Rob, that Durham have kept their opening bowlers on here for the entire power play.
I think you'll see both of them whipped off as soon as the power play is done. They'll be saving them for the death. Alex Lees, obviously, as has been mentioned, these 2, Pretorius and Coughlin, are his most experienced pair. So he'll be probably saving him for the back end. We might see maybe some Liam Travaskis if he's able to get the ball turning, but I think Lees is just sticking with tried and tested first up.
Pretorius in bowls to Haynes, who plays firmly into the covers. And why wouldn't you do that?
I think also they've not given him. There's been no reason to take them off.
No, I would agree.
Sussex haven't, battered them for 15 or 20 off and over. They've been able to keep the run rate where Durham would have wanted it. Around 5 or just under 5 and over. They're currently going at now. They're in the. Lees has got a lot of runs to play with, so he needs to be willing to adapt. But there's no reason to so far.
Pretorius in bowl, short.
Good short.
It was a good short, but whistle past the nose of Tom Haynes through into the gloves of keeper Clark. It is an end of an over. Good over, just the 3 runs coming off of it. And Durham will be very pleased with the way this is going. Just as we go to give the score, they're putting a sign up about sun cream dispensers being supplied around the ground, which is all great, useful information, but I can't see the score. 3 runs for the over. I think we're up
48 for 1, I believe.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say it's either 48 or 49.
And we've got our first bowling change.
That's interesting. 48. You're spot on. Well done. First bowling change. Paul Coughlin out of the attack. We've got a change in bowling. Who's this coming on?
George Giselle.
Thank you.
He'll be coming in from the Cromwell Road end. He played at Chester Street on Tuesday. 24 years old. A high score against Sussex last year of 37 not out. And Alex Lees trusting him with the last over of the power play, maybe just trying to steal an extra over out of his seamers for later on. And also, he's not had an awful lot of cricket. He's only played a couple of T20 games this season, so he is rated by the coaching setup, just needs a chance to show it. And here he is. And immediately Pujara using the feet to knock him down to Paul Coughlin, who whipped that in ferociously at the non-striker's end. He's still worked up that Pujara's been dropped.
I think he is worked up. I think you're right. He's not happy at all.
No, but I don't think.
I don't blame him.
I guess I don't think any bowler's happy when you've had a batter with the quality of Cheteshwar Pujara dropped when he's on 12.
I couldn't agree more, because Pujara has a habit of making sides pay, and it was down the leg side, but he got both hands to it. I think it was a fairly regulation catch, in fairness.
Now he's coming around the wicket is Giselle to Tom Haynes.
Shot.
That is a beautiful cut shot. As you described the Durham batting as not slogging and some textbook shots, that is how to play the cut shot off a spinner by Tom Haynes. Beautiful. Pick the length straight away. That's always the thing that fans and coaches look for in players. Can you pick the length of spin really well? When Tom Haynes did it perfectly there. Giselle under some early pressure. Again, Haynes off the back foot and stepping away a bit to the leg side, trying to free up the off side of the game, but no run there. He's got deep mid-wicket in. He's got deep mid-wicket out, and long off are the 2 men out, and that is Control C, Control V from Tom Haynes. That is 2 beautiful cut shots in the space of 3 balls, and George Giselle leaking some early runs here, which from a Durham perspective is, I guess, it's not fine, but it's okay. That means the 50 partnership is now up for this pair.
And not easy to bowl when you've only got 2 men allowed outside the circle for the spinner.
And this one is just tucked leg side, and Ben McKinney does well to get round and keep it to a quick single. Won't have any issues knowing who Ben McKinney is in the field. He stands, I think, at least a couple inches above everyone else out there for Durham.
He does.
Very tall man. Brings Pujara back on strike on 19 of 24. Drizel is in, slightly back of a length, and again Pujara using his feet to get to the ball, and that brings the power play to an end. The opening power play of the 10 overs. Durham can now spread the field out, which I imagine they will do, and Sussex are 59 for 1, Pujara 20 off 25, Tom Haynes looking in good nick, 36 off 29, and I imagine there is a bowling change, and as if by magic, Ollie Gibson has handed his hat to the umpire, and he will now begin his spell.
So don't despair, Sussex supporters, after the first power play of the Durham innings. Durham was 75 without loss, so Sussex not a million miles behind, but it was sort of here on in really that the next 20 overs went for 74, but it was really the overs between 20 and 30 where Sussex really did go, where Durham really did put their foot to the floor. They were scoring at 9 and over. So, let's see how we get on. Ollie Gibson is going to bowl up the hill. He's got 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Right arm over the wicket, he's in a bowl short, and Pujara leans back, plays that into the offside very quickly in from the covers is Pretorius.
That's Coghlan again.
Was it Coghlan, was it? They're not dissimilar in build, are they?
They're really not. They are very similar. I think Pretorius has been sent out to do some boundary duty? No, he's in front of us. A bit off,
yeah. Well, he's a tall man. You say McKinney's a tall guy as well. So there's some big fellas in this Durham side who were very quick across the ground there. In comes Gibson, bowled. Oh, Pujara's back and across and steers that into the offside.
He's hit a nice length of opening couple of deliveries. He's got Pujara not timing the ball fully. Didn't pick up any wickets on Tuesday. Did take a catch, and oh no, he did. He got Azhar Ali clean bowled.
I can see Liam Travaskis warming up there at backward point. I don't know whether that's a sign that we may be going to see Travaskis.
I was slightly surprised that it went to Giselle first over Travaskis as the spin option.
In comes Gibson bowls, and Pujara eases that through the covers, but there is a sweeper on the cover boundary. Pujara to 21, Sussex to 60 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle.
Yeah, Travaskis is one of the more senior members in this side now. Just Alex Lees, that top 4 is quite senior, but then you've also got Coghlan, Pretorius, and Travaskis are the more senior guys.
Well, we did say it looked like a very strong Durham batting lineup when today, so it's proven. Gibson, what can he do with the ball as he runs away from us? In and bowls, and Haynes with a typical Haynes shot, drilling the ball away through backward point. It's just a single though, fielded out on the boundary edge by Johnny Bushnell, who gets in the throw. 61 for 1, Haynes to 37. Partnership between these two of 58 after Tom Alsop was bowled in just the second over by Paul Coghlan. Weather update, well, heavier clouds seem to have drifted across the ground, and there's some brighter skies on the way. So I need to look up the rules. I think it's 10 overs constitutes a game. In comes Coghlan and bowls, and Pujara clips that away. It might have come off a bit.
I think he's hit that. He's hit that into his boot, I believe.
Let's just wait and see what happens. The umpire's signal is that they are indeed runs. So well spotted, Rob.
I think he clipped that into his boot, and he's managed to he's managed to scamper it away for 2.
Yeah, total goes to 63. The only reason I mentioned have you got a game, if it's 10 overs, then we have got a game, and we will get a result in this match. Duckworth Lewis is that 90 or 98? 98, yeah. Gibson again, coming into bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara. He's in the bowls. Pujara defends into the offside. Good opening over this by Gibson into the attack. The rewards a skipper.
Very good start.
Just the 4 runs off of the over. 11 overs gone. Sussex 90. No, they're not. They're 63 for 1. Bapara on 23. Haynes on 37. Sussex needing another 365 to win. They're going to need to score at 9.4 and over. Currently going along at 5.7.
Will be George Giselle to continue. Slightly expensive first over. Went for 11, just the 1 dot ball, but he was bowling the last over of the opening power play when he had 2 men out. I think Tom Haynes took advantage of that, and he's immediately got that backward point protection where he was carved for 2 fours by the Sussex skipper. So he's got backward point, long on, long off. It's Coughlin and Michael Jones down there, and he's got a man on the sweep, I believe. That is Mr. McKinney out there. Very good start, and actually just a slight field change. Coughlin's come in from long off as Giselle is in. Slightly fuller, and Haynes is playing and missing at that one. Coughlin has come in from long off to a short, around a cover position, and Lees has stuck himself at mid off. So they're saying to Haynes, if you want to go there, you can. He instead going to that backward point, and it's Travaskis out there doing the boundary riding, and he's able to keep it just a single.
Is that Ben McKinney is going to captain the under-19 squad for the matches coming up against Ireland and Australia this summer as well?
He is indeed. He's been captain of the Durham Seconds in the Second 11 Championship, and I think he was under-18s captain for Durham as well. And yeah, he's been in very good form in the Seconds Championship, and he's highly touted for big things, and he's getting his chance in this competition, and also he's being rewarded with those England youth team chances as Giselle is in back of a length, and there's a corn bowled.
Wow.
Slightly back of a length, and what a wicket for George Giselle. He's picked up Cheteshwar Pujara for 23. Not the best delivery, but Pujara went to smack it back over his head. He caught the slice of the bat, and Giselle takes up a very, very good caught and bowled just above his head, and Pujara is distraught with himself compared to delight for Giselle as he picks up the wicket, and Sussex lose their second in pursuit of 428.
Well, that's a huge wicket, isn't it? And you could tell by the reaction of the Durham lads, who are probably feeling pretty cock-a-hoop anyway, having posted 427. But Cheteshwar Pujara is the sort of player who he's been given a life. I tell the most relieved man on the ground will be Graham Clark, because Pujara is the sort of player who can absolutely punish you, and he was given a chance which went down, but to pick up that wicket now, that's a massive wicket. And well, it's never done till it's done, is it? And
never say never, but
there's a long way to go. It's a huge wicket.
That is a huge step for Durham.
Well, you just feel that Sussex have got a lot of they are players who are gaining in experience. This is a fine player, this lad coming out now, James Coles. But you just feel if Pujara is around, he can cajole and help the younger players here. But
just that experience that he's got.
Absolutely,
and,
absolutely.
Now that he's back in the shed, I do like what Alex Lees is doing here. He's not being overly aggressive with his field placings, but he's giving the bowler the protection he wants. I think we might see. I thought Pretorius was going into slip. He's not. He's going to stay at a third man, a short wide third man. But he's giving the bowler the protection he needs to bowl to the line, and it's to pay dividends. And Clark just motions Pretorius in a bit closer as Giselle is in, and Coles turns this to deep backward mid-wicket. I believe it's Travaskis out there in to do the fielding. Coles off the mark straight away, but as we say, that is a huge step for Durham towards pulling off what should be an impressive victory on the south coast, but don't count your chickens too early.
No, absolutely.
Giselle switches around the wicket to Haynes. Oh, there could be
crumbs.
A very
uncertain call, wasn't it?
A very uncertain drop and run from Haynes, but fortunately Giselle wasn't able to capitalise on the miscommunication, and they scamper through for a single. So it's been a very good comeback over from Giselle after his first over was a tad expensive. He's tucked Coles up for room, and that will just be the fourth single of the over, and those will be the only runs to come from it, with 2 dot balls, one of those being the coveted wicket of Cheteshwar Pujara at Sussex, 67 for 2 at the end of the 12th. And their task was already a big hope, I fear that's just taken an even bigger turn for the worse.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no, you can't hide that from a Sussex point of view. That when you've got Pujara out there with all his years and years of experience and run chases and pacing innings, that all the time he's there, you feel Sussex have got an outside chance, a big outside chance. But it's for others to do now. Tom Haynes is in. He's got 39 as the skipper. So maybe it can be Tom Haynes who can get Sussex somewhere close, but it's going to, they've got to score a 9.5 and over, which is an awful lot to get. In comes Gibson, running away from us. Over the wicket bowls to Coles, who, he's going to get runs down to third bank and easily have got caught at backward point. He was in the air a long time. He's going to come back for a second run. Is James Coles. He goes to 4 on the total to 39 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Live cricket here from Hove. He missed all the fireworks earlier on today with the Durham innings at 4:27 for 9. Gibson's back to his mark. Lovely sunshine now. Lots of cloud around, but we're bright sunshine as Gibson is in bowls and Cole's just. There could be a run out here. There will be a run out. The throw comes in. If it hits the stumps, he was out. It was.
That's only missed by a whisker as well. Total
misunderstanding. The ball was played by Coles back to the square. Now it was Tom Haynes' call. It went back to the square, so he was entitled to call Coles through for the run. Coles sent him back, sent his skipper back. The throw came in, I think, from the keeper.
It was from Graham Clark.
It was, yes. And it missed the stump by a coat of varnish.
He's only now just dropped his hands from his head. Yeah. It was, as you say, one coat of varnish away, and Sussex were in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah. Gibson bowls, Coles defends down the other side of the track.
He settled into a very nice line length here.
No, very
Gibson.
Good. Very good indeed.
But from the first couple of balls he bowled, he had Pujara up on his toes, playing at a height he didn't really know what to do with. And as we say, this competition is now, because of other tournaments, it's now viewed by many counties as a development tournament. And Ollie Gibson, a 23-year-old, looking to take his opportunity.
Comes Gibson, bowls, and Coles drives firmly through the covers. He's going to take a single. They'll come back for a second run, fielded out on the cover boundary.
Vasquez had a long way to run round to get that, so it enabled the batters to come through for a 2.
Yeah, 2 more. Gibson back to his mark. I was reading about George Rizal, because I did seem to remember him getting wickets against Sussex before. I'm just reading here about him getting wickets against Sussex back in 2018 in the Championship. Must have been very young then. He's only 24 now. In comes Gibson, bowls. Coles is hit on the pad, looking to glide that one of his favourite shots back with a square on the leg side that thumps into his pads. And there is a leg by. 71 for 2. Duckworth Lewis 138. I think it is always a good guide. We're not saying it's going to rain, but it does give a good steer as to where Sussex are in this run chase. Gibson's got a really good line, as you say. At some stage, Sussex are going to have to get after somebody. Somebody will have to go for, for plenty of runs. Maybe not just yet, but at some stage. Gibson in again, bowls to Haynes. That was a little bit of a hoik. He picks up one. They're going to come back for the second. Vasquez fields and gets in the throw.
I think to finish what you were saying there, it's going to have to be sooner rather than later. I mean, what's the run rate now required? It's currently sitting at just under 6, their current run rate. The required run rate, I imagine, was going to be something towards the 10, maybe even already at 11s. See if we can work that one out. See if the live stream's got it for us. Required run rate is already sitting at 9.5, which is pretty much what Durham went at for the entirety of their innings. So, as you say, maybe it's not quite yet. Maybe they do need to see off these next couple of overs from Giselle and Gibson. But sooner or later, someone in this bowling attack, from a Sussex point of view, is going to have to be gone, and you're going to have to be willing to sacrifice wickets, because otherwise you're not going to have a cat and hell's chance of getting a result. Ooh, Cole's down on his trying to play a lap sweep, and he's fortunate not to make any contact with that. He's gone for a wide, seeing as it's down the leg side, and Luke Robinson doing water duties down in front of us as He now comes down to charge Drizel, but gets a thickish outside edge, and that will run away for 4 in the vacant third man area. Gibson nowhere near in the vicinity to cut that off. Maybe they have decided that Drizel they're going to start going after now,
Yep.
but I would be. I mean, there's no. Is there any really right way to play this? Because they play defensively, then you then get the comments of they're not going for it as Drizel's in again. He plays the same shot again, dapped out into the leg side, but no run. There is no real right way to play this from a Sussex point of view.
No, I mean they've got that, they're going to have to take chances.
I guess at some point you just got to go backs to the wall. Let's throw some shots and see what happens. As Drizel is in, and that's a reverse sweep. He's gone underneath Ollie Gibson, who probably should have done better there. It was hit straight at him, but through the legs, and McKinney does the cleaning up on the boundary. Coles moves himself to 11. Haynes has gone well for his 41 so far, and I think I wouldn't be too far off in saying that most of Sussex's hopes lie with their skipper out in the middle right now.
Yeah, I think a huge amount does, yes.
Drizel around the wicket, and that's the fourth time, that Haynes has found that area behind square on his offside, and it's another beautiful cut shot that dissects the field again, and he moves himself onto 45. I haven't seen much of Tom Haynes, but he does look a very impressive player.
No, he is. I mean, by his own, I spoke to Tom a couple of weeks ago when we were up in Leeds for the championship match, and Tom felt he hadn't really scored enough runs this season, so he'll be delighted with this.
Drizel again, and he's looking to play off the back foot. He does seem to love the back foot.
He does.
Against the spin.
Yeah, and his favourite shot is anywhere around point. He's very, very strong in that area. Scores.
He's done very well.
Lots and lots of runs in that area.
Drizel in again, and this one is slightly straighter and fuller from him, so Haynes tucks this leg side. He moves himself to 46. Johnny Bushnell up there on the deep mid-wicket boundary end of the over, and Sussex have moved themselves to 85 for 2 with 11 off that over from George Drizel.
And I think he's going to be taken out of the attack, and I think I saw skipper Alex Lees wave there in the direction of Liam Travaskis. So I think that might be the end of George Drizel for a while.
Gibson's going to continue.
Yes. I was just reading that George Drizel's first class wickets were against Sussex. That was in 2018.
He was playing for
Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire
Yeah,
then.
born in Bristol. And I was just looking, it was a game that Sussex won by 28 runs, and for no other reason, and this is interesting, I was just looking at the Sussex attack in that game. So Sussex bowling attack was Jofra Archer, Ollie Robinson, Chris Jordan, David Visa, Danny Briggs.
It's a pretty good bowling attack, that.
That's not too bad. Archer, Robinson and Jordan, supplemented by Visa. Wow. In comes Gibson, around the wicket, bowls, pulled away by Tom Haynes, and that's 4 runs. That was short, and Haynes said thanks very much, and absolutely leathered that through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes, and as Rob was saying, his half century comes up. Lovely way to go to it as well. Just short and pulled away through the 50 and 38 balls, 56 minutes with 9 boundaries to Tom Haynes. So the skipper showing some defiance. He won't give this up. 89 for 2. First bad ball really that Gibson's bowled, I think, to be honest. Ollie Gibson
is, but as the Durham batters who got in on this pitch showed, there are runs for you. There are runs for you, and Tom Haynes has found 50 of them already.
Gibson in again, bowls, and Haynes drives firmly through the covers, picks up one to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 51, the total to 90 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Wherever you're listening, a very good afternoon. Got a few more emails in, and I'll attempt to read some of those in between deliveries. Our friends in the corporate area seem to be getting more and more rowdy as time goes. Can you hear them, Rob? There?
I can hear them.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves, but I hope it's not distracting from your enjoyment. And as long as the language stays okay, we don't mind. Gibson just pauses for a moment. Coles on 11. 90 for 2. Gibson in bowls. Coles just glides that one down to third man. Picks up.
I can tell we're in Brighton. I can now hear the seagulls.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Can now tell that I'm now firmly on the south coast.
Coles goes to 12. 91 for 2. Sussex are needing another 337 to win. It's an awful long way away. Required run rate is 9.5. They're currently scoring at 6.3, so a decent start from Sussex, but an awful mountain to climb. In comes Gibson again, bowls, and Haynes hammers that. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. He just drilled that over mid off for 6 runs.
That wasn't even that full from
Beautifully
Gibson.
played by the skipper. Tom Haynes looks in the mood here, doesn't he? Lovely shot straight down the ground.
indeed.
He goes to 57 and Sussex to 97 for 2.
We did mention that something was going to have to change from Sussex.
Well, this over has now gone for 12, and this is where we saw the acceleration from Durham, where
Giselle's last over went for 11 as well.
yeah, where overs were continually going for 12, 13s. There was one I think of Henry Croker went for 25, and we saw some massive overs. Alex Lee's just retrieving the ball, and he'll be mindful of this, and he'll know what you were saying, Robert, about there are runs in this pitch. And he's just taking his time. Gives the ball back to Gibson. 12 off the first 4 balls. He's in and bowls. Haynes drives. Oh, that's a brilliant bit of fielding. Very, very good indeed by McKinney, because that would have probably been 4 more.
Yeah, I don't think Bushnell was making his way around to that.
They're the things that make all the difference, aren't they? Brilliant stop. All of a sudden, 16 off the over. You're thinking, crumbs, we're in trouble here. Just a slight change in the field here from Alex Lees. He's just putting his mid on back to long on.
He's brought in third man.
Yeah, just taking his time here is Gibson. He'll know his bowler's under pressure here, or Alex Lees. He's probably why he's just using all his experience. Gibson in, bowls, and good. Oh, he's bowled a no ball. That's the last thing he'd have wanted to do. It was a good delivery, actually, right up in the block hole.
Yorker. But it's very good Yorker.
But it's a no ball, and that's going to be a free hit because it was a front foot no ball. So all of a sudden, an over that wasn't going desperately well for Ollie Gibson is now turning into a bit of a nightmare. He's conceded 12, 14 off the over.
And he's now got a free hit.
And he's now got a free hit.
Need to try and get out of this without another boundary.
Yeah. Gibson runs away from us up the hill, coming into bowl to Tom Haynes, who's got licence here, bowls, and Haynes hammers the ball, but straight into the covers, and he got away with it there, and Tom Haynes can't believe it. He's drilled that straight to Ben McKinney, who fields in the covers. So Ollie Gibson gets out of the over. Well, fortunately, he's 14 off of the over. Rob's going to disappear, I think, and do his update to the listeners in Newcastle. 99 for 2 are Sussex, with Coles on 12. Haynes is on 57. Rob Rush deputising for Martin Emerson, the regular Durham commentator, who's not too well at the moment. So get well soon, Martin. I'm sure we'll be back on the airwaves soon. Durham going to play at Neath next week, not somewhere I've been to watch Glamorgan play. Will they be going there with a win under their belts from this match here at home? We are going to get a change of bowling. It is going to be Liam Travaskis, who, as I thought George Rizal was being taken out of the attack, and it is the more experienced Liam Travaskis who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end with Sussex 99 for 2. Travaskis, left arm around the wicket, bowl short, pulled away by Coles. Oh, what a catch! Oh, what a catch that is! That is absolutely brilliant by the skipper, Alex Lees. It was a real loosener from Liam Travaskis, halfway down the wicket, and Coles just pulled it straight into the hands of Lees, who dived away to his right-hand side at mid-wicket to take a spectacular diving catch. Travaskis gets a wicket with his first ball. I don't think James Coles will be too pleased. It was a loose delivery. It probably should have gone for 4, but he's pulled it too close to Lees, who plucked the ball out of the air, and the third Sussex wicket goes down, 99 for 3. And that's a real blow as James Coles makes his way off. But what a catch that is by Alex Lees. It was a tremendous effort. It really was. So Travaskis picks up his a wicket with his very first ball, and James Coles is on his way. Robert's just gone next door to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Newcastle to bring them the good news of the demise of James Coles. And the new mayor coming out is Tom Clark to join his good friend Tom Haynes, both of whom play their club cricket at Horsham. a ground where Sussex in the past have played quite a bit of 4-day cricket, but the cricket he's played at Hove certainly since the pandemic. So, what can these two left-handers do? The two Toms, Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, can they get Sussex back on track here? It's an awfully long way for them to go. Still needing another 329 to win. Got a score at 9.4 and over. Travaskis, left arm coming over the wicket on this occasion now to Tom Clark bowls, and Clark is forward and clips this nicely through mid-wicket to get his first run, which brings up the Sussex 100, which will probably bring a ripple of applause. I don't know if that counts as a ripple. Barely a ripple. 100 for 3 in the 16th over. Haynes surveys that leg side field, so there are 3 men out on that leg side. Travaskis off half a dozen paces, no more bowls, and Haynes drives back down the track. Travaskis fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Travaskis just hesitates slightly into his approach to the wicket, and then decided not to as he's in and bowls, and Haynes just works this down the offside of the track. There is no run. Reminds me a little bit of Liam Dawson. Not in looks, but just the way that he bowls here. Liam Travaskis, bags of experience. And again, Haynes clips this down to long on. Picks up a single, does the skipper. He goes to 58. The Sharks to 101 for 3. The men up Alsop for a single. Pujara for 23. And James Coles for 12. Travaskis again. In bowls, and Clark clips this but straight to mid-wicket, and there's some really tight fielding in there. That was Lee's in there, or Pretorius? It was McKinney, actually. They're all tall men, aren't they? And there is no run. Good tidy over from Liam Travaskis, just 2 runs conceded. The important wicket of James Coles, and at the end of the 16th over, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Rob Rush with you on commentary today. The Sharks 101 for 3, needing to score at 9.6 and over if they're going to reach their target of 428. Another 327 runs needed. To give you a clue, Duckworth Lewis at the moment is 187. Sussex 101 for 3. Got a change in bowling. Maybe unsurprisingly, with that last over from Ollie Gibson, which was an expensive over, going for 16. Gibson 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. And it's going to be Johnny Bushnell who's going to come in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Tom Haynes, who's 58 not out. He's around the wicket in and bowls, and Haynes hammers that through the covers, but there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Haynes goes to 59, 102 for 3. Rob is back with us, and Rob, they say that catches win matches, and that was an absolute belter from Alex Lees. I mean, James Coles will be kicking himself because it was a half tracker, it was a loosener. Probably should have gone for 6 in reality.
Should have done. I missed it while I was busy trying to connect through to the to the radio, but I managed to catch a replay of it, and it was a very, very good catch from the captain.
Yeah. The first ball that Travaskis bowled. So, single off the first ball of this over, 102 for 3. Lots and lots of blue sky around now, so any thought about rain certainly disappeared for the time being. As in come Bushnell bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays out into the covers, and there is no run. One feature I think so far, of this Durham performance, I think their fielding has been excellent. I mean, they've been right on the money. The ones that Durham seemed to take, which I remember one particularly of Henry Croker when he just stood with his hands on his hips as if to say, come on, how have they got a single there? There's been none of that from Durham. They've been right on the money. In comes Bushnell bowls, Clark again plays into the offside. This time there is a single. Good sprawling stop, but can't prevent that single by Paul Coughlin. And it's just a single to Clark. He goes to 2, 103 for 3.
Yeah, a very loose delivery from Travaskis to start up.
Yeah.
But he won't mind because it goes down as a wicket ball.
No, it does.
And they all count.
Northamptonshire now 60 for 6 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College. In comes Bushnell bowls. Haynes covers up, plays down the track. There is no run. Worcestershire, as I say, cantering to victory against Glamorgan at New Road. That'll be 2 wins out of 2 for Worcestershire. Azarali 77 not out. They're 152 for 2. Just needing another 48 to beat Glamorgan. There was 17 overs left, so they'll be thinking about run rate in that one. Worcestershire, great start for them in the competition. In comes Bushnell bowls to Haynes, who hammers that one to mid-off, only as far as Lees. And there is no run. And just remember, the top 3 only go through, so if you get 2 wins out of 2, I mean, probably 5 wins is going to get you pretty close, I reckon, in this competition.
Do you know how is the drawing for your opponents just completely random each year?
As far as I understand, yeah. Whereas T20 is always on a regional basis. Bushnell in bowls to Haynes, who's wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside, and there is no run. Good over, just the 2 runs coming off of it, and that's a very good start by Johnny Bushnell. End of the over, 103 for 3. The run rate required goes up to 9.8 and over. Duckworth Lewis to 191. Haynes on 59. Clark is on 2.
I think the thing that if Bushnell is only gone for 2 off that first over, he can give his captain 5 overs of around not going for much more than 5 or 6 and over. That's 5 overs he's got out of him that he may not have banked on earlier on in the innings. So I like the move to get Bushnell involved. It will be Travaskis to continue to Clark, who's using the feet down the track, but he's only able to slap it into his pad. It's all about if you can find those overs from bowlers that you weren't absolutely depending on and needing. It just gives you more options towards the back of the innings, which will benefit Alex Lees as Travaskis is in. It's an attempted reverse sweep from Clark, but he's got absolutely none of that. And Lees is, I think, reacting that. He's trying to send George Drizel out to where that shot was meant to go, but I think Drizel was quite picked it up.
Yeah.
But Travaskis continue after 2 dots, and again, use of the feet is very good, but only out there for a single. He's got a very, very heavy leg side protected field. To Clark, and we've got a pair of left-handers at the crease, so hopefully from a Durham point of view their bowlers can settle into a line and length to both batters as Travaskis is in, and Clark is this out?
It's Haynes just over the top of it off, wasn't it?
It was. Ollie Gibson was backpedaling, trying to take a one-handed scream, and in the end Michael Jones has come running round from long on to stop the boundary. Just for a long time there, Ollie Gibson was in the game at sort of a deep mid-off. Haynes had used his feet to come down the pitch and only just managed to get it over the top of Gibson.
Yeah. Scoreboard pressure, I mean, the run rate's now up to 10 and over.
Yes, indeed. Haynes on 61. Again, use of the feet, and this is more controlled. It's be down to Jones at long on. Only just a 4 off this over, and we've only got 1 ball left of it. Kind of as you mentioned earlier, Adrian, there's just not been any real freebies from the Durham bowlers, which is what Sussex gave Durham all too often. It's another attempted reverse sweep, and this one I think wraps him on the glove, does Clark, and he's not able to get any runs out of it. Just 4 off the 18th for Sussex, 107 for 3. Clark on 3 and Haynes on 62. I think it's fairly safe to say that Tom Haynes is it looks like he's playing on a different pitch to all of the other Sussex players.
Well, he's certainly playing very nicely. Tom Clark just struggling to time the ball. Just looking at these other scores in this group, Gloucestershire already with 1 win under their belts as well. So it looks like Gloucestershire are going to beat Northampton today. So you'd therefore have Worcester and Gloucestershire
on 2 wins.
Who've already had 2 wins.
I think Ollie Price hit 111. I think in their opening game. Excuse me.
And comes Bushnell bowls to Haynes, who flicks that to short. Was that a drop?
No, I think it just picked. I think it dropped just at his boots.
It was a terrific bit of fielding, wasn't it? If that was the case, because who is that at fine?
Gibson.
Well, it was a very good bit of fielding. Very good indeed. And Haynes sent Tom Clark back. He was after a single. I think he might have hit him on the shins, actually. In comes Bushnell bowls to Haynes, who plays a very curious shot. Plays
Bush
it down
to go after that.
Mid-on. They're going to come back for a second run. Bushnell chases back, throws at the non-striker's end and picks up a couple of runs, does Tom Haynes. Strange shot though.
He tried to. It was like, I think he was expecting a fuller ball, but it was very short, and he kind of just. It was as if he pulled out halfway through the attempted pull shot and just let the ball hit his bat and didn't really do much else with it, and just let it drop. And because Bushnell's got 3 men on the leg side back, they're able to pick up 2.
Bushnell again in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who drives down the ground, and he's going to pick up a single down here to long on, fielded just down below us by Vittorius, who gets in the throw. One more to Tom Haynes. He goes to 65, 110 for 3 in the 19th over. Run rate now over 10 and over, 10.1 needed and over.
It's now starting to get to that point where it's starting to just get a little bit out of control.
Yeah, Bushnell in again. Balls. Clark, lovely shot, clips this one away through backward square, just picks up a single. They're going to have to come back for the second. The throw comes in, needs to get a move on. Good throw, very good cricket actually. Good throw coming in from Travaskis, but Clark was very quickly back for the second. Clark goes to 5, 112 for 3. Yes, you're right. I mean, Sussex need some overs here, some sort of, 12, 13, 14s and over for a period of time here to keep this run rate within some sort of range. Bushnell again bowls. Clark turns it to mid-on and picks up a single. Just Tom Clark. He goes to 6, 113 for 3. But when we're looking at the runs in this over, there's been 3, 5, 6 off the over, so 2 twos and 2 singles. When we were looking at the Durham innings, when we were looking at the scoreboard, it was 4, 6, no ball wide, and that's what really racked up as far as Sussex were concerned. Bushnell in again, bowls, and he's gone behind. He goes, and I think that's all about scoreboard pressure. Tom Haynes goes, caught behind. The bowling change works. Bushnell picks up a wicket. Graham Clark takes the catch. Tom Haynes is on his way for 65. Silence around the ground, and I think people here probably feeling that, barring some sort of a miracle, Sussex could be in for a fairly hefty defeat here.
Could be all she wrote. Very well played from Tom Haynes. 65 runs off just 56 balls, 9 fours and a 6. As you say, not really. He's trying to send Johnny Bushnell back over his head for 6. We did just talk about it as well. The run rate getting up to over 10 and over. Sussex needing to do something to try and get themselves back in with a slither of a hope, and it's led to a thin edge that Graham Clark has comfortably taken behind the stumps. Ollie Carter is the new batter at the crease for the Sharks. 113 for 4. Duckworth Lewis is sitting at a very, very high 230 for this state of the innings, and this is time for the squeeze from Durham.
Yeah, I'm just looking at where Sussex might conjure something up from. I remember a couple of years ago being down at the Aegeus Bowl, wonderful stand between David Visa and Ben Brown, when Sussex were in a bit of a pickle, not as bad as this, and David Visa made 171. It was just unbelievable, magical innings. But I don't think Sussex got that sort of power in their middle order these days. Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in at 7, he can bat. Jack Carson at 8, but then a lengthy tail, Crocombe, Finn, and Brad Curry.
Clark is down the track to Travaskis. He hits him on the pad, but he's well outside 3 metres for any chance of LBW. I wonder if he might try and get Giselle back into the attack here. Travaskis is in, and this is punched off the back foot. And speaking of Giselle, he will do the honours from the boundary rope. Another single to the tally, and this is kind of what we mean. It's a good ball, but Durham even were putting away those good balls for 4 on more than regularly, and that's just where the difference is showing today.
Well, I've been impressed by Durham, and it's easy to say that, isn't it, when you see someone score 427, but they clearly back deep. They've got some good players in the side. They've been well led here by Alex Lees. They fielded like tigers. You know, I'm quite surprised they lost their first game. I mean, Worcestershire are going to win against a Worcestershire. I was looking at sides who haven't lost a lot of people to the 100 in this competition. I mean, Durham have lost a few, though. I mean, their bowling attack has been decimated.
It's mainly the bowlers that have been taken.
I mean, Worcestershire have got a good side in this.
Travaskis is into Carter, who's driving straight away out to McKinney on the cover boundary. Just be a single to get him off the mark.
When you look at the Worcester side, Azhar Ali, Brett D'Oliveira, Jake Libby, Ben Cox, Matthew Waite, Joe Leach, Josh Baker.
That's not too far off many of the
that's a good
of the county championships.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And nor are Sussex, in fairness. This is.
As Travaskis is into Clark, down the track and flicked leg side, should only be a single. I remember we were talking about Archie Lenham and Charlie Tier earlier. I remember didn't Archie Lenham make his debut when he was just 16?
Yes, he did, yes. So
how old, that was what, couple of years ago, I want to say?
Yeah, look at Archie's birthday, which is in my book here. Archie Lenham's birthday is the 23rd of July 2004, so he is now 19.
Carter is flipping this through the offside for a single. So I guess it's the kind of thing, I think we all kind of get a little bit caught up in it when a young player comes in and makes a debut and then they maybe don't be seen a lot. I know he picked up a 100 deal towards the back end of last year, because Southern Brave were running out of players.
Yeah, I don't think he's not in the 100 this year.
No, he's not.
He's in the squad for this.
As Travaskis is in again, and this is cut off the back foot. Giselle's going to have some work here, and he does pretty well to get around. They should come back for a second, and they do. But I think there's something we kind of get a little bit caught up with in all sports, is when a young player comes in and makes a debut and then kind of is not seen again for a little bit of time or doesn't play regularly. We kind of go, well, what's happening behind the scenes? Like, come on, he should be playing if you're good enough, you're old enough, etc., etc. But Sussex have got to manage him in the right way. You know, he's a very talented prospect, but it's all about, can he be managed in the right way? And that is the end of the over. Sussex 119 for 4. I would admit I am slightly surprised he's not been picked today, but I think when I look at, and again, I guess you say off the bottom performance, you'd go, well, surely he couldn't do much worse. But when we look at the spinners that Durham were able to take down, I feel Lennon would have been put in that same category.
In comes Bushnell running in away from us, and a bowls to Carter, who drives nicely down the ground, well footed by Lees, who's a big man. The skipper quickly round from mid on to field, 1 to Carter. He goes to 3, the total to 120 for 4. Mike's been in touch in North London. He said, how is it decided who plays who? Is it a divisional thing? I think it's completely arbitrary, Mike.
I imagine there'll be a mixture of North and South teams.
Sussex, we go to... we're all over the place next week. We go to Northampton, we go to Derby, we go to Taunton before we come back here to play Glamorgan. In comes Bushnell bowls. A nice shot by Tom. It was in the air. He's going to get a couple of runs out onto the leg side is Tom Clark. He goes to 12 and the total to 122 for 4.
I mean, looking at Durham's games, they're away at Neath against Glamorgan on Tuesday. Then they're back up in the North East hosting Derbyshire and Northampton. Then they're hosting Somerset at South Northumberland. And they've got Warwickshire and Gloucestershire, so a bit of a mixture in comparison to the Blast.
Controversial bowls. Oh, that's a terrific shot. Oh, that's more like it. Tom Clark belts that away. That's a terrific shot. That's a lofted drive over mid-off for 6 runs. Super shot. That's what the crowd have come to see. That
can be put towards shot of the day.
That's good as anything we've seen today. Tom Clark just hammering the ball away. An authentic shot. Lovely off drive, and the ball clears the corporate hospitality to the right of where we're sitting. That was a tremendous blow by
I think
Tom Clark.
That's what's called a slot delivery from Johnny Bushnell, and any batter doesn't really matter what your experience is. Any batter, when they see a ball in the slot, it's going to go, and that one did indeed, and a remarkable hit that is. Sussex now 128 for 4. Clark moves himself to 18.
In comes Bushnell, who was halfway to the crease and then had to run back again. I think he got his run up slightly wrong. And Tom Clark was ready. That was a lovely shot by Tom Clark. He goes to 18 off 16 balls, 128 for 4. It's important for Sussex. If they are going to lose, they don't get absolutely annihilated.
Make it competitive.
Make it competitive, and run rate could be really important in this competition. Really important.
Slight change. Bushnell sends Alex Lees back to just in front of us on the boundary.
Bushnell again bowls to Clark, who's looking to drive through the offside.
Good response.
It is a good response. Right up in the block. I was stepped away to the leg side, Tom Clark. and through to keeper Clark. There is no. What's interesting to me here is I'm looking at Alex Lee. He's completely in control of the situation, isn't he? He's not letting anybody let up here for Durham. He's on people's case. He's looking at the field the whole time. In comes Bushnell bowls. Clark works this one out into the covers, picks up a single. Does Tom Clark? He goes to 19. Is that the end of the over?
No, there'll be one more.
One more to come. 129 for 4. To give you an idea, Duckworth Lewis is currently 233. Sussex needing to score at 10.2 and over. Ollie Carter, wicketkeeper, in at the moment, who's shown in the T20 that he's got the ability to play some shots. He's going to have to do it fairly soon. Bushnell bowls. That's a full toss now. I don't think that was above waist high, so I think we'll get away with that.
Square leg umpires cleared it for height.
With Bushnell, it was okay, you could see, but it was a full toss. And it is the end of the over. 130 for 4 are the Sussex Sharks here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Rob Rush here on commentary today. Lots of blue sky around, so not going to get any problems with the weather, certainly in the short term, I don't think. Duckworth Lewis 237, Sussex 130 for 4. Clark on 19, Carter is on 4.
Travaskis will continue from the end furthest away from us. He's got a very short run up, but then kind of snaps through his action. He does so, and Carter uses his feet. He's setting off for a quick single, and good job he was alert and on that. He was able to call Clark through and getting comfortably. Ollie Gibson with the throw from it on. I think the thing that will please Alex Lees the most is that his changes have worked. His changes have brought wickets. You know, as I mentioned, Johnny Bushnell is not someone who is expected to have turned to really today. But he's turned to him. He's got a wicket. Good catch from Clark behind the stumps. As you say, he's in control as Travaskis snaps through. Leaning edge! Ooh. And if Coughlin had not moved a step to his right, Durham would be celebrating their 5th, but Coughlin caught flat. He just taken a step to his right just as the ball hit the air, and he froze in action. And Carter scampers through for another single. Travaskis into his 4th over here. Down the right, is that stumping? It's out!
Well, stumped when it was down the leg side, wasn't it? And
very good work from Graham Clark.
Yeah,
very good work from Graham Clark. I mean, Tom Clark he's used his feet several times in the innings today, pretty much since he came out to bat. He'd been looking to get down the pitch to the track of the ball. It wasn't the best of deliveries from Travaskis, but down the leg side, but lovely work from Graham Clark to make up for his dropped catch earlier, and that is the end of Tom Clark.
Clark stumped Clark. Old Travaskis. I thought actually it wasn't a bit. I thought it was a clever bit of bowling by Liam Travaskis. I think he could see Tom Clark coming. He fired the ball down the leg side. I think Graham Clark could see it coming as well. And the minute Tom Clark missed it, all Clark's, isn't it? The bails are whisked off, and all of a sudden Sussex are. Well, Finn Hudson-Prentice is the next man, who's a fine player. Jack Carson can bat, but I feel once you get down to Crocombe, Finn and Curry, that they're not going to carry you home. So it's really, I think it's down to if Sussex. Well,
they need this partnership. This partnership is
we're clutching at straws here. 10.3 and over, but I think if these two and Carson are really Sussex's. If Sussex going to get anywhere near, but it's just important. It's important they use up the overs.
Yeah, because otherwise net run rate is going to come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Oh, enormously.
Do you know what? Do you know who would be proud of that stumping? Ollie Robinson.
Would he?
Very, very good glove work from Graham Clark, making up for his drop of Cheteshwar Pujara early on with that nice stumping. I think, I'm inclined to agree with you. Travaskis saw Tom Clark coming and purposely fired it in wider, and Graham Clark did the rest. Finn Hudson-Prentice sweeping first ball, and it's down to Pretorius at long leg. He's off the mark with a single straight away. Yeah, as you say, Sussex need to try and drag this out for as long as they can, because otherwise, if Durham were to somehow run through them in the next 5 to 10 overs, that net run rate is going to be harsh on the hosts. Carter is driving but can't beat Coughlin at mid-off.
It's gone very quiet around the ground, hasn't it?
Has indeed. Chavaskis is in and Carter is lofting him back over his head. It's a very good shot. I think he'll be cut off by Jones at the boundary at will. They come back for a second. Very nice lofted shot straight over the head from Ollie Carter. I think these two have probably got the license to start playing some shots now.
Yeah, in a sense they have. I mean, you know, but I'm just mindful of this run rate business. That you don't want to get bowled out in sort of 30 overs here.
Carter is now lap scooping. That's a very well-timed shot. I don't think it's going to run for 4. Pretorius is going to work his way around from long leg again to catch up with it, and that's another 2 to the total. 139 for 5. 3 twos, 2 singles, and a dot ball. A wide, but also bringing a wicket as Tom Clark was stumped by his namesake Graham. 139 for 5. No relation, though.
No, not as far as we know. She's just stumbling a bit getting towards the line against Glamorgan. They're 180 for 5 in the 38th over, needing another 20 to win. So you'd think that they'd win that reasonably comfortably. They have lost a couple of wickets. Somerset now 168 for 6 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Northants 105 for 6. Again, a slight recovery for Northants, but Gloucestershire and Worcestershire looking good for their second wins of the competition. Bushnell comes in and bowls, clipped round to the leg side by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's going to pick up a couple of runs out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Hudson-Prentice goes to 3, 141 for 5. Apologies, I was distracted there at the beginning of the over. 2 more. Hudson-Prentice, he goes on to 3. Sussex now needing to score at 10.3 and over. Duckworth Lewis 273, which perhaps gives you an idea of where the game is. Bushnell tosses the ball from hand to hand. By the same token, Durham's run rate will get an enormous boost. In and bowls. Hudson-Prentice drives to be careful. Throw comes in, hits, he's out. Oh, well, he did hit and he wasn't out. So what do I know? Good bit of fielding by Pretorius. He picks it up. He's good job. Hudson-Prentice is quick between the sticks because it was a very, very good bit of fielding, wasn't it? Picked it up. He only had one stump to aim at. Hit the stumps. The thing in Hudson-Prentice's favour there was, Rob, that he set off immediately as he played the shot.
There was no doubt in his mind that there was a single there.
Yeah.
Pretorius there just giving some piece of advice to Bushnell.
Yeah. Bushnell runs away from us. Coming into bowl to Ollie Carter, and Carter almost plays on. He gets a thickish inside edge, horrible looking shot really, but he gets a single fielded by Clark, the wicket keeper. And just one more to Ollie Carter, but Sussex really needs some overs here. As I think you always think the game's up, 10.5 and over, but he needs someone to come in, and Sussex need a succession of big overs. That partnership of 194 in 19 overs, that's the sort of thing. It was extraordinary. Bushnell in bowl, Hudson-Prentice full toss, so he's
had a couple of those.
Yes, plays it just to mid on.
And so I did say a few overs ago, I wonder if Alex Lees might try and get George Giselle back into the attack.
Yeah.
Still could be an option. I mean, Bushnell's not been overly expensive, but he's not. He's just losing that accuracy just a touch.
Bushnell runs away from us. Right time over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Carter drives to mid-on, and he's caught by Alex Lees. Another wicket goes down, and that's a very, very soft dismissal and a poor dismissal really from Ollie Carter. Just a length delivery, and Carter just hit the ball straight down the throat of Alex Lees, who just stooped down and took his second catch. And I'm afraid Sussex are matching their very poor bowling performance with a very poor batting performance as well. That was a poor shot by Ollie Carter. He's on his way for 10. And the Sharks brothers are sidling it 144 for 6. And it's a shame there's a big crowd here at Hove today, and they're witnessing a very disappointing Sussex performance. Jack Carson is the last of the... Would you call Jack Carson a recognised batsman? He's
all-rounder.
Well, in the Championship he would bat 8. He's got a top score in the Championship, I believe, of 86. So Jack can bat, but whether and he made runs up at Leeds last week or a couple of weeks ago whenever Sussex played in the county championship. He made 20 not out in the first innings. I think did he bat second time around? No. So
yeah. I'd say last recognised batter.
Yeah.
This will feel good for Johnny Bushnell. He was in the opening squad and the playing 11 of the opening few rounds of the county championship. Then picked up an injury and hasn't been seen since. Really, he's been kind of just having to play in the seconds and get some hope for opportunities. Now getting it here with the One Day Cup, as we mentioned earlier, with Durham's middle order kind of being taken away by the 100.
Yeah.
It opens up a chance for players like Bushnell, who obviously has made an impression on Ryan Campbell, to have played so far under the season. So there are still some players who haven't played yet at all under him.
Oh, there's some booing going on. What's all booing? Oh, I think the gentleman's taken off his top. So something's happening now. Oh dear, that doesn't look very good.
It's thrown just on.
Well, he's taken off his top, and I think he's thrown it on the outfield. I'm not quite sure what all that's about. It all looks fairly.
He's being taken away.
Fairly good humoured. Here comes cut away by Jack Carson. Opening ball goes for 4 runs. Cut away by Bushnell.
I think that gentleman's probably had a little bit too much to drink.
Yeah.
And has been led away by security.
Asked to leave, I think. Anyway, Jack Carson picks up a boundary off the last ball of the over. 148 for 6. Jack Carson actually made 19. Not out against Yorkshire in the last game. 20 in the first innings. So could bat, Jack Carson, but there's batting, and that's when you're chasing. You've got to chase 280 to win at a rate of 10.4 and over. That is a huge ask, and I'm rather afraid Sussex are rather slumping to defeat here, I think. Oh, here we go. So, update coming.
To the county ground and host the One Day Cup, Sussex playing Durham. Adrian Harms is watching.
Yes, I'm afraid, Danny, that Sussex are slipping to a very, very poor defeat here. They're 148 for 6 in the 24th over. Tom Haynes top scoring with 65, but a series of poor shots really have led to their demise. Earlier on, Durham making 427 for 9 in their 50 overs. Excellent innings from David Bedingham, who made 102, and Alex Lees, who made 144. But Sussex poor with the ball, poor in the field, and now poor with the bat as well. And barring a miracle, this is going to end in a heavy defeat here at Hove. They're 150 for 6 in the 24th over.
That would be a big miracle as well, wouldn't it, really? I mean,
giant-sized.
As a crowd turned up to watch as well?
That's the big disappointment, Danny, because there is a big crowd here at Hove. I think a lot of people have been desperate for some cricket down here at Hove because there hasn't been much for the last 2 to 3 weeks. So a really good-sized crowd. The summer's come out as well, and it's just a shame that Sussex just haven't performed. Our friend Finn Hudson-Prentice is still there, though. Maybe he can produce some magic, but really, it's been a very, very disappointing day so far for Sussex.
That's a big ask of one fella, but we'll see. Right, come back to us later. In the meantime, the ball-by-ball commentary continues on the BBC.
In comes Travaskis round the wicket bowls and driven by Carson to short extra cover, and there is no run. I think we'll see Durham going for the jugular here,
It would make sense.
Travaskis in again, bowls. Carson eases that to mid-on. They think about a single, but it isn't really there. And it is a shame because there's a big crowd here today who would have come expecting to see.
I wasn't quite sure what to expect when I turned up to the ground today, but I've been very pleasantly surprised by the amount of people turning out today.
In comes Travaskis, bowls. Carson plays the ball down the ground to mid-on. Again, there is no run. I think that there's been a dearth of cricket. End of Travaskis is over. 151 for 6. Hudson-Prentice on 8. Carson is on 4.
And that is the end of Johnny Bushnell's spell, and looks like Alex Lees is indeed trying to go for the jugular and wrap this up very quickly. He's going back to Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you do that?
As you say, in this theoretical game of poker, he holds all the cards.
He does. He absolutely does.
He has everything you could want. I'm not too up to date on my poker terms, so I won't try and explain it. But
well, he's got a full house.
He did. He has a full house, and Sussex are playing with 2s and 3s.
They are.
So Lee's trying to capitalise on his opponent's bluff as Pretorius runs away from us. And he's backing down the track, and that is a fabulous shot from
Hudson Prentice, yeah.
Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's just danced down the track, and, well, we saw Durham give out a fair bit of treatment to Sussex's bowlers. I think Finn Hudson-Prentice is just saying, hang on a minute, lads, I can still bat as well. Don't forget about me. Fabulous shot straight over Alex Lees at mid-on, and, yeah, Miguel Pretorius, welcome back to the attack with disdain.
We're 5 balls away from the halfway stage. At 25 overs, Durham were 200 for 1. So it's not that far in terms of runs, but in terms of wickets, they're miles away.
As Pretorius is in again, and Hudson-Prentice plays one at the back foot, almost chops on, but dabbles out into the offside. Of course, we're going to reach that point, if we reach that point in Sussex's innings, where we start going through the Durham collapse of 6 for 19.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
But yeah, as we say, this is where Durham really started to just hammer home with the bat, and this is, I think, where David Bellingham started taking a liking to Cal Corner at our end of the ground. As Pretorius is in again, this is flicked leg side, and Ben McKinney will do the honours at deep mid-wicket for just a single.
Well, Sussex will be travelling up to Northampton tomorrow for the game on Sunday. I think the weather forecast is pretty good for Sunday. It's horrible everywhere for tomorrow, but Sunday is good, so not much time to reflect.
I think I might actually be going to that game.
Right, okay.
Over there as a fan, as Pretorius is in back of a length.
Oh!
Wow-wee!
Hudson Prentice.
That's the second time the clock tower's been hit today.
It is.
Slightly back of a length, and Hudson-Prentice, a player who's been around the block many times, knows what to do with that and just sends Miguel Pretorius to the clock tower. And this one wasn't caught, though. This one wasn't caught off the clock tower. But yeah, I think if me and a few of my mates are thinking of heading over to Northampton for Sunday's game, so hopefully I get to see a more responsive Sussex
performance. Well, I'm sure they'll be looking to bounce back.
Changing the field as Bushnell is now sent back to long on, as Pretorius is in, dances down the track, and that is a beautiful extra cover drive from Finn Hudson-Prentice. I did say a few overs ago he might come out and start playing some shots. There's no might about it right now. He is playing his shots.
Well, I think he's just decided, Hudson-Prentice, I'm just going to go for it. 23 for 11 balls, and why not, actually?
Like I said, the same way Alex Lees has got nothing to lose with trying to wrap out with Miguel Pretorius, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson have nothing to lose right now. No one's expecting a Sussex win from this point. You might as well start play some shots, give some entertainment, and if all else, you're knocking off some of those runs. As Pretorius is in slightly full, just wide of Alex Lees at short mid-wicket. That would have been an extra special catch if he pulled that one off. But yeah, an expensive welcome back to the attack for Miguel Pretorius. 2 4s and a 6 and 3 singles either side of it. 15 off that over. Sussex have moved to 168 for 6.
Well, that's the sort of thing that was happening with alarming regularity if you're a Sussex supporter when Durham were batting. But I think you're absolutely right. I think Finn Hudson-Prentice just set his stall out here, thinking, well, there's absolutely nothing to lose. Top order's fallen away, so let's see where we go from here. Liam Travaskis is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. I'll give you his bowling figures in a moment's time. He's in his 6th over, 2 for 24, comes in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who looks to reverse and misses completely, taken by Clark, the wicket-keeper. There is no run.
14 dot balls so far for Travaskis. Very impressive stats from him.
Yeah, he's going just 4.8 and over. In and bowls, Hudson-Prentice uses his feet and drives through the offside. Picks up a single, does Hudson-Prentice. 5 half-centuries to his name in the Championship this year. He's a fine player to come in at number 7 in Championship cricket.
Where was he before? He moved back to Sussex.
Yes, he did. He was at Sussex, then he went to Derbyshire via the MCC. In comes Travaskis, bowls and swept by Carson, and that's going to be another boundary. Good shot by Jack Carson.
That is the textbook sweep shot. We're getting the full array of shots today.
And I think these two they've probably come together and thought, well, there's absolutely nothing to be lost, so let's play our shots. And that was a good shot by Jack Carson.
And also, they're just putting the tiny bit of pressure back on Alex Lees. He now does have to think about, well, maybe I can't bowl Pretorius now really until the death again, or until we pick up another couple of wickets, until we get one of these two out. So we're just another thing to put in his cap.
Travascus in bowls to Carson. He gets it straight down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. Just drilled straight down the ground by Jack Carson, who goes to 13. So off this over, we've had 9, I think, a single and 2 fours.
Indeed.
So the total at 25 overs, therefore, was at 168, I think, for 6. Just make a note of that. Graham Clark is just chatting away there to Jack Carson. What's happened there? He's just taking off his gloves.
I think Clark's just been redoing his laces.
Right, okay. He's ready now. Travascus waits. Some lower order resistance here from Sussex. 177 for 6. Travascus round the wicket, bowls to Carson, who eases that onto the onside. They pick up 1, they'll think about taking 2, they won't come back for the second. There's a good bit of fielding out there.
Very well done from Michael Jones.
Just preventing the second run, and just for Alex Lees, just a clap of the hands there. Come on, we haven't won this yet.
Can't forget the basics. Field well, back up. Don't allow Sussex any real freebies.
Travascus waits and is on his way in the sunshine. Bowls down the wicket, come Hudson-Prentice, and he's going to hit that away for 4 more. Lovely shot by Finn Hudson-Prentice, using his feet, dancing down the wicket, hits the ball over mid-on for 4 more. Lovely shot. And these two just showing that you can play shots on this pitch. So that 15 off the previous over, 14 off that over. Hudson-Prentice goes to 29 off 15 deliveries. Jack Carson 14 off 8, and Sussex are 182 for 6 at the end of the 26th.
It's one of the few times Alex Lees has had to think about what he's planning to do with his bowlers. He's just having a conversation here with Pretorius after he was met with some disdain coming back into the attack. Currently right now he's got a long on, a deep square. Well, I was going to say a long leg, but he's now coming into a fine leg. Third man has gone back, and there's a man on the cover boundary as well. Those are the 4 fielders out for Pretorius right now. Lee's just confirming with his overseas bowler what field he wants. Looks like Lees is going to head into an extra cover to try and offer slightly more protection. Pretorius is starting his run up, and he's bowled him. I think a slight inside edge there from Jack Carson. Pretorius fires back after his last over, going for 14, with cleaning up Carson's stumps, and that lower order resistance was very short and sweet.
Well, it was indeed, and I think that is certainly it. I mean, I think it was it before then, if we're being perfectly honest. Rob put a ball in the block hole. Jack Carson swinging away and losing his leg stump. Henry Crocombe will be the next man out. I just wonder whether actually with Steve Finn being hit on the hand,
whether they will risk batting him.
And is he still at the ground? I have no idea.
We've had no update from the club.
No, so whether he's still on the ground, whether he's going to bat or not.
I'd imagine if he's going to bat, he will be at number 11. It would make the most sense.
Yeah, you'd have thought. And actually, in a situation like this,
you probably don't want to send him out in case he injures himself more.
Yeah, well, we don't know what that injury is, but new man coming out is Henry Crocombe, and so all very disappointing from a Sussex perspective. There's a sort of a deadly hush around the ground at the moment. And a shame, because a lot of people would have come in today expecting to see a really competitive match. What they have seen is some terrific batting from Durham. So people will go home, I think, feeling they've had their money's worth. But from a Sussex persuasion, desperately disappointed, really.
Indeed.
In a poor display with the ball, and with the exception of Tom Haynes and Finn Hudson-Prentice with some lower order resistance here, it's been a disappointing batting display as well. So not a good day for the Sharks in reality. So let's take nothing away from Durham, Rob, who have been excellent.
Have indeed. Pretorius is now into Crocombe. It's just defended back up the track to the bowler.
Just keeping a quick eye on things elsewhere. I know it's not hugely relevant at this early stage of the competition, but Worcestershire have beaten Glamorgan by 4 wickets, so 2 wins out of 2 for Worcestershire.
Northamptonshire, they've put together a partnership.
Yeah, they have. They're 140 for 7, needing 139 in 20 overs, so they're up against it. Northamptonshire down at Cheltenham College.
Pretorius is in, and this is played down to third man by Crocombe, who moves himself off the mark.
But down at Taunton, Somerset 198 for 8 against Warwickshire. Somerset over absolutely ravaged.
Is James Rubin in the runs? No.
No, he made 2 after all the hullabaloo about James Rue.
Sean Dixon ex Durham, 15 off 23. George Bartlett, I think, is the only one there who can come out with that with any sort of credit.
I see that Danny Lamb is there on loan.
Yeah, he's just joined on loan from Lancashire.
And he's joining Sussex next season, full time.
As Pretorius is in, and this is lofted. Could be a catch here. No, it won't be. That is lofted high and handsome over the head of Johnny Bushnell for 6. And
he's enjoying himself in Hudson Prentice.
He is indeed. I think we could be on for a few more fireworks. Yeah, he's striking them very sweetly, and I think as much so that actually is not going to waste any more time with spin. Paul Coughlin has been instructed to warm up, and he's down to our left hand side getting some stretches done. I think Alex Lees is very much of the opinion, I want these wickets in 2 deliveries, please.
Yes, I agree, and I won't be a bit surprised if this one isn't somewhat shorter.
They've obviously got a long trek back up. I'm not sure if they're going straight after the game or if they've got another overnight stay. As Pretorius is in, and this is 4 on the leg side. It's down towards a single. I think it was deep wicket for a single, I should say. I'm not sure if they've got another overnight stay in Sussex. I wouldn't imagine so.
No, I think there was some suggestion that Durham may be making their way down to Wales.
Could be.
Because they'd want to be there on Monday. If you're going all the way back up to Durham tonight, back down on, you have to travel back down on Sunday.
That's
seems
true.
Worth it. So maybe they're going straight to...
Could be. We'll find out at the end of play. As Pretorius is in. And this is dug out well by Crocombe. And that finishes another over, 8 off it, and more importantly for Durham, their 7th wicket. Pretorius picking up his first of the innings. Sussex 190 for 7, and I know it's not over until the fat lady sings,
but
we are getting the warm-up acts are now getting out the way.
No, I mean I think since the start it was going to be incredibly difficult for Sussex. I think what this big crowd here would have hoped that Sussex would go somewhere close to making a real game of it. It's a good track. I mean, let's be honest, there's nothing wrong with a wicket, but when you're chasing 427, but as I say, from a run rate point of view, if you go deep in this competition, but you've got 2 sides of 1, 2 out of 2. Sussex will want to go to Northampton on Sunday. I think, well, they need a result there, but it doesn't get any easier.
Just had it confirmed they are heading straight to Cardiff after this, so they will be spending the weekend in Welsh Wales.
Oh, right. So it's going to be Paul Coughlin who's back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. He's in a bowl. Hudson Prentice swings away. Well, if he'd have connected with that might have...
I think that's going into the street over the stand.
Yeah, I think that would have sailed over the Spenkarma Pavilion, but he didn't make contact. Hudson Prentice on 36 of just 18 deliveries.
I guess it makes sense as you mentioned with the travel logistics for Durham to just head straight over to Wales.
Well, it's a trip on a Friday night all the way back to Durham round the M25. No thanks. Coughlin in bowls. Hudson Prentice. That was a slower delivery. He took all the pace off of that, did Paul Coughlin, and Finn Hudson Prentice was through the shot before the ball had arrived. It goes through to...
He almost had time to play a second shot.
Yes, he did. Bit of a tale of woe for Sussex, I'm afraid. Tom Alsop 1, Tom Haynes 65, batted very nicely. Pujara 23, Coles 12, Clark 21, Carter 10, Carlson 14. Is the tale of woe from a Shark perspective. There's still 7 games to go, you never know. I remember being here a few years ago, actually, Durham playing here in the one-day cup. Break off for a moment as in comes Coughlin bowls and Hudson Prentice squirts this one
what
away.
A shot that is.
He stepped away to leg side and he squirted the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 40, 194 for 7. Hudson Prentice to 40. I remember Durham lost here, and I interviewed Marty wasn't at the game, and I interviewed Mark Stoneman after the game up on the balcony, and he said, well, we're nearly out of it, but you never know. And Durham went on to win the remaining group matches and went all the way to Lords and won the final. So it can happen. when the final was at Lords, of course. I forget which year that was in. Coughlin in the game bowls and pulled away by Hudson Prentice. More runs here down towards fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about coming back for a second. They'll need to get a move on. They won't actually, as the throw comes in from Pretorius. It's a comfortable couple of runs. Hudson Prentice to 42, 196 for 7.
I know I mentioned Ollie Robinson would be part of that stumping that Graham Clark affected off Liam Travaskis. We have actually had confirmation from Ollie Robinson himself that he does appreciate that, and he calls it a lovely piece of glovesmanship from Graham Clark.
Comes Coughlin bowls, pulled away by Hudson Prentice onto the leg side, just picks up a single. He goes to 43, 197 for 7. What year would that have been that I commentated on that game down here and Durham went on to win the cup? Someone will let us know. But Mark Stoneman was definitely captain, and I remember he was pretty down after Durham lost here, and he said, well, but they went on and had this fabulous run, and I'm sure they went all the way to Lords and won it. I'll stand corrected.
They got to the final against Glamorgan in 2021, but did not defeat Glamorgan.
Yeah, probably 4 or 5 years ago, I reckon.
Give it 2 minutes and Martin will have texted me with the correct answer.
Coughlin bowls, and Henry Crocombe drills this one away over extra cover's going to run away up the hill for 4 runs. There's nothing wrong with that from Henry Crocombe. Over pitch from Paul Coughlin, and Crocombe just decided to throw the bat, and the ball disappears over extra cover for 4 runs, and the Sussex 200 is up, hence the extended applause around the ground. 201 for 7. Sussex Hudson Prentice is on 43. Crocombe is on 5. Sussex needing another, very unlikely, 227 to win at 10.3 and over. Just for the record, Duckworth Lewis is 354.
Well, if anything, the home crowd are being treated to some late fireworks by Finn Hudson Prentice in what has been, I think, a pretty forgettable day for Sussex.
Yes, it has. And I'm sure that the Sussex camp are honest enough, and they'll know that it hasn't been a good day. And I guess you can have bad days at the office. It's just a shame it's come on what's turned out to be a beautiful sunny afternoon with good crowds as well.
2014.
Crumbs, was it that long ago?
Beat Warwickshire at Lords. Thank you, Sam, the media and communications manager at Durham.
Wow, so that's
that one.
9 years, and they definitely played here against Sussex, and I'm sure they lost. And I'm sure Mark Stoneman was the skipper. I can't believe that was 9 years ago. That's extraordinary. How time flies.
And we will have Johnny Bushnell back into the attack. Bowled, I believe, 4 overs earlier, picked up a couple wickets. And Alex Lees, I think, maybe saving Miguel Pretorius for a few overs later in the game. 201 for 7 off 28. And yeah, I think just some last-minute field manoeuvrings by the Durham white ball skipper. Travaskis has made his way round to long on, and Paul Coughlin has just been moved up to mid on as deep point goes back, and Bushnell is in. Low full toss, and that's driven aerially. There could be a run out.
Ooh, that wasn't far away.
I think if, again, we say it so often, but a direct hit and he was gone.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
It was Coughlin who just moved in from long off to mid off, and he just managed to get the throw in, and it was Hudson Prentice running to the danger end.
Just looking at that match that I was referring to, I cannot believe that was 9 years ago, the 5th of August 2014.
This one is attempted to be played outside the off stump, but no contact made from Crocombe.
Durham made 287 for 8, Stoneman 58, Mustard 39, McLeod 14, Borthwick 67, Collingwood 67, Hastings 10.
As Bushnell is in, Crocombe stepped leg side to try free it up, and it's trying Coughlin again, and they've managed to get through again. I'm not quite sure trying to take on Paul Coughlin is too many times is the wisest course of action for Sussex, but here we are.
Gordon Mutchell made 6, Gareth Breeze 11, Keaton Jennings 1 not out. I don't know why Keaton Jennings was batting at 10, and Chris Rushworth 1 not out. Durham making 287 for 8.
Bushnell is in. That's lofted. That is a beautiful shot. One bounce 4 from Finn Hudson-Prentice. I'm not quite sure what the fastest record for a Sussex 50 is in List A cricket, but I would hazard a guess that Finn Hudson-Prentice is
not far away.
Is not far away at all. He's moved himself on to 48, and apart from skipper Tom Haynes, he's the only one of this batting lineup that's really shown any sort of resilience to this Durham attack.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a free hand here, isn't he, Finn Hudson-Prentice? But he's played some lovely shots. 48 is yourself, 24.
This is a Yorker that he drills out, and he's just going to take a single to long on, and Liam Travaskis runs in from boundary to pick it up.
So yeah, just finishing up on that, Sussex won that game. They made 288 for 7, Sussex, and won by 3 wickets. Yeah. Yes, Arafat finishing 55 not out. Will Beer 45 not out.
Bushnell's in, and that's driven to Coughlin down at long off now to Crocombe, just a single, and that will end the 29th over. Sussex 209 for 7. Hudson-Prentice is 49 not out, and will have the strike, I believe, for the next over, and he's still there with Henry Crocombe, who's 7 off 7 deliveries. I'm going to try and find out this fastest 50. I wonder if it's in this stat pack. I wonder if Marty's gone into that much detail.
Well, it's been a good knock by. It's given some entertainment. It's a glorious evening now. Lots and lots of blue sky around.
He unfortunately has not.
Okay.
So we might be asking some of you listeners if you've got access to a database to help us out with some stat work.
In comes Cockham, bowls to Crocombe, beats him outside the off stump through to keeper Clark, and there is no run. So it just goes to prove that if you can lose a couple of matches early on in this competition and still qualify and get yourself to the latter stages, as Durham did on that particular, that's just extraordinary. It's that long ago.
As you say, time flies.
Yep, it does. In comes Coughlin down the hill, bowls, and Crocombe looking to uppercut that one down to third man. There is no run. I was just looking at the Sussex side in that game, actually, out of interest. We mentioned the Durham side. The Sussex side: Chris Nash, Luke Wright, Ed Joyce, Craig Kachopa, Matt Machin, Ben Brown, Stefan Piole, Yasser Arafat, Will Beer, Chris Liddle, who's now coaching, I believe, at Northamptonshire. Comes Coughlin bowls that short, and that will be, I think,
that no ball on height.
Yes, I think it will be. It's sailed over the head of Henry Crocombe.
He seemed to he's taken that anger of Pujara being dropped early on. He's just kept that through the entire innings.
He has. Yes, he has.
But it's the type of guy he is, and it's the type of character that Ryan Campbell definitely looks to have in the changing room. So it's just about going about it in the right way.
And the 11th member of the side was Lewis Hatchett, who sometimes comes and joins us on commentary. Left arm seamer, in comes... well, that was a full toss by Coughlin, and Henry Crocombe belted the ball back, and he very nearly caught it. It was very nearly a caught and bowled.
Yeah, well, he would have been safe because it was a free hit.
Thank you for the no... but it wasn't a... No, he wouldn't have been safe because it wasn't a front foot no ball.
Okay.
So he wouldn't have been safe.
That's me learning something new then.
But it would have been a great caught and bowled.
It would have been. It would have been phenomenal.
He's wringing his hand actually.
It would have been phenomenal.
213 for 7. Crocombe on to 9. He waits again. In comes Coughlin, who bowls down the leg side, and Clark doesn't take it cleanly, and they're going to be 4 wides.
No, it's going to be 5 wides because it's 1 for the wide and it's gone to the boundary.
And someone's going to have to go and retrieve the ball.
I believe that's going to be Pretorius' job.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to...
218 for 7.
I will make way.
Yeah. Rob makes way to go and do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm sure Durham are very keen to wrap this up if they can, but it's just in the shape here of Crocombe and, more importantly, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's 49 off 25, are just giving some lower order resistance here for Sussex. In comes Coughlin, running down the hill, comes in and bowls. Crocombe steps away and plays that one firmly to mid-off, picks up a single fielded by the skipper Lees. Crocombe goes through for his 10th run. Sussex to 219 for 7. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Cricket on the BBC, well, the group matches right way through this competition. Paul Coughlin is not happy at the far end of the ground. He's expecting his field to change around. He had Cheteshwar Pujara put down a little earlier on, and you can tell he's quite agitated at the far end of the ground. He's bowled a no ball and now a wide in this over as well, which went for 4. So as Rob was saying, that's 5. In comes Coughlin bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays into the offside, and that's a well constructed 50 by Finn Hudson Prentice. Takes off his helmet and acknowledges the applause around the ground. Very fine 50 indeed. He's had a good season, Finn Hudson Prentice. 50 off 26 balls in 37 minutes, 5 4s and 2 6s. Almost settling a losing cause, but at least he showed some fight as Finn Hudson Prentice. It's a very good track for one-day cricket. Sussex, unfortunately, with that huge total to chase. I've never really looked like going to get Coughlin in bowls, and he yorks. Henry Crocombe just misses the off stump. It's a dot ball to finish the over. 220 for 7. Crocombe on 10. Hudson Prentice was on 50. Sussex still needing a very unlikely 208 to win in the 20 overs that remain. They need to score at 10.4 and over if they're going to do so. Just keep me up to date with other matches in this group. Northamptonshire now 171 for 8. Still needing 108 to win. 2 wickets remaining with 17 overs remaining. As we've already said, Worcestershire have beaten Glamorgan by 4 wickets. And down at Taunton, Somerset 223 for 9 in the 46th over. The next game up for Durham, as Rob was saying, down at Neath against Glamorgan on Tuesday. Sussex with a game on Sunday, a game you can hear via the BBC, of course, up at Northampton at Wantage Road, and then a couple of days off, and then a trip to Derby, then a trip to Taunton, and then back here next Sunday for the visit of Glamorgan.
Just remember the update is at 5:30 because it feeds into the sports bulletin. So
a bit more.
Got a bit more time.
Well, it's going to be Bushnell who's going to come in from the sea end of the ground. A quick change to the field.
I think that was a seagull that potentially stopped.
Was it? In comes Bushnell, coming running into bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice, who pulls that away onto the leg side and picks up a single.
Yeah, there's a seagull, I think, that just flew across Finn Hudson
Prentice's eye line.
Yeah, it's just Bushnell just checked himself.
Fielded by Michael Jones down to our right-hand side. And there is one more to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 51, 221 for 7. Let's see if we've had any more emails through. As Bushnell is back to his mark and runs away from us. He's in bowls, and Crocombe this time makes runs and steers that through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Someone came racing in there, backing up. Who's that who'd come racing in from the...
You got the number?
I can't quite see me when he turns round, but what was interesting to me was the fact that...
Might have been Miguel Pretorius.
No, it wasn't. It's the guy's over in front of... He's clapping his hands now in front of the scoreboard. I think it's Michael Jones.
No, Michael Jones is the guy further to
In comes
his left.
Bushnell, bowls, and what a shot that is by Hudson Prentice. That's the ramp shot, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. Staring down the leg side there was... Johnny Bushnell, and Hudson Prentice just helped it on its way for 4 runs. 6 off the over, 226 for 7. Hudson Prentice goes to 55.
Might be a subfielder over there. So I saw Ben McKinney running off.
Right.
At the end of the over. It does look like it could be Miguel Pretorius, but he also could be a short third man.
Comes Bushnell, clipped away by Hudson Prentice. Then it's that fielder at deep square leg who gets in the throw.
It's Scott Borthwick. Oh. Well, I believe it. Well, he's got Scott Borthwick's shirt on.
Okay.
Out there. I'm not sure if it actually is Scott who's out there as 12th man, but
227 for 7. In comes Bushnell again, and Henry Croker hammers that down the ground. He's going to go for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, despite the dive down in front of us. Can't prevent the boundary. And it's 4 more to Henry Crocombe. Ollie Gibson diving across. Crocombe hammering the ball down the ground. He goes to 15 off 15. Sussex 231 for 7. these two coming together when the score was? Let me double check.
182 for 7. So
Thank
the
you.
partnership is
49.
Quick maths.
Comes Bushnell again, bowls, and Crocombe plays that one down to long off, and that is the 50 partnership between the two. They've taken one, they'll think about two. They won't come back for the second. Single taken by Henry Crocombe. He goes to 16, 232 for 7 at the end of the over. And the 50 partnership between these two, giving the crowd a little bit of... I'm not sure anybody's noticed, actually, but...
No, it doesn't seem to be. There's not been anything really said on the PA system, but yeah, the last wicket was
182 for 7, yeah.
182 for 7 off 26.1 overs.
Yeah, so it's come very quickly indeed. It's come in, 5 overs?
Just under 5 overs,
Just over
yes.
5 overs, a 50 partnership. So well done, these two.
We're going to have some spin from the far end. It's going to be George Giselle back into the attack. It was slightly expensive earlier on, I think. If we look at his figures, 3 overs, 1 for... I think that was 26 I saw on your screen there, Adrian.
Yes, indeed. 3 overs, no mains, 1 for 26, George Drizzell.
8.6 economy, although that he did bowl the final over of the first power play, so slightly skewed, but he's now back into the attack as Alex Lees looks to wrap up the game. He's in, and Crocombe is just pushing him down the ground.
It goes to prove here, though, doesn't it, that if some of the Sussex order could have got in, this is a really, really good batting track. And we were saying last year how Sussex scored 400 to win a match. Finn Hudson Prentice has come off it for Sussex. If someone else had come off as well, you never know. But not now. Shot.
Very good shot from Finn Hudson Prentice. It's just summed up his innings, hasn't it? He's just pulled out all the stops here, and that is a very, very good shot by the Sussex number 7. As you say, he's moved himself, I believe, now to 60 from 30 deliveries.
Yeah, it's just what Sussex, if someone, around the middle order could have hung around with him.
Indeed. Giselle is in, and Hudson Prentice now lofts him over the offside, and that will be a 1 bounce 4 from Finn Hudson Prentice.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautifully played.
That's the perfect into out use of the feet as well. That is the batting coach's perfection of how to play that shot.
Beautifully played, wasn't it? 64 off 31.
We've been spoilt today.
We have.
We've been spoilt for beautiful cricket shots, I believe.
We have.
People can probably clip up the live stream, and you could put together probably a 2-minute long compilation of some of the amazing shots we've seen today. And it's just a shame from a Sussex point of view that they haven't shown enough of this in the order.
Yep, absolutely.
241 for 7. It comes up to just 10 past 5 here, and Drizel's going to have a change of angle. He's going to come over the wicket to Hudson Prentice rather than round. He's under some pressure again. He's gone for 9 off his first 3, and the economy was already sitting at 8 for him. He's in, and Hudson Prentice goes for the slog sweep, isn't able to get all of it though, and that will trickle harmlessly to Liam Travaskis at deep mid-wicket.
High score in list A cricket of 93. I believe that came for Derbyshire against Notts in a game at Trent Bridge. 3 half-centuries, but yet to go on and score 3 figures.
As Drizel is in, and Crocombe's down the ground. This could be out. No, it's not. Paul Coughlin, I don't think he caught sight of the ball originally, because he didn't seem to run in with any real conviction towards it. I'm not sure if he's got his sunglasses on or not, but it was going down towards him on the long on boundary, and he ran in, not convincing really, and then wasn't able to get himself in position to make an effective attempted catch, and that allows Crocombe to scramble through for a second. As this one is just dabbed into leg side. They're going to try push for 2. They're going to take on Travaskis' arm, and they're going to be successful in doing so. And this is a very good over from Sussex, and that 2 ends it. That's 2 twos, 2 singles, and 2 fours.
14, 9, 10, 14 off the over.
And it looks like Ben McKinney has returned, so I believe that actually is Scott Borthwick, who was sent on to do 12-man duty, so he makes his way back into the sheds.
We're going to have a lot of runs here today, aren't we? 246, so call that 250, add that to the 427, so we've had the best part of 700 runs here today so far.
Yeah.
Not far shy of.
I'm also just looking at some of the stats on the first page. No Durham batter before today had scored 100 against Sussex, and 2 of them pop up at once.
Right, there we go.
What's that old saying about butters?
Yes, absolutely. Well, Ollie Gibson is coming back into the attack, so we need to keep an eye on things here. Run rate required now down to 10.1 and over.
It has crept up to over 7.5 from a Sussex point of view.
Yep, 246 for 7. At one stage it was nearly 11. Still needing 182 to win Sussex, and they've got to get them in 18 overs, so it's highly unlikely, but we've got some lower order entertainment, and I'm pleased for a really good crowd here at Hove who have seen a terrific innings here from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's keeping everybody entertained. And with Henry Croker, well, those two wouldn't have given it up. They're professionals, of course. As in comes Gibson over the wicket bowl to Hudson-Prentice, who's looking to ramp that, but taken by Clark. And there is no run. If you're just joining us, it's been a wonderful day's cricket here at Hove. So a big crowd. And Durham winning the toss, rattling up 427 for 9, their highest score in List A cricket, led by the skipper Alex Lead, who made 144, and David Bedingham, who made 102. Wonderful partnership, 194 between the pair. Bellingham's 100 in particular. In comes Gibson, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is going to be caught at backward point, and that could be the end of the fun and games. He looked to clip that one away on the leg side. He got a leading edge, did Finn Hudson-Prentice. The ball sailed to backward point, where the catch was taken, I think, by Coughlin. And Finn Hudson-Prentice goes for 65. And with the best will in the world to the 2 remaining Sussex players, maybe not Steve Finn, but certainly Brad Curry, I think that's going to be the end of the fun and games. But well played, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Joint top scorer with 65 with Tom Haines. And he gets a good hand, does Finn Hudson-Prentice, who makes his way off the ground. He's done the best that he can.
I think undoubtedly Sussex is, well, Tom Haines played brilliantly for his 60 odd earlier at the top of the order, but I think for the fact that that's come in a sparky time off just 34 deliveries, it's given Sussex impetus where there hasn't really been much in this batting display, and
now
he gets a well-deserved hand from the Sussex faithful as he walks off.
Now, Brad Curry has come in at number 10, and now Steve Finn, as I understand, according to the scorecard, was due to bat at number 10, so we can only assume that Steve Finn is not going to bat. Now, he did hurt his hand trying to field the ball off a reverse drive much earlier on this morning. He only bowled 4 overs, and suggestion is that he's probably...
I wouldn't expect to see him. He's not. I can't see him out on the balcony in his pad, so I imagine this would be the final pair.
I think you're probably right.
For Sussex.
So 246 for 8.
Be Brad Curry to take strike. And Ollie Gibson is trying to pick up his second wicket of the innings, and well, for Durham, this has gone as pretty much as well as it could have done, and I think as much as big as their dominance has been today, that at this stage of the innings they can casually put in a slip.
I think they can. Gibson runs away from us, coming into bowl to Brad Curry's in a bowls, and Curry defends very stoutly into the offside. Throw comes in. awful throw from the skipper Lees, which Graham Clark looks at him as if to say he had to dive goalkeeper style to his left-hand side to prevent any overthrows.
Lees giving him extra
wicket-keeping practice.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure he needs it after that glove work.
No, in fact, there was a fine leg, so they would have prevented too many overthrows. One or two people starting to just drift away now that Hudson-Prentice is out. As in comes Gibson, running away from us up the hill. He's in a bowls to Curry, who digs that out, plays it to mid-off. Good bit of fielding. Been very impressed by Durham in the field today. Still chasing around. They know that this game is in the bag, but they haven't stopped.
As I said at the start, it's the basics that Ryan Campbell would have been looking for, and that effort there from Johnny Bushnell, just making sure that it doesn't go for 4. It's only a single. It's just the little things. It's the little things every cricket coach will talk about at every level of the game. Yeah. It's just the non-negotiables, whatever you call them. It's putting in a complete performance, and again, such as Durham's dominance, they aren't even using the entire allocation of Oh no, they have now. I was about to say they're not using the allocation of 4 men on the boundary, but 1 man has just been sent back.
Gibson runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Henry Crocombe, who makes rub and plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. The problem for Sussex is here in terms of their over rate, because there are still 17 overs to be bowled in this game. So all these contributory factors do not help a run rate.
They do not indeed. We've had another message through from Martin, waiting till after the final ball of the over from Gibson before reading out.
Gibson runs away from us up the hill. Sun goes in, bowls, and Crocombe again makes runs, plays it down the offside of the track. Gibson can't field off his own bowling. Henry Crocombe picks up a single. He goes to 22. Sussex 248 for 8 at the end of the over. We suspect this will be the last wicket partnership. 17 overs to go. For the record, Sussex needing 180 to win. Duckworth Lewis is 390. Runs required per over 10.6. I think we can say with a good degree of certainty, although nothing is ever certain in cricket, that Durham are going to win this convincingly.
Martin has just messaged, in aggregate for the game is now 674 runs, which is top 5 for Durham. 728 is their top aggregate score, which I don't think will be topped, but here is Drizel to try and run off proceedings, and Crocombe is flashing him away on the leg side, and that will be 4. Attempted slog shot from Crocombe, and he's got, I mean, we said it for a while now, he's got absolutely nothing to lose. As we expect, this is probably the last partnership that Sussex will put out to bat, seeing as Stephen Finn is A, not out there in a minute, and B, not on the balcony in pads after injuring himself early on. So Durham probably looking for just 1 more, as Drizel is in, and Crocombe comes down the pitch and he's lofted him. He's not quite got all of it, and Curry was looking for the second, but Crocombe sends it back. Crocombe moves to 27, 253 for 8 now, and so Durham just looking for probably 1 final wicket to wrap up what has been a dominant victory pretty much from the opening overs of their batting innings this morning. Alex Lees and Graham Clark setting them on their way. David Bedingham coming in and playing a, quite frankly, ridiculous innings. And they survived the middle of the collapse to get to 427 for 8 as Curry, for 9, as Curry's defending into the offside. How does this normally work? Is it commentator of the team that's about to win?
Well, yes, but it can, but it can go on a long time,
exactly.
can't it?
This is what I mean.
So I think
I've got another update in about 10 minutes to do.
Yeah, we'll do over and over, I think, until the end.
Drizel is in, and Crocombe playing outside the off stump, and unlucky from Drizel not to take the edge. 2 balls left in the 34th over. Sussex 254 for 8. Crocombe down the ground, and this should be gone. He's not. He's come down the ground. He's not caught it, but it's hit the base of his bat. It's dribbled a little bit, and it's not rolled quite back onto the stumps. So Clark has had to effect the stumping himself, but by that time Crocombe had got himself back in. He had, yeah. That would have been a strange way for the game to end. As Drizel is in again. Oh, and that's an inside edge onto pad that Clark has not been able to. I think it's harsh to call that a chance. That is similar to Johnny Bairstow at the Oval on day 5. It would have been a absolutely fantastic catch from Graham Clark to end it. But we go on. Sussex 255 for 8. Brad Curry on 2 and Henry Crocombe on 28 after 34 overs. Well, Henry Crocombe playing a nice little innings here, 28 off 26 balls. It's sadly going to be in a lost cause, but every run sort of counts for Sussex in terms of making sure it's not too much of a drumming, to be honest. In comes Gibson running up the hill, comes in and bowls to Crocombe, who steps away and plays. Oh, this is cool. I thought there was going to be a run out there. Henry Crocombe played it into the offside. He was after a single, and he was sent back in no uncertain terms by Brad Curry, who had absolutely no intention, I don't blame him, of running for that. Henry Crocombe shrugs his shoulders. The leg side field, there's a long on, a cow corner. Deep square, and then a short fine leg. So I think they know where Henry Crocombe's going to try and hit it. And they've got a long off in place as well. They have.
Runs away from us, does Gibson. He's in and bowls, and there's Crocombe with a swing and a miss, came dancing down the wicket.
Well, at least he's making his intentions known.
He is, and I can see the run rate has now ticked over to 11 and over for the first time. So Sussex have never really been in the hunt. Allsop 1, Haynes 65, Pujara 23, Coles 12, Clark 21, Carter 10, Hudson Prentice 65, an entertaining knock from Hudson Prentice. Gibson in bowls, and Crocombe hammers that down the ground too. Mid-off fielded by Bushnell, and even now, Rob, at this late stage in proceedings, the Durham fielders still chasing every ball down. I've been extremely impressed by Durham today, by the professionalism. When you've racked up 427, you might think, wow, we're going to win this easily, but there's been none of that.
It's something that some fans towards the end of last year might have been complaining about, the lack of professionalism under previous management.
None of that today. Gibson in bowls, Curry plays into the offside, and there is no run. You're looking there, Travaskis is running around to back up should Alex Lee shy at the stump. So it's just been a very complete. Yes, a clinical display by Durham, who lost their first match against Worcestershire, but now with Worcestershire winning their second game, that perhaps doesn't look such a bad defeat.
They're bouncing back with a bang down here on the south coast.
They are. Gibson, 73 on his back, runs away from us up the hill from the sea end, bowls to Brad Curry's a full toss that he flicks down to deep backward square and picks up a single. Does Brad Curry. He goes to 3, Sussex to 257 for 8. Give you Gibson's figures in a moment's time. Here we go. He's in his 5th over, figures of 1 for 26. Steady bowling all the way through, and the wicket shared around the Durham bowlers. Sun disappears, Gibson runs away from us in bowls. A slower delivery, and Crocombe had to wait an age for that, and then played the ball to backward point. There is no run. End of another over, 257 for 8. Brad Curry on 3, Henry Crocombe on 29. The run rate required goes up a lot now as the overs reduce and the runs required don't come down as quickly. The runs required are 171. The run rate required is 11.4 and over. Duckworth Lewis is 380. And we're just going through the dying embers of the game here. It's going to be still George Brazell who's going to carry on. And
there is a Sussex player in their kit out on the balcony. I can't quite tell if that's Stephen Finn or not, as Giselle is defended by Curry. It doesn't look like it's got the height to be.
Stephen.
It doesn't look like he's got the height, but maybe he will be able to come out for a few balls. As Giselle is in and Curry is playing this, almost taking off Henry Crocombe's big toe, but Crocombe is nimble-footed enough to get out the way. It'll be a single, 258 now for Sussex. And apart from that firework partnership between Hudson Prentice and Carson, there's been not a lot to cheer about, as this is splattered down towards long off by Crocombe for just another single.
Yes, I mean, the good thing for Sussex is they've got another game on Sunday, so they often say if you get a heavy defeat, nothing
better than getting another game straight away.
That's right, get it out the system, go to Northampton, put in a show, and who knows, you might look back on this and say, well, that was the...
As an attempted sweep, which will end up in a wide because it drifted down the leg side.
They might look back on this game and say, well, we only lost one game, we won the rest of our group stages and we qualify, but Sussex will need to bowl a whole pile better in the next game.
Sails in and Curry flicks him away and just be a single. There was a maybe potential run of 2, but they turned it down.
And you have to say as well that with Steve Finn not batting here, and we'll find out a little later, I'm sure, from the Sussex camp exactly what's happened, you think it's very unlikely he's going to play on Sunday.
Giselle is in and Crocombe turns him away leg side. Giselle's chasing off after that and might have a chance at the non-strikers then. He has a throw but didn't really get a connection on the release and ended up dribbling into the ground a few times, and they were able to come back for 2. Crocombe into the 30s now, going at a nice runnable 32. He's shown his worth with the bat as well at his tail.
Yeah. Top scorer in the championship of 46, Henry Crocombe. So he
can more than hold a bat.
Yes, he can. But
Giselle's in. Down the track is Crocombe, and he'll just turn this to another single at long off. Sorry, excuse me, long on. And that is the end of the over. 264 for 8. Curry 5 off 8, and Crocombe 33 off 33. Duckworth Lewis still sitting at 390 for Sussex.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms, Rob Rush. Been great to have Rob here today. Martin Emerson, the regular Durham commentator, sadly not too well at the moment. So
got chest infection. He's got some antibiotics, so he's hoping to be at Neath on Tuesday.
Good, lovely, good news. In comes Gibson, hammered away by Henry Crocombe. He's going to get runs as the ball sails over backward point, and Crocombe goes to his 35th run, 266 for 8. So get well soon, Martin, and Durham will go to that game in very good heart, I would imagine, after an excellent display here.
I think I can see Alan Walker at the far end of the ground, one of the Durham coaches that have made their way with the team, and one of the physios, I think Sam, started to pack up some of the gear for Durham, ensuring they can get a quick getaway.
Gibson in bowls. Oh, that's a beamer, and that's going to be called a no ball, and he could be in trouble here, Ollie Gibson. He may well get a warning for that, because that was a beamer. I'm sure he didn't mean to do it, and he just apologises to Henry Crocombe, and Henry says, no, don't worry about that. So that's going to be signalled a free hit. So a chance for Brad Curry to make a name for himself here. Ben Gibson, I don't know whether he had a warning there as well. This is where
I'm not sure.
This is where I spoke about communication earlier on, Rob. I think there should be something that goes up that said this is well, they announced it was a free hit. I think I heard that over the.
But there's nothing on the warning.
In comes Gibson bowls.
That might be another one.
Yes, it might be.
It is indeed.
So it's a no ball
on a free hit.
On a free hit. So the free hit remains, and it's still another no ball. So Gibson put it in short. Curry was looking to ramp him over the keeper. So this could get horribly confusing. We had this a couple of weeks ago. A no ball that was a free hit. Then we had another no ball. So the free hit remains. Sussex 271 for 8. In comes Gibson to bowl to Brad Curry, and Curry hammers it away, and he's hammered it for 4. That's a great shot by Brad Curry. Belts the ball over mid-off for 4 runs. So, well done, Brad Curry. We are out of free hit territory now, I believe. 275 for 8. So I reckon there are... What do we had on this over? I think that's 10 off the over so far. I still think we've got 3 balls to go. 4 balls to go. In comes Gibson bowls, and Curry plays that firmly down to middle, picks up a single. Curry goes to 10, 276 for 8. We did say, although it was a terrific score that Durham got of 427 last year, Sussex's highest ever one-day total was here, 400 for 4 against Middlesex. So if someone had gone in and played a big innings, you never know, but it just didn't really happen. Tom Haynes making 65 and Hudson Prentice the same. In comes Gibson bowls, and Henry Crocombe flays the ball down the ground to long off, picks up a single, does Henry Crocombe. He goes to 37, Sussex 277 for 8. I'm just trying to work out from the scoreboard how many balls are left in this over. We've had 2 no balls. I think we've got 1 more ball still to go in the over. As Ben Gibson turns down in front of us and is on his way over the wicket bowls to Curry, who hammers that down the ground, 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. Lovely shot by Brad Curry. It's a good track, this. Nothing wrong with it at all. And if you're prepared to wait and play your shots, as we saw from Durham, there are runs aplenty. And you've got your number 10 taking a step down the wicket and drilling the ball down the ground for 4 runs. Sorry, there is still another ball to be bowled in this over. So 2 no balls, another, that's 4, 10. I think that's 16 off the over. I'm sure it's not going to make a huge difference, but in terms of a Sussex perspective, it is helping their run rate, and that's something that's worth fighting for. In comes Gibson, bowls, and Curry plays this onto the onside. They'll think about 2 here, but Travaskis is very quickly in like a hare down below us and prevents anything more than a single being taken. So end of the over, 282 for 8 are the Sussex Sharks. And that is... When did the last... Just having a look at this, trying to work out when the last wicket went down. Let's just get the confirmation of that. Roberts popped next door, so apologies for my slight incompetence. The last wicket went down on 2:46. Oh, that's right, when Finn Hudson-Prentice was out. But at one stage, Sussex were 182 for 7. So the lower order has wagged. In comes Drizzell, bowls to Brad Curry, who tucks that one forward a square on the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 16. 283 for 8. We'll be due an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex fairly soon. Another 145 needed to win.
1 minute.
In comes Drizzell, bowls, and Crocombe just nudges that one back to the square on the leg side, picks up another single. Henry Crocombe, who goes to 38, by far his highest list A score. Curry just surveys that leg side boundary. Long on is coming up to mid on inside the circle as Drizzell is in and bowls, and Curry plays that back to the square on the leg side and picks up a single. Does Curry? So 3 singles off the opening 3 balls of the over. Curry goes to 17, 285 for 8. So this partnership now worth 39 between these two. Drizzell in again, Crocombe down the wicket, driving. Oh, it's a misstumping. Misstumping. Lured down the pitch to George Drizzell. Here we go for our update.
This is Durham and Adrian Harms. Give us the story of the day in this match, Adrian.
Yeah, well, Durham won the toss here earlier today, Danny, and racked up a massive score, 427 for 9 in their 50 overs. Alex Lees, the former England opener and skipper of Durham, really led the way. He made 144, but the innings of the day came from David Bedingham, who made 102 in just 58 deliveries, including 7 enormous sixes. That pair adding 194 in just 19 overs. It was Durham's highest ever score in 50 over cricket, and it was really going to take some doing for Sussex to get anywhere near. Sussex's fielding not good, their bowling even worse. It really was a day to forget for Sussex in the field. In reply, Sussex have never really been in the hunt. Tom Haines made 65, Finn Hudson-Prentice 65. They're currently 288 for 8. Henry Crocombe has got 38, Brad Curry has got 17. So some lower order resistance as far as Sussex are concerned, but it really has been a poor day at the office for Sussex, Danny.
That's a huge score in 50 overs, 427.
Unbelievable. They were scoring at virtually 9 and over. I mean, you take nothing away from Durham. David Bedingham, Danny, is a fine player, as is Alex Lee. So those two batted beautifully, but it has to be said, the Sussex bowling in some cases was pretty woeful, and the Durham players really helped themselves. One thing I should say is that Steve Finn, who made his first appearance of the season for Sussex today, he went off the field with what we think was a hand injury. I don't think he's going to be back today, so there remains some doubt as whether he will play on Sunday, which is the next game. So that's another disappointment for Sussex, but it has been a poor Sussex performance, some lower order resistance, but they'll hope to do a lot better when they play at Northampton on Sunday.
Okay, Adrian, thanks. The commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
In comes Pujara's bowls, and Brad Curry's going to get 4 runs here. No, so Henry Crocombe's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Lovely looking shot, just easing the ball down through third man, and he picks up another boundary. So the lower order resistance as far as Sussex continues. Henry Crocombe goes to 45. And Sussex to 292 for 8. Henry Crocombe's highest list A score is 9 not out. In comes Pujara's bowls to Crocombe, who hammers that to long off, fielded by Bushnell just down below us. And it's 1 more to Henry Crocombe. He goes to 46. Sussex to 293 for 8. 135 needed, 11 overs remaining after this, run rate required of 11.7 and over. But we think just the 1 wicket remaining. Steve Finn, we thought, was coming out to bat at 10. In comes Pujara's bowls to Curry, who plays it to mid-on, fielded by Liam Travaskis. One more to Brad Curry, who goes to 18, 294 for 8. So these two have added 48 for this. Is that right? Yes, 48 for this last wicket. So well done, Brad Curry and Henry Crocombe. In comes Pujara's bowls and wide of the off stump, and he took a step away there, did Henry Crocombe, and that's why it wasn't signalled a wide. 294 for 8, so we've had over 700 runs in the day, so the crowd have had their money's worth. The majority will be disappointed that Sussex are almost certainly not going to win this game, barring some sort of a miracle. The run rate required is now 12 and over, but it's an entertaining cricket. In goes Pujara's bowls, hammered away down the ground by Henry Crocombe. He picks up a single, fielded down below us by Liam Travaskis. It is the end of the over, and Sussex are 295 for 8. Henry Crocombe on 47. Brad Curry is on 18. This partnership between these two is now worth 49 by my reckoning. Rob is back with us. Now, you were saying, who commentates on the final wicket? Well, I did say it might take some time.
We've reached that point.
We have. But
it's been a very good ninth wicket partnership between these two. I think Durham have been unlucky in some aspects. Some of those 50-50s haven't really gone their way. But at the same time, we've given credit where credit's due. Henry Crocombe has batted very well for his 47.
He has. No, he has.
And Brad Curry has come out and played some shots as well, and he's probably earned a little bit of luck. He's gone to 18, and we're going to see Liam Travaskis back into the attack, and immediately down the wicket, stumped, and
that's it.
Think that might be it. Is they are shaking hands. Durham have won at Hove. Sussex 295 for 9. Stephen Finn will not come out to bat, so Durham have recorded their first victory of the Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign after 3 records fell with the batting. They have done brilliantly well with the ball. Sussex succumbed to 295 for 9. Stephen Finn not batting after a earlier injury, and that is some way to bounce back from a disappointing opening game. Alex Lees and David Beddingham will take all the highlights from this game, but the bowling and the fielding has been top-notch to back it up, and Ryan Campbell and his coaching team will be very, very happy with that performance with the ball, and they now are off to Wales for a long weekend before travelling to Neath on Tuesday to face Glamorgan.
Indeed they are. Well, handshakes all round. I think one or two people a little surprised that it all ended a little quickly, perhaps not realising that Steve Finn wasn't going to bat. So the actual margin of defeat, Rob, was 132 runs, which is a pretty comprehensive victory for Durham, as you say, built very much on that innings of Alex Lees and David Beddingham. Durham lost their first game. I thought they were terrific today. They got off to a great start. Let's not forget Graham Clark, who really set the tone with a very hard hit 72 in just 58 balls. I think Sussex didn't help themselves. I thought some of the bowling from Sussex was poor. They didn't seem on it in the field at all, and they left themselves a mountain to climb. At least some respectability in the end, with Hudson Prentice and Henry Crocombe making runs. So the overall defeat could have been a lot worse as far as Sussex were concerned. But well done, Durham. And if they carry on playing like that, Rob, I think Durham have got every chance of making it out of this group.
It's a very good, yes, indeed. It's a very good bounce-back victory. Ryan Campbell has stressed the importance of making sure that the way they play the game first and foremost is the right way, and that they respond in type. And this is a well-deserved win for them after a fantastic response. Set up, pretty much everything went right from the moment the coin was tossed this morning, and it came down as Alex Lees called it. Decided to bat, even though potentially we thought there could have been some decisions to make with some overcast clouds lying around, but not to be the case. Durham have stormed to victory here today, and it's been the complete clinical performance from them in all facets of the game, and it's something that will very much please Ryan Campbell and the coaching staff. I think we've had some last minute stats